It's Jeannie from In Loving Hands Counseling. Hi, how are you doing? So good to see you. How are you doing, dear one? Hmm? So good to see you. Hi. Hmm. I'm so happy to be here with you. Hmm. How are you? Hmm? Get my camera all adjusted. There you go. Now you can see me. There you go. Hi. How are you? Mm, so good to see you. How has your day been? Mm, mm, I'm so glad to see you. Mm. Today I thought it would be lovely to read the Bible and pray. Yeah. Mm. And I have a special treat today. I brought my book, The Secret Garden. Can you see the picture? A little girl, and she's finding and opening the door to a secret garden. Mm. It's a lovely book. Mm. Mm. How are you today? Mm. Did you have a busy day? Mm. Yeah. Mm. Sometimes our days are very busy, aren't they? Yeah. Can you get your pillow and mush it all up around your neck? Get your covers, pull them all up cozy. Mm. I like to be cozy. Do you like to be cozy? Mm. Being cozy is amazing. Mm. It's nice to be cozy. Mm. How are you doing? Welcome. I'm so glad you could join us. Mm. Mm. How was your day? Mm. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get my phone so I can check my messages and see what you say, okay? Mm. Mm. Let's see if I can make it work. Mm. How are you doing, huh? How was your day? I'm not sure why I can't get my phone to make the messages work. Let's see if we can do it again. Oh, there it is. Oh. Hi, Haas. How are you? Are you all cozy in your bed? Yeah. Mm. Mm. Hi, Kay. Good to see you. Oh, and Trenton Gaming. How is your games going? Did you do a good job on your game yesterday? Hmm? You have to tell me in the comments which you're playing, okay? I know lots of video games. I've never really played them, but I've watched my sons and my daughters play them. Mhm. I was always busy cooking in the kitchen or reading a storybook, reading something when they were playing their games. But some of those games are really skillful. I sometimes shoot on the shooting range, and they always ask me, I'm a good shot, and they always say, oh, do you play video games? And I say, no. And the trainer always says, you shoot just like somebody who's been playing first-person shooter games their whole life. Mm. Hi. Hi, Fish. How are you? Hi, Juanita. Oh, I'm so glad you could join us. Mm. Hey everybody, can you hit like and subscribe so you can find us again when I go live tonight or tomorrow night? That would be nice. Thank you so much. He says, did you hear about the mind goblin? No, I didn't hear about that, but you know there's always a bug in the computers, isn't there? There's always a trick or a hack or a bug. Yeah. What's your OnlyFans say, Haas? Well, you know what, Haas? I'm only a fan of Jesus. So you can come and listen to me talk and it would help you fall asleep. Or you can listen to the Bible, or if you have a question about the Bible, or if you have a situation in your life that you have a problem, you know what? You can tell me. I'm a counselor and a chaplain with many, many years experience and a nurse. So I'm happy to answer questions in the comments. Hi, Kay. Let's see, it's Kayla Fields. Hi, Kayla. That's a beautiful name. My goodness. Oh, thank you. I'm sending you big hugs too. Thank you so much. Hey, can you hit the like for me, the like button? And you know what? If you have some cocoa or some tea at home, some herb tea, grab a cup, okay? And we can sit and enjoy a cup of tea together. I have a cup of chamomile. Usually I like different flavors, but right now I'm really enjoying chamomile tea. Chamomile smells so good. Oh, it smells so good. I really like chamomile tea. Yeah, did you know chamomile are tiny little flowers? They look like little miniature daisies, and they have these very lacy stems. It's an herb and it grows in gardens, and some types of chamomile even grows on the wayside in hedgerows. Yeah, it sure makes for a nice tea. Oh my goodness. I grow it in my garden. But I buy my chamomile tea because in the garden you have to have a lot of flowers to make the tea. And my plants only give me a few flowers. Enough for a couple of cups of tea. It's very delicious. Do you have a favorite kind of tea that you like? Mm. Do you have a favorite kind of tea? I'm so glad you could join me. Mm. Everybody hit like and subscribe, okay? So you can find your way back. Thank you so much. She says, God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless you. How are you doing today? I'm so glad you could be here. I'm sending you a massive hug too. You get all cozy and cuddly in your bed, okay? Get your pillow just right and your covers up cozy. Yeah, you get all cozy. I'm so happy we could be together. This is good. Well, let's see. I have a little list of where we left off. And last time we were reading Psalms and we read up to Psalm 54. And look what I brought. I brought The Secret Garden. It's a lovely book. So I'm going to start reading Psalms 53. And then I will read a little bit. Oh goodness, we're in Isaiah 53. Let me turn to the Psalms. And then after I read some of the Psalms, I'll read the secret garden, okay? And if you have any questions, you just go right on ahead and write your questions out in the live stream comments. Mm. I'm so glad you could join me today. Yeah. And you know what? I think we might do, oh, let's see. Oh, she retracted her message already. Tell me again, and I'll read it, and then you can retract it, okay? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, let's see. You know who's here? And who hasn't said hi yet? Peeps. Peeps says hi. Yeah. Oh, Peeps likes you. Look at that. Peeps said hi twice with his magical music box. Hmm. Hi. How are you doing? Peeps says hi. What's that, Peeps? Oh, are you shy? Sometimes Peeps gets shy. That happens sometimes. Do you ever feel shy? Oh, that's okay, Peeps. You come on over here. You can sit right here and we'll read, okay? Let me see what the person in the comments says. Yes, dear one, I remember about the person you told me about. How is it going? What's going on? Oh my goodness, she says, well, as he was being arrested and being dragged to the car, he almost escaped and he ran, and thank goodness he didn't actually escape, but almost. Yeah, we need to pray for him. You know, what happened is somebody at the apartments. Oh, that's the night when it all happened. Yeah, that sounds scary. Somebody at her apartments took all their furniture and stuck in the middle of their apartment and started a fire. Isn't that sad? And they must be having mental health problems. Yeah, arson's very serious. You know, my niece lived in an apartment in Seattle, and I forget if it was 2017 or 2018, but right about there, she was asleep and she had just had a baby and she had a toddler and she was sleeping. And you know how mommies are, they sometimes nurse their babies and they sit on the couch and maybe they're so cozy that they fall asleep. Well, she woke up and there was smoke and a giant man in a suit with a mask and oxygen tanks. He was a fireman, was standing in front of her. She was sitting on her couch and she was nursing her baby and she had her toddler by her who was sleeping. And the fireman, scooped them both up and threw her over his shoulder. And another fireman picked up the baby and the toddler and they marched out of the apartment. And just as they went out the door, the roof fell in and the fire took over the apartment. But they got them out safe. And there were lots of people in that apartment in Seattle who didn't have any place to live. They had to go live in hotels. The Red Cross came and helped them. And lots of churches in the area came. And one of the churches in the area even opened up their sanctuary and had a nighttime shelter for all the people. But somebody was mentally ill and they set a fire in that apartment. Isn't that sad? Yeah, we live during times where many sad things are happening. It's good that we have the Lord who can surround and protect us. Yeah, the Lord is with us and He is surrounding and protecting us. The Lord is so good. He's surrounding and protecting us. She says, well, as he was being arrested and being dragged to the car, he almost escaped and ran away. But thank goodness he didn't actually escape. Oh, and then he said, I'm glad she and her kids are safe and okay. Yes, they're okay. And you know, many people in the community got together and gathered up their extra clothes and extra food and extra furniture and helped everyone find a new apartment. And but it was very scary. And I'd imagine you had a very scary time that night. And probably it makes you feel frightened sometimes to think of what could have happened. Yeah. You know, I'm so happy that you're safe. Mhm. I'm so happy that your family's safe and your apartment's safe and all the people in your apartment building are safe. Yeah. And I'm so very thankful that the Lord was watching over and protecting you. You know, on our stream, I had a very funny feeling, and so did some of the other people who were on our stream who know you. And so, all of my dear ones, we all prayed for your safety every night when you were away from us. So when I got that message from you, when I saw the message, I was so happy. I was praising the Lord and jumping up and down and shouting, Glory, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus, for protecting Juanita. Thank you, Lord. I was so happy. And our dear ones were so happy. Yeah, all of our siblings and all of our dear ones we're so, so happy. And now you know that you've had this thing happen. It's normal to have feelings about it and to think about it and think, oh my goodness, I could have lost everything in the fire. Oh, that's scary. But you know, the Lord says He's a shield about us. He's our glory and the one who lifts our head. And I was thinking about you. And I wrote this verse out. It says, God is a shield for all who take refuge in Him. And when I'm feeling anxious or afraid, I can come to Jesus and say, Lord, I take refuge in you. And um, the Word of God in Isaiah 57 says, but he who takes refuge in me will inherit the land and will possess my holy mountain. And it will be said, build up, prepare the way, remove every obstacle out of the way of my people. Isaiah 57:13 and 14. Another verse that I was thinking of for you is, I will not fear evil tidings. My heart is steadfast. I am trusting in the Lord. Psalm 112:7. Yeah. The Lord is a refuge and a shield to all who take refuge in Him. Let's see who else is in the comments, okay? Hi. Hi, Hero Zach. So good to see you. Mwah. I'm blowing you kisses. So good to see you. Oh. Simba is a fast runner, isn't he? Simba is a beautiful tabby cat, and his nickname is Squishy. And he is kind of like a loaf of bread sometimes when he falls asleep on Juanita's tummy or on her hands. Mm. He's a good friend to Juanita. I'm so happy that you have a wonderful cat. That's good. How is Zach? How was your day at work, Zach? I was praying for you today that you would be safe and that your work would go well. Hero Zach is a police officer. He's a police detective in Morocco. And I pray for him every day. Do you know that your name is written in my prayer book? Yes, Juanita's in my prayer book, and Hero Zach's in my prayer book, and I pray for them. Yeah. If you want your name in my prayer book, you just write your name in the comments, And you can ask me to pray for you, and I'll pray for you because you're my dear one. And I pray for my dear ones. Yeah. Mm. Mm. I love you too. I love you so much. Mm. You know, here's a beautiful, um, a beautiful verse that says, I thank my God always concerning you for the grace of God which was given you in Christ Jesus, that in everything you were um, engulfed in him, in all speech and all knowledge, 1 Corinthians 1, 4 and 5. And God surrounds and protects us. And you know, when we have jobs that are dangerous, God gives even more power to us, and he surrounds and protects us. Yep. Hmm. Let's see if I can find another little verse for you. Oh, here's a good one. The Lord shall increase you more and more, you and your children. Psalm 115:14. Maybe you don't have children yet, but that's okay. It's a blessing for the future that the Lord's going to increase you and bless you. Yeah, maybe you want to get married and have a husband or a wife and have children. Well, the Lord's going to bless you, increase you. Yeah. Let's see who else came. I know somebody else came into the comments. Oh my goodness. You're doing push-ups. Bye, Hirosek. Happy day. I love you. I hope you have a really happy day. I'm doing good, my dear one. Today I made Indian food. I made samosas with mango chutney and mint chutney and curry chicken with jasmine rice and little pieces of naan. And oh, my tummy is so full. It was so delicious. And Peeps, you say hi, Peeps. Hi. Peeps likes to have little tiny pretend fish. So I gave Peeps some little tiny pretend fish, huh, Peeps? Yeah, Peeps is silly. He likes pretend fish because he's a penguin, and penguins like pretend fish. Yeah. Do you have a special stuffy that you like to be with? Hmm? Hmm. Peeps doesn't have a stuffy, he has me. Well, I have Peeps, and he makes me feel so happy. When I see him, I feel so warm and cozy. He's my nighttime friend. Mm. It was delicious. It was really delicious. Do you have a favorite food that you like to eat? List it in the comments, okay? And hit like and subscribe so you can find your way back. I know you probably already subscribed, but I've got to get practice of saying that. Isn't it silly things people have to do? Mm. Mm. Oh, you do, and her name is Aurora. What type of animal, stuffed animal, is Aurora? Aurora is a beautiful name. Do you know in Seattle there's a road called Aurora Avenue, and it's like the main road that runs from Seattle all the way to the suburbs. It's like a highway. And then, oh, Aurora is a bunny. What a beautiful name for a bunny. And she says, yeah, I love cheesy bread with dark chocolate on top. Oh my goodness, that sounds lovely. What kind of cheese do you use? When you make the cheesy bread, or when your mama makes cheesy bread, do you use cheddar or Swiss or mozzarella? What kind of cheese do you use? Tell me, I'm interested. Mm. I have a friend, he was a professor in college, and he was French. And he used to love to take French baguettes, and he'd let them get old. Like in France, they buy their bread fresh every day, or they bake it fresh every day. But he would go to the boulangerie, the bakery, and he'd buy a long baguette. And before it got old, he would slice it in thick slices, and it's about this big around, and they're about this thick. And he'd lay them out on the counter on cloth, and he'd let them get hard. And then this is the funny part. One time I came over to his flat. He lived in a flat, and I came over for tea. And you know what he did? He took one of those pieces of bread. He put all the bread in a great big tin. They call it oh, let's see, what's it called? It's like a bread keeper, a bread tin to keep bread fresh, but he just kept it from getting moist because where we live it rains a lot in Seattle. And so he would take that crisp, firm bread and he'd stick it in the oven with he'd grate chocolate over it. And I had never had that. And then he'd sprinkle a teeny bit of cinnamon, and you would have it with your tea. You'd dip it in your tea, or if you had hot cocoa, you would dip it in your hot cocoa. Oh, it was really good. I was surprised at how good it was, but he didn't think to have cheese. Mm. It's just that cheddar or mozzarella. Yeah, it sounds lovely. You know, Aurora is a beautiful name. And in the sky, in the night sky, there's this thing called the Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights. Yeah. And twice in 10 years, I've been able to see the Aurora Borealis from my home. And just a few months ago, I was able to be out on the porch of my home and look up in the sky. And I've got forest all around me, so I could see the trees. It would be like this if all my hands were just the evergreen trees. And in the center, there was the night sky and the moon and the Aurora Borealis, the northern lights. And they were purple and teal and fuchsia and yellow and green and just dancing through the night sky. Oh, it was so beautiful. My son is an astrophotographer. That means he takes pictures of the night sky and the stars and the moon and the planets. And he took his cameras and he set them up in a camera array at the beach and took pictures all night long took videos of the Aurora Borealis. Mm. It was so beautiful. Mm. Yeah. Oh, sweet and salty combinations are so good. Let me think of one, okay? I'll think of some. Oh, at my candy shop, I have a virtual candy shop, right? So I'm going to give you some. Here, let me get. Oh, let's see. Well, it's too far over there to reach. I was going to give you a little plate, but I made caramel, you know, caramel candies. I made caramel from scratch, and you take butter and sugar and you cook it for a long time until it caramelizes, and you add cream, and you have to know just what you're doing. You have to look on YouTube and find someone who makes the recipe to learn how, but then you pour it in a parchment lined or wax paper lined 9 by 13 pan, and then you stick it someplace to cool. You could put it in the fridge or the freezer, and it makes like little thick cubes, and you cut them. And then what I do is I take sea salt, and sea salt that has kind of big flakes, and I sprinkle it over them. But here's the best part. Then I melt some milk chocolate in the microwave, and sometimes people like dark chocolate, but I just take a little bowl and I take some chocolate chips, and you have to make sure there's no moisture, no water on your spoon or water in your bowl. You just put those chocolate chips in the microwave and you watch them really close because they're sleepers, and you pull that out and you stir it, and when it's all melty, then you can take a special little fork and dip each of your caramels in the chocolate and set them on parchment paper or wax paper to dry. And when they're all hardened, then you can peel them off. And right before they dry, I sprinkle some more of that sea salt. Oh my goodness, it is so delicious, dear one. It's salty and sweet, just like the perfect combination. Really, really wonderful. Mm. Sweet and salty is really, really good. And you know what? If you look up Aurora Borealis or Northern Lights, oh no, I've got that puppy nose again. The little tickle in my nose. I don't know why. Huh. Sometimes that happens. But if you look up Aurora Borealis or the Northern Lights on YouTube, there are lots of people who made videos, and you can even see them in the Arctic Circle and in Greenland and in Iceland and in Alaska. They show the videos, and some of the most beautiful ones are where they'll play music in the background. I'll look for one and then I'll write down the name and then I'll tell you. Let me get my pen and write that down so I don't forget. Oh goodness, I hope I have my, oh, there it is. Do your pens ever get hiding from you? My pens sometimes. Aurora Borealis, Northern Lights, look up. Okay, I'll look up one with music. I don't know the name of it, but there was, I know in December for a long time, I was playing music. I have a great big TV that's on my, screen that's on my wall in my living room. And I would play music a lot of times when I write. And they have people who have done videos for like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, 12 hours. And all it is the beautiful northern lights. And then they play music in the background. And sometimes this one person in Iceland, you could see the hill. They were on a hill, and then when you look beyond the hill, you can see the outline of the water and the mountains, and then you can see the night sky and all the stars, and the aurora borealis with the beautiful blue and deep purple and fuchsia and teal and green and all the colors. They're really beautiful. Mm. You should look that up. I bet you would like it. It's very pretty. Mm. I've always wanted to see the aurora borealis, and I couldn't believe it. I asked the Lord, I said, Lord, sometime I would like to see the aurora borealis. But I thought that meant I was going to have to take a cruise and go to Alaska or travel to Alaska or go to Greenland or someplace. And here I didn't go anywhere. One day my son said, Mama, you won't believe this, but you can come outside and see the aurora borealis. And I went out to my deck and we turned off all of our lights in the house and we turned off our porch light. We even went across the street and asked the lady there to turn her porch light off. And then your eyes adjust and you look up. Oh, it's so beautiful and majestic. All the colors waving around. We saw purple and fuchsia and teal and pink and yellow and green. Oh, it was so beautiful. It was like a once in a lifetime thing for it to come this far down in Washington State. It was very pretty. Mm. I think it's so beautiful. Aurora is a very beautiful name. Mm. I love bunnies. Bunnies are one of my favorite animals. Mm. When I was younger, when I was a young mama, somebody gave me a carved bunny. I was a counselor and I did some work for some people, and they were from another country and they didn't speak English, but I came and helped them when their baby was being born. The state had some problems and didn't understand what was going on. And they were at the hospital, and I went and met with them and figured out what language they were speaking and called a translator to come and help them. And so we had a couple of counseling sessions, and they had just come to America. And one day they came to my office and they brought me a carved bunny that the father had carved out of soapstone. And it was beautiful and it looked like a real rabbit. And for many years I had it. You know, when you have a door, like in the summer, you want to prop your door open. I would prop my door open with the bunny. And then one day, somebody saw that bunny and they said, "Oh, you need a baby bunny." So they carved me a little baby bunny for it. So I had two little bunnies. And then when I had my son, someone said, "Well, you have two baby bunnies now. You need another bunny." So pretty soon I had two baby bunnies and one big mama bunny. And then somebody else saw it and said, "You need a daddy bunny." So little by little, I had a whole collection of soapstone bunnies. Mm, they are really pretty. They're in my living room, but they make me happy. And where I live, you can see wild bunnies every day. When I work in my garden in the springtime, the bunnies come out, and then they have baby bunnies. And sometimes, if you don't mow your grass soon enough, they'll make little houses in the grass. And so I'll be out there weed whacking, and then I'll see the bunnies' little nest and I'll go around it. So everything will be weed whacked, but there'll be one little tall piece of grass, and everybody knows it's the bunnies that live there. But mostly they hide in the brambles in the forest. We have, let's see, what do they call them? Blackberry bushes and wild rose bushes that grow in the hedgerows between properties. There's blackberries, and the bunnies live in there. So when the blackberries are getting ripe in August and September, the bunnies sneak out and they'll stand up on their legs and eat some of the berries. So when I pick berries, I always make blackberry jam, or I freeze blackberries for smoothies. I keep them in my freezer, or freeze them for cheesecake in the winter. I like to make cheesecake and then have blackberry sauce with it. But when I pick blackberries, I never pick the blackberries a foot high, because that's how tall the bunnies can reach up, so they can eat. Those are for the bunnies. It's fun. And they have all different colored bunnies where I live. There was a fair, and years ago, somebody let go some of their pet bunnies. And so now we have the wild rabbits, you can tell them, because they're like a deep dark brown, almost, they're speckled almost. Their little coats are brown and white or brown and black. But there are all kinds of bunnies here. There's white rabbits with pink eyes, and there's bunnies who are mocha colored. They're like a light chocolatey brown. And then there's a deep chocolate brown, and there's black rabbits, and there's white and brown spotted rabbits, speckled, all different types. When my kids were little, we named them all. We had bunnies in our yard, and we named them Mocha and Latte and Chocolate and Blackie and Whitey. My kids were not very creative sometimes. When the little kids everybody got to name a bunny, and some of the little kids, they didn't think of, creative names, but still it was fun. And one of them, we called him Pinky because he had red, almost pink eyes, and they glowed in the dark. It was kind of scary, actually. But he was a sweet bunny. And some of the bunnies were really tame. They would come up to you. If you stuck your hand out, they would come up to you. Now, where I live, there are dogs in the neighborhood, so my neighbor's dog barks, barks, barks every time he sees a bunny. And we have so many bunnies. I probably had 15 bunnies in my yard. I'm on a edge of a meadow and there's forest all around with brambles. And so the bunnies live in the brambles and the dog tries to chase the bunnies and he's always right behind them, but he never catches them. It's a good thing. The bunnies are too fast and they jump into the bramble bushes and run away into the forest, and the dog just stands there and barks, tries to catch them. But people sometimes leave their water dishes and their food dishes out for cats, and we tell people not to do that because the bunnies come up and drink out of the water dishes and try to eat the food, and it can attract rodents because of the forest. There's lots of rodents, so we tell people to keep their cat bowls and their cat food inside their house and their dog food and their dog bowls inside their house. But sometimes in the summer I'll leave my door open because I don't have a screen door. I have an odd shaped door. And one time I was sitting on my couch and my back was to the kitchen and I heard a crinkling sound. And very quietly I got up and I tiptoed over and peeked around the kitchen. And there was a bunny and he was on the floor in my kitchen. And I had set down a bag and it had some flour in it. Now what I was doing was I was putting away something, the groceries, but I had gotten distracted and forgot about that one bag on the floor. And the bunny had tracked flour all over the floor. He had nibbled a little hole in the bag. And I had to chase him out, shoo, 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 little bunny, and sweep it all up. And then I had to throw away some of the flour that his mouth touched. Oh dear. So I learned real quickly I have to be careful when I keep my door open in the summer. I have a couple little boxes that I stick in front of the door so the bunnies can't come in because they're so tame. They're so used to people that they'll just come right in your house. It's kind of silly, huh? Yeah. And my neighbor has a cat named Rosie. My neighbor's cat is so beautiful. Rosie has burgundy coat. She is a, let's see, calico. And she's got burgundy and brown and black spots all over her. Tortoiseshell almost. And she's so beautiful. She hardly ever gets out of her house because her mommy likes to keep her inside. But I think Rosie figured out a way to sneak out without her mommy knowing it. Because in the summer, I'd be working in my garden and I'd be down on all fours with my trowel digging in the garden. And Rosie would be sitting about 20 feet away with her tail, waving her tail. She sits on the fence and she watches the birds in the trees. And the birds come and they get into the bird bath, and Rosie wags her tail, waves her tail back and forth, back and forth, and she just watches. And Rosie sometimes will come into my house too if I have my door open. So that's why I put those two little boxes right in front of the door. Or there's a little bench I have and it's about a foot high. And sometimes I put it in front of the door with a little cloth over it, like a little blanket. And so the bunnies and Rosie think they can't go through it. So far it's working. I'm gonna have to get me a screen door. For a long time, the neighbor's dog, they moved, but for 3 years, the neighbor's dog would come over almost every day and run into my house. So all the animals like me. I have lots of animal friends. Mm. Mm. She says, I have a character inspired by a blue butterfly. Maybe it's time I'll make character inspired by a bunny. Hmm. Simba is an orange cat. Hmm. Yes. Oh my goodness. A character inspired by a blue butterfly. You know, they have animal shows, and I don't know if it's on YouTube or not, but my friend, I used to take care of a lady during the pandemic who had Alzheimer's, and she had that, oh, what's it called? She had satellite TV. I forget the name of it, but she had all these channels, and one of the channels was the BBC, the animal shows. And once they had this show about butterflies, and I watched that, and it was mesmerizing. And they went to places where the butterflies were migrating, like caves, and they just set up their tripod cameras and walked away and put them on a timer. And all the butterflies came, and they were so beautiful. And then they hunted different types of butterflies. It was a research scientist doing a documentary, and he showed the blue morpho, and it was about this big. It was as big, almost as big as your palm, a little bit bigger than your palm. It was so beautiful. Oh, I couldn't believe it. The blue morpho. I used to have a book of all the different butterflies, and you could open it up, and it had big colored pictures. Then it had the scientific name and the common name. Mm. I gave it to my granddaughter. It was a beautiful book, though. Once, 2 years ago, I was shopping, and it was sort of funny. I was at a grocery store, and it's not the normal grocery store I go to, but they had a sale on something, and you know how it is. You see an ad and you go, oh, I'm going to try that. So I went to that sale, and I forget what the sale was. But at this grocery store, they have a concrete parking lot, and then they have little berms that show people where they can drive down the aisles of the parking lot. And then every so often, they have a little berm with like 3 little trees growing. And the trees were about as tall as I am. And there's a hardware store there, and it has all sorts of plants. So sometimes in the spring, I'll go just to see what kinds of plants the hardware store owner's wife has ordered, because I love gardening, so I like to look for different flowers. So I walked over to the hardware store, and I turned and I looked, and that little berm was behind me, and they had a little picnic table. And the hardware store's owner told me, well, she put that there so that people who work at the grocery store can come and sit there and have their break outside when it's a sunny day. And so I went over and I saw the little area, and I said, well, we need to plant some flowers here, because there was a big flower bed, but it was bare. So she and I worked together, and we chose some flowers, and of course she could get a really good deal from her hardware store because she could buy them. So she bought flowers, and the next year she called me up. She said, Jeannie, you won't believe this. You have to come, because what we planted was called a butterfly garden, and we planted cosmos. They're tall, linky plants, and sometime I'll remember to get my picture books, and I'll come and I'll hold them up to show you. But they have centers. They kind of look like a daisy, but their petals are closer together, and they come in pale pink and white and fuchsia and a deep purple. And so they get to be like 6 feet high, but these got so high. They got almost 20 feet high because it was raining. And then we had butterfly bush, which is sort of a plant that you don't want to plant anywhere that would spread, because it's actually on the noxious weed list. But I didn't have the heart to tell her that. She bought it thinking it was a good thing. It just looks like a lilac bush, but the flowers are very similar to lilac, and butterflies like it for some reason. She planted that little bush, and then she had another bush and some nicotina, which is um, it's a type of tobacco plant, but it has beautiful white flowers that are very fragrant and beautiful pink flowers, and she had a couple types. And then we planted some pansies down below it, and it looked really pretty. Well, she called me up. She said, Jeannie, you have to come see. You won't believe it. And so I got in my car and I drove there. It was covered in butterflies, and they were swallowtail monarchs. And I don't know if you've ever seen a swallowtail, but a monarch butterfly, and then the tail is really long. I couldn't believe it, so I grabbed my cell phone and took pictures. So I have a couple of nice pictures of the swallowtails on one of the flowers. Oh my goodness, it was so lovely. So I guess they came and they drink the nectar from the flowers for a little while, and then they fly away and go find somebody else's plants when the flowers aren't in bloom anymore. But they were so, excuse me, they were so beautiful. Oh, it was such a joy to see the butterflies. Every time I see a butterfly, it makes my heart sing. Mm, they're so pretty. Mm. We have monarch butterflies here, and then the swallowtail, and then I don't think I've ever seen, well, there's moths. They're really pretty moths, white moths and brown moths, and this moth that looks like it has eyes on its wings, and it's so tricky. It hides when it's in the tree. You see it and you think there's the eyes of a bird, but it's just a moth. But that's how God made them, so that they could protect themselves with camouflage and protect themselves from birds. Now I'm gonna have to make sure that I get some water, drink some water. Bless our morning water in Jesus' name, just like Dr. Irene does. Hi, Dr. Irene from the Congo. We love you. We're praying for you. She says, I have to go, but I promise I'll be back when we get home. Bye for now. Unless my power Wi-Fi goes out, then I can't be, but it doesn't. But if it doesn't, I'll be here. I'll be sure to come back. Lovely time, dear one. You have a lovely time with your family. Mm. I'm so happy you could be with us. You have a fabulous day, okay? Mm. Butterflies are so pretty. God made so many different animals. Mm. Butterflies and moths and hummingbirds. Little penguins, yeah. Little penguins. Mm. God made so many different lovely birds and creatures. Mm. All of creation is so beautiful, isn't it? Mm. Mm. You never know what you're gonna get. You never know what you're gonna find when you look out your window. Mm. Can you see nature when you look out your window? Mm. Do you see trees and birds and grass when you look out your window? Or maybe you live in an apartment and you look out and you see the city. I know I have a dear one who lives in New Jersey, and she looks out and she can see the whole city. She looks out of her apartment window and she can see the city, and she can see the airport, and she can even see the airplanes coming in for a landing. Yeah. Do you have a view when you look out your window? Mm. Mm. It's fun to have a view, isn't it? I know one time when I was in college, I didn't have a view. I had a brick wall on the other side. My apartment was just, let's see, my dorm was just where there was a window here, and then there was a brick wall So you know what we did? We went and we got a great big canvas and we took it and stapled it to a wooden frame. And my roommate was so clever. She could draw. Oh my goodness, she was a very prolific artist. And so she drew a whole forestscape for me as a present. And she painted it. And then she came and snuck into my room on my birthday and put it up. And then she put curtains over it. And it was my birthday. And she said, "Happy birthday. Why don't you look at the view?" And I said, "The view? The view is bricks." And she said, "Not now." And she pulled the curtain. And there was a beautiful forestscape. It was very pretty. And then after a while, she did another one. She made one of a cityscape, and it really looked like there were buildings. She was so clever. She pinched little holes with a dowel in each of the windows, and so she took Christmas lights and put them there so that at night it could light the room with a few little lights looking out over the city. It was really nice of her. And she used some creativity to give us a good view. You never know. If you have a problem, sometimes you can just pray about it or think about it and use some creativity to solve it. That sure brought a lot of joy to me. And you know, that just cost her pennies. It just cost her the money for the big piece of canvas and the frame. She used a frame she had and her staple gun, and she used paint she had, and she made me a lovely gift. I'll always be thankful to Teresa for that. That was a beautiful gift. Yeah, yeah. How are you doing, dear one? How's your day going? How has your day been? Have you been having a good day? Or maybe it's evening for you. Are you getting ready to go to sleep? Can you get a cup of tea? A cup of herb tea or a cup of herb tea so that it doesn't keep you awake? Or maybe some cocoa and you can come and relax and join me? I like herb tea. I'm having chamomile tea. It smells so delicious, chamomile tea. Chamomile tea is very delicious. Yeah, I like it. Do you know that I even like it in the summer? I make a big pot of chamomile tea and I let it cool down. And then I even pour some in an ice cube tray. And then I put it in a pitcher in my fridge and I pour iced chamomile tea over chamomile ice cubes, and it's so delicious. I like the kind that's flavored with just a touch of honey. It's very delicious. Yeah. Do you like to have fragrant tea? It smells so good. Mm. Mm. There's nothing like there's nothing like fragrant chamomile tea. Mm. You know what else I like? I also like mint tea. There's a kind of tea called Sleepy Time. Maybe you've heard of it. It's by Celestial Seasoning. Oh, it's so delicious. Sometime I'm going to have to get the box out and read it to you what it's made of. I think they put, let's see, mint and lemongrass and hibiscus and chamomile all in a mixture, and it just tastes so good. I'm not drinking it now though, because if I drink it, it makes me sleepy and I want to read to you. But they call it sleepy time tea for a reason, because it's very soothing to the nerves. Yeah. How are you? Mm. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, did you have a hard day? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I think we could do? We could do some havening. Let's do some havening. This is what havening is. Havening helps our nervous system. You can take your hands, your palms, put them together and rub them together. Some people start out like this, rubbing their palms really fast together so you can feel them get warm. You feel the tingles? Now we just want to go gently like this, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if you're all cozy in your bed, you can take your arms and run them up and down your shoulders. Maybe you have your shirt off, or maybe you have a tank top on. You rub your arms along your shoulders. Then you go back and forth, back and forth. You know what this is doing? It's sending messages to all the nerves in your hands, all the nerves in your body to relax. Yeah, and you can do this. And you just keep doing that. If you want, you can do it in the bathroom, in the mirror, or in your bedroom if you have a mirror over your dresser. And you can look at yourself and smile and think a happy thought. Do you have a happy thought? Think of a happy thought. And what it'll do is it'll calm your nervous system down. Yeah. Help you to relax. And you can do that for as long as you like. Think happy thoughts. And you can say, Holy Spirit, come. Breathe new life in me. Bring your holy healing power. Set my spirit free. Come, come, Holy Spirit, come. Breathe new life in me. Bring your holy cleansing power. Set my spirit free. And the Holy Spirit will come and help you feel better. You feel more relaxed. And if you hum while you do it, if you have a little song you like, you can hum. Isn't that lovely? It's called havening, and it's a way that you can send messages to your body to help you relax. Yep, I'm trying to make my camera be all just right. Let's see. I wanted to get the little bird. Do you see the little bird right here? Let's see if I can reach up. It's a little dove. If I go like that, can you see him better? Put something behind him. Yeah. It's a little dove. That's symbolic of the Holy Spirit. My dear one gave me that. She carved it and sent it to me. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, it's a symbol of the Holy Spirit. When Jesus was baptized, the dove, the Holy Spirit, came down upon him in the form of a dove. That was the symbol of the Holy Spirit. So I have it in my studio, over my little couch, my little day bed. It brings me a lot of joy just to see it and think of the Holy Spirit blessing this place. Mm, yeah. I'm so happy you could join us. Mm, I'm so happy you could be here. Mm, how are you? How is your day going? Mm. Hi. Oh, hi, Hirosak. Hi, it's so good to see you. It is a beautiful day. Mm. I'm so happy you could be here. Mm. Just doing some exercises to relax called havening. You can get your pillow, put it all supporting your neck, and get your little covers. I have a little sheet here and a fuzzy blanket. Let's see if I can bring my fuzzy blanket up without moving my pillow too much. Here it is. There's our little fuzzy blanket. Here's Peeps. Peeps says hi. Can you say hi, Peeps? Mm-hmm. Peeps has a special magical music box in his tummy, and he can say hi. Yeah. Okay, Peeps, you can get back in the little pouch. Mm. Mm. It is a beautiful day. Mm. Been having a happy day, spending it with my dear ones. I have my little lantern that I use. You want to see my lantern? It's very bright. So, can you see it? Let's see if I go like this, you might be able to see it better. See the pattern? It's got little birds hiding. So I have that. I've tried all sorts of little lights, but I was trying to read the Bible by candlelight, read my book, The Secret Garden by candlelight. That didn't work so well because it doesn't give me enough light. And I have those ring lights and dome lights and big lights and a lamp over there and a lamp over there and one overhead. But they were all too bright. So I got this lamp, this light going. I hope it's just right. Mm. This lantern's more like a candlelight. Mm. I like it. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Well, let's see. I was thinking maybe I should read a little bit. Mm. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the comments. If you have anything you want me to pray for you, if you have any advice you want, you go ahead and leave them in the comments. Mm. I've been a counselor for many, many years, so I've given people advice about all different things. Mm. Problems at work, problems at school, problems at home. I help people solve all different kinds of problems. Mm. Problems with people, problems with bullies, oh goodness, all different kinds of problems. Yeah. So if you can think of a problem that you need help with, you can put it in the comments. Or if you have something you want me to pray for, I'll write your name in my prayer journal because I pray twice a day. Well, really, I pray all day long because it says to pray without ceasing. Mm. Well, let's see what I've got here. I'm kind of trying to go forward a little bit and look at my little booklets and see if there's one. They get kind of tangled up together. There you go. See if there's one that we can get out. We've got a whole 10 of verses we could look through. And we have the Secret Garden book. I thought it would be really fun to read the Secret Garden book too. I think we might wait a little while and read a couple of the Psalms first, okay? Mm. Mm. Let's see. And I also have a book of affirmations that I wrote that I would like to read to you. Why don't we do some of those affirmations first, okay? One of them is, I'm glad you're alive. These are affirmations of being. I'm glad you're alive. Mm. And you belong here. Yeah, that's an important affirmation that we can give our babies when they're 0 to 6 months old. You belong here, and I'm glad you're alive. And you can grow at your own pace. You can grow at your own pace when you're learning in school, or you're learning a new job, a new task at work, or you just decided you want to learn something on your own, maybe crochet or knitting or painting or drawing or a new language. Well, you can learn at your own pace. You can grow at your own pace. Yep. You can feel all of your feelings. Yep, God made us with a full range of emotions, and you can feel all of your feelings. I love you and I care for you willingly. That's an important one. So we need to remember when we have wants and needs and desires that it's okay, because God made us with wants and needs and desires. I love you and I care for you willingly. Yep. What you need is important to me. That's an important thing to tell babies. What you need is important to me. And we need to tell that to mamas when they have babies too. What you need is important to me. And pretty much people at every age need to know that. What you need is important to me. What you need is important to God. He cares about you. And He gives us everything we need: a home and food and rest and a cozy bed. Yep, and a job, meaningful work, or school, places to study, friends and family. What you need is important to me. I'm glad you are you. God made you just the way you are. If you're a boy, He made you a boy. If you're a girl, He made you a girl. If you're a man, He made you a man. If you're a woman, God made you a woman. And I'm glad you are you. Yep. I love you and I care for you willingly. We need to make sure we tell our babies that. I love you and I care for you willingly. Those are important words to give our sweetheart. Those are important words that we give our little brother or our little sister. I love you and I care for you willingly. Yeah. Everybody wants love. Everybody needs to be loved. And everybody needs to be cared for. Yeah. Those are important affirmations that we need for 0 to 6 months, but also throughout our whole life. When we're an elder, we need to know, I love you and I care for you willingly. We need to know we're not a burden. When we're a teenager, we need to know, I love you and I care for you willingly. We need to know we're not a burden. Everybody wants to belong. Yeah, those are important messages that we need to give to the people we love. Yep. Mm. Mm. I'm so glad you could join me here. I'm going to read, let's see where I left off. I wrote it down here, Psalm 54. I'm going to start reading Psalm 54. And then we're going to read some of the Secret Garden. Yep. Let's see. I wonder. Sometimes I forget to write when I start. Silly Auntie Jeannie. But I just wrote down when I started. Do you have projects that you're working on that you like to do? Do you have a project that you're working on? I have a friend who likes to crochet, and she's making a beautiful cardigan, a summer cardigan, and it's white lace. Oh, it's so beautiful. If you want to see her making that, you can go to Chris Knits, Yarning Over Japan, and that's CHRISS, two S's, Knits, KNITS, Yarning Over Japan. And right now, every day, she plays music and she knits or crochets, and she's crocheting a beautiful knit cardigan, and she's knitting a dress. Oh my goodness, it's the most beautiful dress. It's a rainbow dress, all different colors. When she has a bit of yarn, a little bit left over from a project, she makes a whole stripe, knitting a whole stripe, and it's blue and yellow and purple and fuchsia and green and yellow and red, all different colors. Oh my goodness, it is so beautiful. She is very creative. She also makes hats and bags and sweaters. Oh my goodness, every time I go, she's making something new. You might like her channel. Yeah. And she's always got a new project going. Do you have a new project going? Do you have a project that you're working on? Maybe you're working on a creative project. I know my friend Anita is making characters, and she's always developing a new character or writing a new story. Mm. And I have a friend who's a woodworker, and he told me that he just made a cradle for his granddaughter. He's got a new granddaughter. Shout out to Jack. Hi, Jack. Welcome, baby. Welcome, baby. We don't know the girl's name yet because she hasn't been born, but he's been making a beautiful cradle. Really pretty. He showed me a picture, and it looked like a seashell. He carved it in the front. It looks like a seashell, and it's on little rockers, and it rocks. And I'm so happy they're going to have a brand new baby in their family pretty soon, any day now. So we're praying for Grandpa Jack and his little granddaughter. It's going to be born soon. Mm-hmm. God's so good. Lots of people have projects that they're working on. And my friend Aishia, I think that's how you say it. She's cooking. She's learning to cook. She told me she made bread. It was very yummy. I'm so happy for her. Mm-hmm. She's very creative. There's many people in my comments, many people who watch my live streams who are very creative. Lots of people who crochet and knit and paint and do watercolor or calligraphy. So many people that do cosplay. So many people that like to do makeup, do their makeup or their hair a different way. Lots of creative people. Yep. Lots of people who like to sew. Lots of people who like to do woodwork. Oh, I even have a friend who likes to make paintings out of diamonds. Can you believe it? They call it diamond painting, and they get these little jewels, little plastic jewels, and she makes paintings and mosaics. I have another friend who just showed me a picture. Oh, so creative. They did their bathroom floor, and they took tiles and they cut them in all these different shapes and did a picture and fit them together for their bathroom floor. It took a lot of work. There are very many creative people that come to my live streams. Yeah. God gives us lots of creative ideas, doesn't he? He's so good. He loves us so much. Did you know that you're cherished by God? It's true. He cherishes you. He loves you with an everlasting love. You are valued and cherished by God. And Jesus loves you so much. He understands what you're going through. He does. He knows what you're going through. Mm. And he loves you and he's proud of you. He sees how hard you're working. He knows how hard you're working to get along with other people. Yeah. He's always with you. He's always right there beside you. Yeah. He knows how hard you're working to get along with that difficult person at work. Yeah. That challenging person at school. Yeah, Jesus sees you. When you turn the other way, when you turn around and go the other way, and you make a choice not to say a mean word to that bully, Jesus sees that. It makes him happy. Now, sometimes we got to stand up for ourselves to bullies. You know that, right? Sometimes if you stand up to a bully, they'll quit bullying you. Yeah. Or if you're strong and powerful and you can protect someone from a bully, you do it. Yeah, it makes Jesus happy and proud. Jesus will never leave you. He'll never forsake you. He loves you with an everlasting love. Yeah, he does. He loves you so much. Jesus understands and he knows what we're going through. Even in our darkest hour, he's there. Yeah. God has a plan for our life. And his plans for us are good and not evil, to give us good things, to bring us a future and a hope, is what Jeremiah 29:11 says. It says, I know the plans that I've made for you, says the Lord, to give you a future and a hope. Yeah. Plans for your welfare, plans for your good, and not for calamity. To give you a future and a hope. Isn't that wonderful? Mm. I don't know why, but I sure have an itchy nose tonight. There was a little girl, people used to say, if your palm itched, it meant you were going to get money. I wonder what it is if your nose itches. Nice tea. Mm. 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 I feel all cozy when I drink my tea. Do you feel all cozy? Are you getting all cozy? Get your pillow all just right. Get your covers all cozy. Mm. Mm. Well, let's see. Let's read a little bit. We'll start at Psalm 54. Mm. Prayer for defense against enemies. For the choir director on stringed instruments, a maskell of David, when the Zephanites came and said to Saul, is not David hiding himself among us? Save me, O God, by your name, and vindicate me by your power. Hear my prayer, O God, give ear to the words of my mouth. For strangers have risen up against me, and violent men have sought my life. They have not set God before them. Behold, God is my helper. The Lord is the sustainer of my soul. He will recompense the evil to my foes. Destroy them in your faithfulness. Willingly I will sacrifice to you. I will give thanks to your name, O Lord, for it is good, for he has delivered me from all of my troubles, and my eye has looked upon satisfaction. My eye has looked with satisfaction upon my enemies. Psalm 55. For the choir director on the stringed instruments, a maskell of David. Prayer for the destruction of the treacherous. Give ear to my prayer, O Lord God. Do not hide yourself from my supplication. Give heed to me and answer me. I am restless in my complaint, and I am surely distracted, because of the voice of the enemy, because of the pressure of the wicked. For they bring down trouble upon me, and in anger they bear a grudge against me. My heart is in anguish within me, and the terrors of death have fallen upon me. Fear and trembling come before me, and horror has overwhelmed me. I said, "Oh, that I had wings like a dove! I would fly away and be at rest. Behold, I would never wander far away. I would lodge in the wilderness. Selah. I would hasten to my place of refuge from the stormy wind and tempest. Confuse, O Lord, divide their tongues, for I have seen violence and strife in the city. Day and night they go around her, upon her walls, and iniquity and mischief are in her midst. Destruction is in her midst, oppression and deceit do not part from her streets. For it is not an enemy who reproaches me, then I could bear it, nor it is one who hates me who has exalted himself against me, then I could hide myself from him. But it is you, a man my equal, my companion and my familiar friend. We who had sweet fellowship together, we walked in the house of God in the throng. Let death come deceitfully upon them. Let them go down alive to Sheol, for evil is in their dwelling in their midst. As for me, I shall call upon God, and the Lord will save me. Evening and morning, and at noon, I will complain and murmur, and the Lord will hear my voice. He will redeem my soul in peace from the battle which is against me. For there are many who strive with me. God will hear and answer them, even the one who sits enthroned from of old, Selah, with whom there is no change, and who do not fear God. He has put forth his hand against those who were at peace with him. He has violated his covenant. His speech was smoother than butter, and his heart was war. His words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn swords. Cast your burden upon the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never allow the righteous to be shaken. But you, O God, will bring them down to the pit of destruction. Men of bloodshed and deceit will not live out half their days, but I will trust in you. Oh my goodness, did you hear that? This is a psalm where David says that his dear friend whom he loved has turned against him and betrayed him. How sad. Have you ever had a dear friend betray you? I know I have. It was very painful. It says here in Psalm 55, verse 12, for it was not an enemy who reproaches me, then I could have bear it, nor is it one who hates me who has exalted himself against me, then I could hide myself from him. But it is you, a man my equal, my companion, and my familiar friend. We who had sweet fellowship together, and we walked in the house of the Lord. Isn't that sad? It's very sad. Some of us have been in relationships with narcissists, and we know just what that's like, don't we? We trusted someone, and we even went to church with them and thought that they were a believer, and we loved them and cared about them, and it turns out they were just pretending. It's very sad. But you know what he says? In verse 19, he says, God will hear and answer. And then it says in verse 20, that person has put forth his hands against those who were at peace with him, and he violated his covenant. Many people that I know were married to someone who is a narcissist, and the narcissist violated their covenant. His speech was smoother than butter, but his heart was war. That's that right there. Right there. That's a good description of a narcissist. Their speech is smoother than butter, but inside their heart it was war. His words are softer than oil, and yet they were drawn swords. They were like knives that cut deep. And what does David say to do? He says, cast your burden upon the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never allow the righteous to be shaken. Psalm 55:22. There's a promise we can rely on. Cast your burden upon the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never allow the righteous to be shaken. But you, O God, will bring them down to the pit of destruction. Men of bloodshed and deceit will not live out half their days. But I will put my trust in you, Lord. That's what we have to do. When we're in a relationship with a narcissist, we have to trust God to deliver us. And he will. He'll deliver you. He'll show you a way of escape. Yep. I'm going to check my messages. Hi. 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 So good to see you. I love you. Good to see you, Winsome Cat. You know what? I looked up your name. I'm not going to say your name, okay? But I'm going to tell you what it means in Hebrew. It means, God is my strength. You have a really good name. And you know where it comes from in the Bible? The angel Gabriel. And he says, I am Gabriel who stands in the presence of the Most High God. When somebody doubted him, they doubted who he was. He said, I am Gabriel, stand in the presence of the Most High God. And that's the root. And it means God is my strength, or let's see, where did I write it down? God is my strength. Yep. My name is Jeannie, and it means God's gracious gift, or God have mercy. God is merciful. God's gracious gift. Yeah. Names are amazing. You know, I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm going to grab my tissue and go like this with my nose. Like, I wonder if I have like a hair or something. You know how when you have long hair, sometimes your hair gets stuck on your glasses or your face or something. But my nose has been tickling me. My mama used to say, she had these silly wives' tales that they believed, and they used to say if your palm itched, it meant you were getting money. If you would scratch your palm, my grandma would scratch her palm and say, oh, I must be getting money, coming into money. It's just a silly old wives' tale. But I wonder what it is if your nose itches. And then she says, are you hydrating? I am. Got my living water, and I had a cup of tea just now. Anita was here, and Hirozak was here. He just popped in to say hi. And Anita just went to the store for a little while with her family. And oh, what? Okay, okay. Peep says hi, and listen closely. Oh, Peeps really likes you because you got not one, not two, but three little magical welcomes, and he's doing his little dance. He's doing his little penguin dance. Yep. Okay, Peeps is in the little pouch. Got the little sheet for Peeps, and I got the little fuzzy white blankie. He's all cozy. Are you getting cozy? Do you have a pillow for your head, a little blankie to be cozy with? Or maybe Maybe you have a cup of tea or cocoa. Mine is chamomile. It smells so good. I even like it when it gets cold. Mm. I've been nursing that little cup of tea for a while now. Mm. Mm. I have all my little comfort items. Let's see what you say. Mm. Hi, Aisha. Hi. So good to see you. Do you know what? I was just talking about you. I just said that we were talking about all the wonderful projects that people do, that the people who come to live stream do. And I was talking about all the different kinds of projects. And I have a friend, Jack, who's getting ready to have a grandson or a granddaughter. I think it's a granddaughter, but he's not sure. But anyway, he's getting ready to have a grandbaby. So he made a cradle, and we were talking about Chris Knits and how she's making a beautiful crochet cardigan. And I told everybody about my friend Aisha, who's learning to cook, and she made yummy bread. You know, I was trying to tell you in the comments that Chris Knits that when you know how to make bread, you can make so many cool things, because if you just take a basic bread recipe, you can make the dough and knead it and then shape it into different things. Like one of my favorite things I did with my little girl, she's about 6 or 7 years old, and I made up a batch of bread dough and we shaped it into a teddy bear by making a stomach and a head and then little ears and then little paws and little feet. And we put raisins for the eyes, and we made another little circle for the mouth and then a little circle for the nose. And it was really fun. And then we brushed it with, we took an egg and brushed it with, mixed it up really good, you know, and then brushed it with egg to make it have a little golden brown color. And oh, I have one of my favorite pictures is her holding it up in the kitchen with a big smile. And then I don't know if you ever go to Pinterest. I have my new phone. I'm locked out of my Pinterest and my Facebook, and I don't know why. My son says I probably just need to put a password in, so I'm going to have to look up my passwords. But on Pinterest years ago, I saw somebody had taken bread dough and they made round rolls, but they cut the tops so that it looked like bunny ears. So they looked like little bunnies, and then they put a little round tail, like a little round tail. So they were little rolls for springtime. And then one of my lady friends, her little boy likes owls. So every once in a while, she'll do something special, like just make a batch of bread and then divide it all into little blobs. And then she'll shape them like little owls. And all she'll do is just make the like a bottom like this and then the top like that, and then she'll take a fork or a spoon and make the little wing imprints on the rolls, and then she'll let them rise and bake them. It's just sort of fun, you know. I remember one time I went to a lady's house and she made, it was a luncheon, and she made little rolls that looked like little tiny kitties. I don't know how she did it. I mean, it was just like a cat with a she made a snake for a tail, and it had little ears, but it was so cute. And she had even taken a little bit of food color and a paintbrush to give them eyes. Mm-hmm. It was really pretty. But I was thinking about you. Every time I think of a recipe or I think of cooking now, I think of you. Mm. Yeah. You have to be careful on Pinterest because you can get carried away and feel like every little thing you do has to be so, so special. I like it for inspiration. Now, I have a friend who teases me and says that maybe the reason God let me lose my password for Pinterest, I know it's written in my password book, but you know how you have so many passwords that you can't remember them all. So when you try to enter it in your phone, you can't remember it. So you have to go find the book, and then I get distracted and I forget about it. Well, my friend says that me losing my password for Pinterest was why I wrote my books. Because I have like so many boards on Pinterest, and I just learned about it in like 2017, and I only did it from like 2017 to like maybe 2019 or 2020, I'm not sure. But I had so many, I don't know why, but just the idea of having things come in your feed and then choosing that thing that you like and putting it to a board, it's very soothing to me. Something about it was very soothing. So I would do that a lot in my spare time. And so when I decided to write a book, I had to get a new phone, um, because my old phone was dying. And so I got a new phone and I switched over some of my stuff to my new phone. But when I opened up Pinterest, it won't open. And when I open up Facebook, it won't open. But my son set it up so let's see, how do I say this? I can write into my phone, like type, and in documents, it'll go to my tablet and it stores it in my tablet for my books. So that was good because all that time that I used to spend looking at Pinterest, or writing for Quora, I'm now writing my books, so it's good. But sometimes I miss Pinterest. But like I say, don't get carried away. You got to be careful not. You can think, oh no, don't compare yourself, is what I'm trying to say. You know, a lot of people, it's only their very best pictures of their very best food that they put on there. My son makes kind of a granola, and he makes it from scratch with oats and coconut, and oh goodness, it's really delicious. But he was making it last week, and he leaves it in the oven to just get it a little tiny bit caramelized, and you won't believe the taste is so good. It just tastes like wow, the flavor. But I wasn't paying attention to the oven, and he wasn't paying attention to the oven. And in the morning when we woke up, it had burnt. And he's so sad. And I said, it's okay. Everybody burns cookies sometimes. Everybody burns something, or, nothing, everyone's not perfect. And then he said, well, maybe it's sitting on top of the microwave in a bowl, and it looks like way too toasted. And he says, well, I was thinking I'd feed it to the birds. And I was like, don't do that. You don't want to kill the birds. And I know it's hard to throw it away, but go put it in the compost pile. I don't want you hurting the poor little birds. Oh, but some of my cookies when I was a teenager, I was, of course, learning to cook, and some of my cookies looked like little hockey pucks. They were just little black things. And my dad would say, oh, looks like you're cooking. Maybe you need to stand by the oven and watch them closely. My dad never said anything negative. He would always find something to compliment. Um, so one day he came in the kitchen, and I had just totally burnt these cookies, and there was smoke billowing out of the stove. And I had my hot pads on my hands, and I took it out and stuck it on the deck, and he said, oh, you were making hockey pucks. And he was totally happy. He wasn't teasing me or anything. He goes, those might work for good hockey pucks. And the funny thing was, is the boys used to play in the street in front of our house. We had a cul-de-sac, and we lived on the house that was at the circle part of the cul-de-sac. And so the cars wouldn't drive. They would only drive to whatever the house was. And so the boys would go out in the street with roller skates and play hockey. So my dad went outside and said, hey, in a few minutes we'll have some new hockey pucks for you. was so embarrassed. My brother took one of those cookies and went whack, and sure enough, it was hard enough to be a hockey puck. You know, hockey pucks are like this, and the cookie was like this. But sadly, for a long time, we called those cookies hockey pucks. Even if they were perfect, my dad would say, "Are you going to make some hockey pucks today?" But I loved cooking. It's so much fun. I love coming up with new ideas, being excited, coming up with a new recipe. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, Pinterest makes you greedy. That's a good way of looking at it. In the old days, they didn't have advertisements. Now, I haven't been on Pinterest for like, goodness, 4 years, so I don't know if it's changed. But in the old days, you could pin something and then write a comment under it. So my mother has boards. She had so many boards. I had never been on Pinterest, and my mother told me, "Oh, you've got to go to Pinterest. You'll love it. You'll love it." And she was telling me this for years. And finally, I went there and looked at her boards, and I couldn't believe it. She had very detailed instructions on how to make something, you know, like a recipe under a picture of something. She just has amazing boards. And so then I started making boards. And then partway through, when I was involved in Pinterest, they changed and they become very commercial, where there'll be like an ad or it'll be like advertising something, you know? So it's different now. So I bet you it's changed a lot from when I was there. Oh, and she says, yes, I once made cookies that were so fragile they turned into sand. Yeah, like that's happened to me too. There were these cookies. You know, have you ever gone to church or to a picnic or a like a bazaar? A late, you know how they have crafts bazaars and stuff. When I was a little girl, I used to go. Churches used to have crafts bazaars, and it would be usually in the spring and usually right before Christmas. So in the December during the holidays, people would go to the bazaars to buy things, and there would be like all these baked goods, and there'd be all different kinds of cookies. Like where I lived in Seattle, there were lots of people who were from Norway that were Norwegian. So in Ballard, they would have these churches that would have these bazaars, and they would have crumb cookies that were like that big, and they're just lace cookies that are rolled, and they have this really buttery, delicate flavor, and it's like almost caramelized, but not quite, but they're so buttery. When you take a bite, they melt in your mouth. And I used to always, when I was a little girl, want to learn how to make those, but nobody in my family made those. You know, everybody makes cookies that are like the ones that their mama made, or maybe they try a new one from a cookbook. So I used to make cookie boxes, and I would make lots of different kinds of cookies. And my mama always had these tins. They look like this, cookie tins, and some of them would have pictures on them. And she would bake cookies and layer them once they cooled, so there's no moisture. Layer them with um, brown paper or parchment paper or wax paper, and the whole tin would be full of one kind of cookie. And then she'd set it up on the shelf in the pantry, and nobody could get into those because it was just for Christmas. So like every day she'd make one kind of cookie or two kinds of cookies, and she'd give some of them to the family, but some of them she'd put in a tin that we'd save for Christmas. And then right before Christmas, like 3 or 4 days before, she would make a cookie tin for every family on our block. Or they had these pans, I don't know what you call them, but they were plastic, and they were kind of like a bowl, but they were shallow, and they always had like a Frosty the Snowman or Santa Claus or a reindeer or a Christmas tree, something like that. They were plastic, and she would put cookies, some of each one of the different kinds of cookies. So there'd be like 5 or 10 of each kind in there, and it would be like 3 or 4 dozen cookies. And then she'd put saran wrap or this big plastic wrap with a bow, tie ribbons and a bow, and then she'd make little cards and clip them on, would tie them on, and we would take them around and deliver them. Maybe we would deliver them to a family down the street, or maybe we would take them to church, or maybe we'd go to a nursing home, but we would deliver these cookies. And so at Christmas, that was like the big treat that we would have. There was always cookies and hot chocolate or cookies and milk, after dinner. So my mom um, used to make all these different types of cookies. So I wanted to learn to make cookies from all around the world. And so when I worked in Seattle, I met families from all around the world. And so I'd ask them during the holidays if they had a cookie recipe that they could share. And they would write out their cookie recipe. And some of the families even had me come over when I was visiting them. They would teach me how to make the cookies. So like Mexican wedding ring cookies, they're like, it's like a cookie dough that you roll into a circle, and they dust them with powdered sugar. And golden thumbprint cookies, little ball cookie dough, and you roll it in walnuts, and then you put your thumbprint in the middle, and you put jam in the center. And I mean, as many types of jam as you had, you would have that cookie. You could make a whole bunch of that dough and keep it in your freezer or in your fridge, roll it up. And then if somebody came over, you could just make it really quick because it only takes like 10 minutes for them to cook. So you put your finger in, roll it in nuts, and then put your finger in the center, and it makes a little imprint. And then in the last minute or two that it's baking, you open up your oven carefully so you don't get burnt, and take a little spoonful, like a fourth of a teaspoon of jam, and stick in the center. So I'd make lemon curd from scratch and make those cookies with lemon curd. Or it's going to sound funny, but people like mint jelly. They put mint jelly in. But my favorites were strawberry or raspberry jam. And you stick them in there, and then when it comes out of the oven, you have to be careful because it boils, but then it gets hard, and then it tastes so good. You get them. So there were all sorts of cookies like that. But one time I tried these crumb caca. They were called crumb caca. And I had to go to Ballard, and my boyfriend, when I was in college, you would say you had a boyfriend, and this isn't even somebody you kissed, right? It's just a friend. But I was going to Bible school. I was studying to be a nurse. And so he worked at oh gosh, what's it called? A place where people do dry cleaning. So he would be the clerk. So sometimes on the Saturday and Sunday, he would work there, or on a holiday if the owner wanted to take a break, like on his wife's anniversary or their birthday, he would take the day off. And so my boyfriend would go and he'd work there. And so when he would do that, I would go with him and visit the ladies that lived in the buildings and the houses in Ballard. And one of them showed me how to make crumb caca. And they use this iron, and it looks like a waffle iron. It's just flat and it's round, and it has a handle, two handles. And you take the dough and you stick it. It's sort of like a tortilla maker, but for sugary cookie. And you press it, and then you have this long cone-shaped wooden dowel. It's cone-shaped, and you press it, you pick up this iron and you put the dough in it, you put it on your burner of your stove. So it's very complicated, and you have to know how to balance how hot the stove is. And nobody tells you this, you just learn. And then you take this, you open it up after it's pressed flat, and there's like little designs on the iron, so it's now pressed into the little cookie. And then you very quickly take that dowel, the cone, and you roll it. And then you have to carefully take the cookie that's rolled on the cone into the shape, and carefully take it off and lay it on some parchment paper or wax paper to cool. And you do this over and over and over to make these crumb caca cookies. So I wanted to make them so bad, so the lady showed me how to do it. And so I looked and I looked and I looked at the thrift stores, and I found a crumb caca iron. I couldn't believe it. And then of course I had to look and I look and I look, and I found the cone. Well, a lot of ladies, what they did is they were coming from the old country and they brought their crumb caca iron, but they didn't have the special dowel, so they would use their broom handle. I couldn't believe that. This lady went and just got her broom handle, washed it off, and was using her broom handle with, big long broom, a straw broom. So I learned how to make those cookies, and I remember the first time I made them, I was newly married and I was all excited and I was going to show off my homemaking skills, and make these cookies. And remember, these cookies are from Norway, so they're Norwegian, so they're very exotic as far as I'm concerned. And I did this and I made them too thin and they just crumbled into sand. So it took quite a bit of skill to be able to make those cookies. But the homemakers, the old ladies who had been homemakers their whole lives, and their mama had taught them, and they'd been doing it since they were teenagers, to them, they just made it look easy. Isn't it that way with everything? Sometimes, when I see Chris knits when she's knitting, I think, oh my goodness, she just makes it look so easy. I can't watch her hands. To this day, I have to look at Chris's eyes when she's making something, or look at the sweater, or look at her eyes, because if I look at her hands, I start to fall asleep. I don't know if I've ever told her that. And then she says, yes, I once made cookies that were so fragile they turned to sand. Yeah. Oh, she said, I recently tried coconut cookies. It's turned out really good. Oh, well, now what you need to do is get a little 3x5 card or one of these little roller things. This isn't the right one. I have one here someplace. Get a little notebook or a journal and write the recipes down that you like and put a date by it so you know. And if you have any comments, like I have cookbooks that have comments that I've written in them. Like, I tried to change from seed oils over to butter. I went away from seed oils because there's lots of research saying seed oils are not healthy for you. So I only use butter or olive oil or beef tallow. I don't use um, seed oils anymore, like canola oil or whatever. I don't, corn oil, I don't use that. So I just melt the butter and use as much butter as they say to use oil. And so in my recipe books now, I'm making a note when I try that recipe, and I'll say maybe I'll write, you really good, add 1 tablespoon more water, or um, use melted butter or whatever. You know what I mean? Or sometimes I'll write serve with, like I had this really good idea for this curry. I made this curry and I was trying to figure out what would I serve it with. And so underneath it, I put serve with rice, like jasmine rice, just so that I could remember what, and then I sometimes even write the menu, what I wrote, what I served it with for dessert, so I can remember. Coconut cookies sound really good. Yeah, my son burnt that, and I was like, oh, I expect him. He's learning to cook. He's one of these people that experiment. He does food experiments. We don't call it cooking, we call it food experiments. If you have anybody in your family who's like that, you'll know what I mean. Like, one year, I'll never forget this. I was like, dang it, this client was in New Zealand and I met her on Quora and I did some work for her. and she sent me a thank you gift, and she knew the city that I lived in, and so she sent a package from New Zealand, if you can imagine, in care of the postmaster to my name. And I was like surprised that it even got to me. And I opened it up. I was on my way to work, but the postmaster came, the postman came. So I took the package and thanked him and was all excited, like, who's sending me a package from New Zealand? And I opened it up, and it was 2 jars of Melaleuca honey, which is like Melaleuca is a type, it's tea tree oil, okay? And I was like, oh my goodness, I could not believe it. Like where I live, I went to the thrift store, and that honey from New Zealand is $50 a jar. And that's like outrageous. But people use it for wound care, okay? So like nurses use honey, raw honey, for wound care. But when the bees are around the tea tree oil, it's got this kind of a sharp taste. It's not really for eating, it's for wound care. So she was like, oh, we have tons of that. I'll send you some. So she sent it to me. So I was like in a hurry. I had to leave right then to get to work on time. You know that day where you linger a little bit too long and you realize, oh no, if I don't leave right now, I'm going to be late. So I had to leave. I came back, and he had used 1 whole jar of this honey in one of his food experiments. And he'd taken this honey and peanut butter and mixed it together with flour and made some kind of a bar thing and ended up not even eating it. And I was like, ah, I hid the other jar. It's behind my jewelry box. He'll never find it. And that was like, this happened like 5 years ago. And I still have that jar, and I take out little bits of it. I stick it in a bowl, and then I use it if I'm gardening and I get a cut or a scratch. I come inside and wash my hand really good, and then clean it out with rubbing alcohol, and then put a little bit of the Melaleuca honey on it, and that will heal really quickly. It's amazing, but I have to hide it from my son, or he'll do food experiments with it. I'm hoping he's going to get his recipe down for the coconut though, because oh, it smelled so good. I was like, dang, he wanted to feed it to the birds. I'm like, oh, please don't poison the birds. Oh, her younger brother liked the cookies so much that he said, before you move, do make me a container of these cookies. Well, there's a compliment. That's a nice compliment. It's good to be wanted, huh? You got to write that recipe down though so you don't forget. Years ago, I have the memory of it. I was pregnant, so the memory is so sealed in my mind. But my husband loved to cook, and he would invent things and then not write it down. And I learned it the first time because this is going to sound crazy, but he made these cookies. And you know how you have bananas and they get too ripe? And when bananas are too ripe, a lot of people in America make banana bread. So I thought he was making banana bread because there was these too ripe bananas. And sometimes here they go ripe really quickly. And but he didn't. He made cookies with them. He made these really thin, buttery cookies with bananas, and they were so delicious. And to this day, I've never been able to replicate it. And I said, you need to write it down. So after that, and I was pregnant, so I was like craving those cookies. And no matter what I did, I couldn't copy it. I don't know what he did, but they were so good. And so I got a little booklet and some recipe cards, and had him, I'd say, what did you do? And then he'd tell me, and I'd write it down because he thought up the best recipes. And when I was pregnant, now I can still do this, but it's really funny. When you're pregnant, you have like a really strong sense of smell and a really strong sense of taste. So you'll be like asleep dreaming, and you'll be dreaming that you're eating something and you can taste it. and then you wake up and you're hungry. And I know that sounds weird, okay, but it's like so hungry that you can't stand it. So you know those fairy tales? There's a fairy tale about a woman who was pregnant and she wanted to have this um, I think it might have been a eggplant so much. She craved this eggplant and it was in this witch's garden. And so she traded something, like it was like her firstborn child or something like that, for this eggplant because she wanted it so badly. I always thought when I was a little girl, that is the stupidest story. Who would ever trade a baby for an eggplant? Till I got pregnant and craved something so strongly that I was like, wow, this is incredible. But if you're a cook, that's a really great gift to have if you can bake or cook, if you can imagine what tastes go together. And so if you find yourself with a recipe you like, get a recipe card, write it down, or write it in a journal so you don't forget. My recipe book is just a binder, and I just put it's got like it's like a photograph album with little slots, and I just stick the recipe cards in, so that way when I open it up to use to read the recipe, like to measure out the flour, I'm not getting, if I get flour on the plastic, it's okay, it just cleans right up. Mm. But yeah, if you think of something, write it down because you're going to want that recipe later, especially if it's good, if you like it. Mm. She says, I'll make a batch for me too. I'll make you an apple pie in exchange." Ooh, apple pie. You know, when I was a little girl, I live in Washington State in America, and the most famous symbol for Washington State was a great big red delicious apple, and they're sweet. And it sounds funny, they're crisp, but they're sweet. So the whole time I grew up, the only kind of apple pie I ever had was this red delicious apple pie. And so after a while, I kind of didn't like apple pie, and I kind of thought that was the only apple pie that they had. And then I met this lady who had this apple tree, and they were called Macintosh apples, and they're kind of squatty like this, and they're red and yellow when they're ripe, and they're a little bit more sour, and oh, they're sweet, tart, you know. Oh, that apple pie is really good. But my husband used to make apple pie with Granny Smith apples that are really tart. And he was so clever. He took and made caramel. And this is going to sound crazy, but he made a crumb crust, like graham cracker crumb crust. And he would take caramel, make caramel from scratch. And he would just drizzle it, like put it in a bottle, like an old ketchup bottle, and just drizzle it over the bottom, and then cook the pie with the um, Granny Smith apples. And then when he would serve it, he would drizzle some caramel over it and a dollop of whipped cream. It was like having a caramel apple. Oh, it was so good. I was like, oh my goodness, there's so many different ways to cook something, you know? And so I found out that if you even use a different kind of fruit, like if you take a recipe for a pie and you use a fruit that you've never used before, or they have these things in America called crumbles, or let's see, crisp, apple crisp, and it's like a cookie on the bottom, and then apples, and then crumbs on top, and they have all different names. People call, it's regional. Some people call them crisp or crumbles, but there, it's just what people do when they have so much fruit, like a fruit tree, and they have canned a bunch and given a bunch away, and now they need to do something. And a lot of people will, when you have an apple, you know, there's a rotten spot, you cut the rotten spot off, but then the slices aren't even, and you just chop them up and you put them in the crumble. Oh my goodness, it's so good. And mixing different kinds of apples, like I have a lady friend, She's like 80 years old, and I learned something new from her this last fall. She mixes 3 different kinds of apples to make her apple pie. I was like, I didn't even know you could do that. I thought maybe it was breaking the rules or something. But she uses a sweet apple. She has a tart apple that grows in her yard, in her orchard, and then she uses like 3 different kinds of apples. Oh, I was in heaven. I thought I better not stay here or I'd be the size of a house eating all these yummy desserts she could dream up. Hmm. She says, sure, sure. Now I have 2 younger sisters also. I will make for you and Jeannie. I remember your recipe card. I write in my cooking diary. Yeah, it's really, um, it's really good to write down your recipes. So you also date it up in the corner or down in the bottom, put the date. And then you'll be able to look back and you remember this time. If I went and got my recipe album and showed you recipes, I have recipes from when I was 14, when I was 16, and they're written out by the lady who gave them to me. And some of them I wrote out by hand, and it's my teenage handwriting, you know. And it just instantly, when I see that recipe, it takes me right back to that day. I can remember what I was wearing. I can remember my glasses that I had then. I can remember my bedroom, my teenage bedroom. I can remember how I was so excited to go to that party. And then the lady showed me how she made the cookie and wrote it out for me. I remember every time I see that recipe, it brings back all those memories. Currently, I am doing the same, Jeannie, experienced with recipes. And then she says, at least he is trying, Jeannie. Some men think cooking is only for women. Yes, in some countries it's like that. Um, my dad was one of 14 children, and he was in World War II. And in the war, in the army, they have people who work in the kitchen, people who cook, people who are on the front lines, and my dad was on the front lines. And somehow the cook got sick. And so they were like kind of like camping in the trenches. It's not fun camping, it's a trench, a big hole that's very deep, like 6 feet deep, that they would get in and hide. And they had a little tiny burner stove. And my dad, they were in France, and my dad occupied by the Nazis. My dad went and picked some potatoes and picked a leek and had a little like a little pan, and he boiled water in it, and he made a soup. He made a potato soup. And somehow one of the generals came by, and he saw the men, and they were saluting him, and they were surprised that he was there inspecting the troops. And they didn't have anything to offer him, so one of the men offered him my dad's soup. And they had rations. They had K rations, but my dad would cook additionally. And the officer loved the soup so much that he asked my dad if he would come and cook. So for a week or two, my dad cooked for this man. And it was, he tells the story, until the guy got shot. And the guy did something, I don't know what he did, but he stood up when he wasn't supposed to, or was in the line of fire. And then my dad just went back to the infantry and did what he was doing. He was a sniper. But he would often go off with a group of 1 or 2 men by himself, and they would have him cook. And he could take anything and turn it into a meal. It was amazing. And you would not think that, it was practically gourmet food. You wouldn't think that it was just a can of something that he doctored up. Like, he would take a can of chili from the grocery store and add a little bit of cinnamon and a little bit of chili powder and a little bit of cumin, and he'd saute an onion and stick in there and add some, he had soaked some chili beans overnight or something, and make it into this feast. And you would just be like, wow, and all the flavors. So I've always been blessed to be with men who could cook. My father and then my husband, they could both cook. Mm. So it was nice. But I know what you mean. Yeah. My son does things where he has to learn the value of food because he'll make a mistake and throw it away. And I say to him, you need to go to the grocery store and see what the prices are because the prices have tripled in the last few years here. And I say, you don't throw it away, you figure out how to turn it into something else. Yeah, if you go to an American grocery store now, you'll see what I mean. Mm, mm. Oh dear, that's not good. That's not good. Drama in the comments. Yeah, okay, so there's somebody who on another server, on another, in another live stream is in the comments there, and they are making sexist comments on Discord, and they're not apologizing. Yeah, that's not right. And then and then she says, no, did he apologize? And she says, no, he asked me to never talk to him again. And then this very wise lady in the comments says, just listen to your heart. Did you do something wrong for standing for you and for women in Discord who feel hurt by those so-called sexist jokes? Hello, hi, I'm glad you're here. No, I don't regret it, she says. Hmm. And then she says, if I were you in your place, I would do the same thing if something hurts me. Hi, good to see you, Rochi. Hi. Hi, Juanita. Did I screw up something in Discord? I feel like I did. No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I don't think standing up for yourself is your fault, is what she says. Here's the thing. And now everybody's saying hi. All this talk of food is making me hungry. I know. It was not your fault at all. It was mine, and I apologize. Oh, no, it's not your fault. Now, listen. I sent somebody an email telling them this, but I have given two people, and they're both gentlemen. Let me rephrase that. They're both men, and they're both from countries that say they have a culture that doesn't respect women. And anytime I say to them, that's not very respectful of women when they make a joke, then they say, oh, that's cultural. That's just what our culture is. Well, I'm sorry, but women make up half the planet. Women and girls make up half the planet. And if you want to get married, if you want to have a daughter, you need to learn to treat women respectfully, right? And I know these two men want to get married and want to have children. So we are teaching them how to respect women, how to treat women with respect. Whether it's a part of their culture or it's acceptable in their culture to be disrespectful of women does not matter. Okay? I come from a Christian culture where it's okay and acceptable to be disrespectful of women, but it's not biblical, it's not right, it's not moral, it's not just. So saying it's cultural is just a way to make an excuse for our behavior. You see what I mean? And it's not your fault, and you don't need to apologize. Also, My friend told me it's not his first time. He did it many times, and 6 jokes is seriously not funny. Okay, I don't even know what the jokes are because nobody told me. A lot of this happened when I was in the hospital, and I can't get anybody to tell me what happened, what the jokes were. But I have told them, both of them, when they've come to my live streams, um, and I have to figure out how to make my live streams public. When they're posting, they're saying they're public right now, but when they're posting as private. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, I did tell both of them that they need to be respectful of women. And sometimes I think people, when they're raised in a culture of disrespect, when they're raised in a household that allows disrespect, they don't know what respect is. So we have to teach them, right? She says, Simba just gave her a big kiss. Kitty kisses. Kitty kisses are the best. It's not your fault. Aw, you got a cat too. Okay, tell me in the comments what your cat looks like, because I know Simba is an orange squishy kitty. Now tell me what your cat looks like, Rochi. And then she says, I wish I was there with you at that time. Yeah, you wish you were there so you could protect them. Aw, that sounds adorable. And then she says, it's okay, I'm thankful for this lesson that I learned from it this time. Okay, I don't know what IKRW means, but W is the other girl's name, so IKR, I don't know what that means. We're here for you. Do not forget, I'm your elder sister. You're a sweetie pie is what you are. Simba just tried to steal a piece of cake that I'm eating. Simba! Oh my goodness. I watched a movie last night. It was rated R. It was called Death of a Unicorn. It was horror, dark comedy. It was honestly a good movie. I don't like horror movies. Thank you, Aisha. I'm always here for you all too. I bet that's some good cake, she says. Carrot cake. Oh, I want carrot cake. Are you going to share? Sounds like a good movie. Glad you had fun. I love carrot cake. Here you go, carrot cake. Thank you. I somewhat had fun. I split a drink that was already overwhelmed with how many people were there. I'm pretty sure I ended up having an anxiety attack. Anxiety attacks aren't fun. Carrot cake is so good. Nom, 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 nom. I always blame myself for lots of stuff. Yeah, we got to stop that. We got to start an affirmation. This is not about me. It's about what happened to me. This is not about me. This is about what happened to me. This is not about you. It's about what happened to you. Somebody was disrespectful of women, and you defended women, or you defended yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. This isn't about me. This is about them. They have issues. Here you go. Num, 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 num. The one convenience store near my house, how does it pass health regulations? I got some candy afterwards. He hugs, hugs. Yeah, just because I'm younger doesn't mean I can't have morals and values and don't deserve respect. Exactly. Or just because I'm a woman. Exactly. Okay, stay safe. Everything at that store is over a year expired. Oh no. Expired foods stands for I know, right? IKR stands for I know right. IKR, I know right. Okay. We just learned an acronym. We just learned an acronym. We just learned an acronym. Oh, how exciting. IKR. I know, right? Okay, I'm going to write it down. IKR. I know, right. I'm learning the secret language. It's very good. No culture says disrespect women. It's just excuse by them. Yeah, I don't know how to say this and not sound, you know how we're also careful not to sound sexist or racist, but when I had a discussion with them about it, they were saying that it's their religion. And I said, yeah, no, your religion, I know your religion, and it doesn't agree with being disrespectful of women. You wouldn't talk about your mother that way. You wouldn't talk about your sister that way. You wouldn't talk about your wife that way. You wouldn't talk about your daughter that way. You should not talk like that about women. Because who are women? Women are your mother, your sister, your daughter, your wife, your coworker. I think too, sometimes in America, they give guys a pass and say locker room talk. It's not right. My cat is really silly and a big fluffy, and she's gray and white. Oh, what's your cat's name? Gray and white. I saw the one item that was dated October 23. Here, Jeannie, she's giving me carrot cake. Yum, yum, yum. Thank you. She says, I get anxiety attacks a lot. You know what? I can teach you some exercises to stop them, okay? Yep. I'll write that down and we'll do a whole video on anxiety. Breathing in with your nose, out with your mouth 4 times. Can help a lot of times interrupt an anxiety attack. Yep. And remember we talked about havening? When you go like this, you rub your hands together and then go. And if you hum while you do it, you haven. You can reset your vagal nerve. There's another thing you can do. You can take your ear and pull on your earlobe, or put your finger, this only works if you don't have long nails, put your finger inside your ear and massage inside your ear. Remember if you ever saw Star Trek movie Deep Space Nine, there were the people with the Terengis with the great big ears, and if you massaged them, they'd get all excited. Well, really and truly, if you massage your ear, it'll help you relax. I love Jeannie. She says, I love you. True, Jeannie. If we women don't stand up for us, then who will stand up? Yep. I love you, Jeannie. I'm sorry about that. Do you use the 5-thing rule? Yeah, you know about the 5-thing rule, right? You think of 5 things that you can see in the room. It's a grounding exercise. So I play I Spy with my little eye, and I go like this with my fingers every time I think of one. So I spy with my little eye peeps. I spy with my little eye, and then you look at it with your whole body and think with your whole mind. I spy with my little eye a dress that's hanging up in the closet. I spy with my little eye a purple curtain. I spy with my little eye a pair of black velvet pumps. I spy with my little eye buttercream, buttercream, the therapy dog. And then, so that's seeing. So you think seeing, and then you say hearing, So I hear with my ear the fan. I hear with my ear my video. I hear the birds outside the window. I hear the music playing in the other room. I hear my stomach growling, gurgling after I drink water. So see, hear, smell. Buttercream smells like lavender. I can smell my chamomile tea. Mm. I smell sage from the incense that I was using earlier. So we got lavender, chamomile, sage. Oh, I can smell the perfume I'm wearing. I can smell my lipstick has a little bit of a rose smell. So that was seeing, hearing, smelling. Then go tasting. I can taste the leftover curry from the curry chicken that I ate before I came on. I can taste some chamomile. Mm. Maybe you keep a breath mint in your purse or beside your bed or your table. They're these really lovely little candies that I get. They're supposed to be cough drops, medicinal purposes. Oh my goodness, they're called honeys, Honees, and they're made in Italy, and you crunch them, and you get the surprise of real honey flows out of them. Mm. What else? Maybe you have a piece of gum you can chew. Maybe you can take a sip of water. So you just think of 5 things that you can taste. And then you think of 5 things. What are your senses? Sight, smell, hearing, taste, touch. So then you think of 5 things that you can touch. So right now, I'm crinkling the wrapper on the honey candy, right? And it feels hard and crinkly. I'm petting Buttercream. He's kind of furry. Maybe you have your cat there. You can touch Simba or your kitty. Yeah. And I can feel my blouse. It's touching my skin, and the little tank top I have under my blouse is all kind of silky, and it's got lace on it, and it feels pretty on my skin. Let's see. Buttercream, my blouse, the little candy. Oh, I can feel my hair. My hair's all curly. Mm. I can feel my arm. I can do some havening and feel my arm. Mm. I can feel my face. I do some havening. And so it's just a way to bring you back to your senses and ground you. Yeah, some people call it a grounding exercise. Okay, everybody say bye to Buttercream. Buttercream's going to go over here and sit. Buttercream holds up one of my books. Okay, Buttercream, there you go. Oh, it's all right. Everybody loves you. Mm. We don't want Buttercream to be jealous of Peeps, do we? No. Mm. Now I'm going to look in the comments. My cat's name is Patches. Mm. Well, you know what? If you keep forgetting, what you can do is you can make a little card with a little symbol. And how about if you get the next time you're going to go to the grocery store or the stationery store or just anywhere really. Let's see if I can find, oh dear, I have a huge pile. Let's hear some, oh, there it is. Got a big pile of everything that I use to talk with you about. How about if you ask your mama or your daddy or to get one of these, and it's just called a Mead Index, ruled index cards, and they're on a spiral, and there's like 50 of them. And just ask them to get you one. You go to the grocery store. If you live in America or Canada, sometimes in the grocery store, there's that aisle where they have business stuff like some school notebook paper and some pens. They usually have these there. Sometimes they're cheaper at like a box store. But you get these, and what we'll do is we'll start writing affirmations. And then what you can do is on one side of the card, we can write the affirmation. And on the other side of the card, we can write a verse. And some people are okay just having affirmations, but sometimes people of faith feel strange and they need to have a verse. So whichever way is okay with me. I have affirmations that I write and I have verses. So I put them both on the same card, so I can do it either way. But what you can do is Psalm 1 says you can meditate on the law of the Lord day and night, and it'll change your thinking. And so that's a huge promise from the Bible, a huge secret for mental health, is if anything that you start saying to yourself day and night, especially when you first wake up and when you first are falling asleep, it'll go deep into your subconscious mind and it'll rewrite how you feel. So I was just thinking maybe for, if we were going to do an affirmation for grounding, if you were going to take a card, right, or take a piece of paper and make a symbol someplace in your room, like wherever you are the most. Like I'm here in my studio a lot, so I have over there boards with little reminders on them. I have over here little reminders. I should probably reach over there and grab a couple and read them to you. But you could make like an eye, a shape like an eye, just a simple eye. Let me see if I can find a blank. One of these is going to have a blank card. They're almost all full. Okay, I have to find a blank piece of paper or a blank card. I know what I'll do. I have little ones. I'll make one. So let's say we were going to make a symbol. What would be a symbol for what you see? How about an eye? Okay, so you're going to laugh at my drawing. It's okay. So what if you did it? Let's see. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. Can you see the eye? So with my eyes, I see, and then with my ear, I hear. So what would be a symbol for an ear? You're going to laugh when I show you. I'm not going to show you that. It's so funny looking. Well, let's see. How would we draw an ear? Yeah, it's gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh. Oh well, laugh away. Like a little symbol of an ear. You know what I mean though, right? Make some little symbol, like make a little person's face with ears and make a little arrow towards the ear, or with eyes, and then a hand for touch, and maybe a funny looking nose for smell. And you could remember that way. You know, sometimes I need visuals. I'm very visual. Like up there, I have a little, it was a t-shirt I found at a thrift store. And the t-shirt didn't fit me, but I liked the saying. So I took it and framed it on a dollar store frame. So it cost me $1 to frame the t-shirt that I got for like 50 cents. And it says, "Not my problem," in black on bright pink fabric. And so sometimes I just have to remember that's not my problem. Whatever the problem is, right? It's not my problem. So just look at it and it reminds me, that's not my problem. It's okay. It'll be all right. right? And I'm thinking of, let's see if I can find some of the affirmations. Well, we're going to have to lean over really far and see if I can reach them. Sometimes I write affirmations on little sticky notes. At where I live, you can go to the dollar store and get these colored sticky notes. And so I sometimes will write an affirmation on a colored sticky note because I want it to stand out for me. And um, hmm. Okay. I was thinking of a specific affirmation for you. Here's one. Are you ready? Everybody can write this down because it's true for the person we're talking about. Um, are you ready? Here we go. I have a right to set boundaries and protect myself from drama. Mhm. You have a right to protect yourself from drama. You have a right to set boundaries and protect yourself from drama. Mhm. So that would be one that I would write down in dealing with someone we don't name, and in dealing with all these other people, everybody who comes into your life. You have a right to protect yourself from drama and set boundaries. And maybe that's just going to be, maybe what does that boundary look like? It's going to look different in different situations. Maybe it's going to be you're going to go to Chris Knits, you're going to ignore the person who's being disrespectful. Maybe it's we're going to give that person feedback. Maybe we're going to say, now I had a situation where I've had many situations where I've needed to teach young men boundaries and teach young men to respect women. And I'll give you some examples. When I was a mother and I had teenage sons, one of the neighbor boys was being abused, and he didn't have any social skills. And when I say none, he was on the spectrum, and he had zero contact with other people except for his family members. He didn't even go to school. He was not homeschooled. They were just keeping him at home. And so I went to visit his family and told them about this special school that you can do online with a computer. And they signed him up for that. And that was one of the best things that ever happened to him. And then he decided he was going to do some high school classes. And so he took a couple high school classes, and then he grew up more and went to college, and he was very successful. But when he came to live with us for a little while. And when he first came to live with me, he was like a wild feral child. Okay, he had no social skills. He didn't know how to look at people when they talked to him. He couldn't give people eye contact. He would be like this, looking down at his shirt the whole time. And I would say, look at me. And he'd look at me, and I'd smile, and I'd say, look at me. And he didn't like to give eye contact. So I taught him the trick of, you can look up here at my forehead, or you can look at my ears, and people will think you're looking at their eyes. So he started doing that. And then another thing, when the thing I'm thinking of the most was he really wanted a girlfriend. Okay. He really wanted a friend. He really wanted to make friends with people. And so he was motivated to learn social skills because he really wanted friends. So he said, you're really good with people. Can you teach me some things? I said, sure, I can. No worries. I'd be happy to. So we did one lesson a day for 30 minutes. We practiced. And the first thing I taught him was to give eye contact and to look at the forehead, and then to smile and say hi and say the person's name. So if he knew the name, he could say, "Hi, Liz," or "Hi, Sarah," or "Hi, Bob," or "Hi, Bill," or whatever the person's name was when he was walking in the hallway, passing them to nod and say, smile and say hi. So we were like at very basic, like if you think of a Lego house you're building, very basic foundational skills, right? So one day we were coming into the house. I was out grocery shopping and I had all these groceries and I was bringing groceries into the house, and I had a back door and it went into the kitchen. And he came through the door with me at the same time. Now, I'm 5'10" and he's like 6'2", and he's not fat. But he's tall and muscular. And at the time he was like 17, but he's a great big guy. So he's about this much taller than me, about 6 inches taller than me. He's a big guy. And here I am with this bag of groceries, and we're going through the doorway. And I said, ladies like it when you open the door for them. And he goes, "Oh, okay." And so I went back out. We started over, and he opened the door, and I smiled and said, "Thank you." And he let me go through the door. And so we practiced that like 3 or 4 times. And so then every time it was somebody else going through the doorway, if there was a woman, he would open the door and let the lady go through. But see, he was motivated to find out what the right behavior was because he wanted people to like him. He wanted to have friendships, and he wanted girls to like him. So I could always say, girls like it when you pull out the chair for them. And then he learned, come to the dining table, stand there, you pull the chair out, and the lady sits down, right? Now, these are old-fashioned things nowadays. A lot of people don't do this, but this is how gentlemen behave. And there's something called the Knight's Code, and I taught my boy the Knight's Code. Let me see if I can find it for you. We've talked about this before, but the Knight's Code is from a movie based on the Middle Ages, and the movie is called Dragonheart. And, I actually gave kind of a lecture or a talking to somebody who was in the comments about this, about treating women with respect. And here I am searching for my journal. Should probably just write this on a card and put it in my little box so I have it next time I need it. But the reason this is important is because gentlemen learn to be gentlemen, boys learn to be gentlemen, and they learn how to give honor and respect, and they need something that they can rise up to. And if these guys if these young men are in a situation where it's a self-reinforcing system, where they're just reinforcing each other, they don't have anybody challenging them, they are not learning and growing. And everybody needs to learn and grow. And people who are successful treat other people with respect. And we all know someone in the comments who was in the comments quite a bit at Chris Knits, who doesn't treat people with respect, who's creepy, who's rude, who's unkind, and is not only unkind but can be a bully and threatens people and threatens self-harm and threatens other people. And I think that we made allowances for them, thinking that they were a younger person. I mean, in the beginning, I thought they were like an 8th grade boy or a 6th grade boy because they were acting like an immature 6th grade boy. And they sent me an email, and their profile picture was in their email. And I looked at that and I could not believe it. That person is a grown man. I was shocked. A grown man was acting like an immature boy. And what happens is something called arrested development, where people get to a certain level and they don't develop any farther. The Bible talks about iron sharpening iron. So someone of good character is going to challenge another person, and if you have a friend who really cares about you and they see you behaving badly, they're going to say, "Hey, I felt hurt when you said, because I want you to treat me with respect." Or when you are a person of character and you make a mistake, you're going to say, "I'm so sorry. That's not how I want to treat you. That's not how I want to treat you. Please forgive me." We keep short accounts, but immature people don't do that. And so what we need to do as women and as men is we need to hold other people accountable for their behavior. Because when we don't hold other people accountable for their behavior, what we're doing is we're being enablers. And so, you've probably heard the story. They did these studies. There's lots of studies about groupthink and the way people behave in groups. And one of them was very famous in New York. There was a crime that was committed in New York City years ago, and there was this robbery. Somebody knocked a woman down and stole her purse, and people just kept on walking by and didn't even help. Well, what they didn't know was it was really an actor. There were two actors, and there was a psychologist who was standing by with a clipboard counting how many people were there and who helped. And they did this over and over until finally somebody saw, with a new group of people, this man knock over this woman and steal her purse. And a valiant man, a warrior man, a man who had good character, went running after the assailant, knocked him down, and got the purse back, and then encouraged other people to call the police. So it's like, who do we want to be? Do we want to be the person who watches the woman get attacked and her purse stolen and we don't do anything? Or do we want to be the person who grabs her phone and calls 911, or who pulls the woman away from the bully, or who protects the child? Well, we here all want to be that hero, right? But what we have to do is pray and ask God to give us ways that we can be the hero, the way that we can keep ourselves safe, way we can use wisdom. And just like my foster child who wanted to be loved and accepted, he was willing to learn the rules to live in society. Maybe he didn't feel like giving eye contact, but he was willing to look at the place on the forehead or on the ear and learn how to appear to be giving eye contact, because he wanted to make friends and get along in society. And so making excuses doesn't cut it. We need to hold these guys accountable for their behavior. And the best way I've found to do that is with I statements, by saying, "I really like you. And then a feeling, I really like you. And I feel hurt when you said da 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 da, because," and sometimes you don't even have to explain because it's really evident, "I want," and this is the change I want. So I have a friend when I was in high school who used to call me Piggy Wiggy, and I was not fat. I was very thin, okay? But for some weird reason, I had a family member that called me fat all the time. And every time she'd get mad at me, she'd say, "Oh, you're so fat." And I wasn't fat. I was height weight proportional. And then one of my very good friends started calling me Piggy Wiggy. And I went home and I cried and I felt really bad. My daddy said, "What's going on?" And we went for a walk and I said, "Well, my friend Cheryl is," and that's her name, but I'm changing it. Cheryl's calling me Piggy Wiggy, and Becky's calling me fat, and I'm not fat. He said, "Well, you need to stand up to Cheryl. Do you like Cheryl, or is she a bully?" I said, "No, she's always been a good friend." And he goes, "Well, maybe it's a pet name, a nickname that she's giving you, and you need to tell her you don't like it and you want her to stop." And I was a very timid young woman, and so my daddy helped me practice how to do that. So we practiced. I said, "How would I do that?" He goes, "You just say, 'Cheryl, I really like you,' and then wait, and then say, 'Cheryl, I don't like it when you call me Piggy Wiggy. It makes me feel bad about myself. I want you to stop.'" And so I had to write that down on a card and memorize it and say it back to my dad and say it back to the mirror and practice on my walk saying it. And then I pictured in my mind myself saying it, "Cheryl, I really like you." And then she said, "I really like you too, Jeannie." And I said, "I don't like it when you call me Piggy Wiggy. It makes me feel bad about myself. I want you to stop." And I had to learn how to say that with some force and drop my voice. So I was giving a command, was making a boundary with her. It took every ounce of my being to do that because I was afraid that Cheryl wouldn't want to be my friend anymore. Because here she had this, when you're in high school or junior high and everybody has a nickname, and like the kid, everybody had a nickname. And so she was trying to give me a nickname. And in those days, the Muppet Show was really popular, and Miss Piggy was really popular. And I liked Kermit the Frog. And she explained to me that she thought that I was really brave and strong like Miss Piggy, so she was calling me Piggy Wiggy. And I said, "I understand that you feel that way." And I waited and I said, "And I don't like the name. I want you to stop." And then she said, "I'm so sorry. I had no idea it upset you." And she stopped. It was that easy. Now, getting my sister to stop calling me fat, that never happened. But I set the boundary with my friend, and I didn't lose the friend. And even if I had lost the friend, if I'm going to lose a friend over me setting a boundary and telling them that they're saying something that hurts me and I want them to stop, if they were really my friend, they would want to stop because it hurt me. You see what I'm saying? So my hope is that these young men that we're talking about can be reinforced, that we can all decide that we're going to be unified and we're going to say, they make a joke, it's sexist, it's about women. Now, I still have no idea what they said, so unless somebody sends me an email and tells me specifically what the jokes were, I can't off the top of my head respond because I wasn't there. But let's just say they say all women are blank, okay? Then maybe I'm going to say, when you say that, that hurts me. Maybe I'm going to say, that's not true. I'm not blank. All women aren't blank, you know? But I need to think of, sometimes it's going to be funny ways to talk back about it. Sometimes it's going to be serious, like I'm setting a line in the dirt. You can't call me fat, or you can't call me stupid. I come from a Christian tradition that doesn't think women should think. How's that? All women are supposed to do is be pretty and make lots of babies and do whatever their husband says. I mean, when he says jump, you're supposed to say how high. That's the tradition I come from. And, my father had 5 daughters. And one day he said to me,
That's not how I raised you. You're a thinking woman. You're a thinking woman. You know, he just said that to me. He just was quiet and he heard this person say this disrespectful thing for about women, and he said, "That's not how I raised you. You are a thinking woman." You know that stereotype of the dumb blonde who's just supposed to be pretty and have not a thought in her head. Well, that was what this church wanted. They wanted cookie cutter women, Stepford wives. Women with the lobotomy who don't think, don't express what they think. They just follow orders and do whatever they're told. Yeah, that's not happening. Not on my team. And I'm not seeing that in scripture anywhere. Jesus appeared first to the woman at the well and told her that he was the Messiah and had a logical conversation with her during a time when women culturally were disrespected. She was not just a woman, she was a Samaritan woman. Go look at John chapter 4. Jesus spoke with her. He had a deep spiritual conversation with her, and he revealed truth to her that he didn't reveal to the religious leaders or even his disciples in that way. So he treated her with utmost respect. And so we have a standard that Jesus treats women with respect over and over and over. When he rose from the dead, the first person he revealed himself to was Mary in the tomb, Mary Magdalene. So, we have this whole spiritual tradition of Jesus treating women with respect. So men can have their tradition of men. Men can say it's cultural, men can say it's religious, and it's all bunk. It doesn't set with me, it doesn't fly. And the sad thing is, if these men want to have a marriage, a successful marriage with a woman, then they need to learn to treat women with respect and dignity. Because no woman worth her salt is going to want to be married to a man who's making jokes about women. And yes, we have, you know, I was very timid and shy when I first got married. And it was hard for me to stand up to my husband and tell him what I really thought. But to have a partnership, to have a marriage that's functional, that's successful, that's happy, that's fulfilled, you have to be an equal. You can't be subservient. And what these guys are saying is women are subservient. And it's wrong. It's not right. It's wrong. And when they joke and laugh about it, what they're telling me is they're not mature enough to get married. They're not mature enough to have a relationship and be an equal with a woman. Now I know in the last few years, I think it was 1978 when the tides changed in the Middle East and women went back to wearing burqas and went back to um, in some ways being subservient or being treated subservient in some areas. But that it hasn't always been like that. And the enemy wants to quiet women. The enemy wants to quiet women's voices. It does. The enemy, Satan is the enemy. The thief comes only to kill, to steal, and destroy. Jesus says, I am come that they might have life and have it abundantly. He wants to kill. He can't kill you, so he's going to try to kill your relationships, steal your peace, steal your joy, destroy your relationships. How does he do that? With this kind of stuff, with this kind of disrespect. And people say, oh, the number one reason Americans get divorced is money, or the number one reason Americans get divorced is because they're not happy with their sex life. You know what? The number one reason that Americans get divorced, or people all over the world get divorced, it's disrespect. Because if you have disrespect, you're not going to have a happy, fulfilling sex life in marriage. If you have disrespect, you're not going to be in agreement on how you spend your money. You're not going to be able to speak about it. If you have disrespect and you know that your wife or your husband doesn't respect you, it feels awful, and you don't anymore have a relationship. You can have a ring on your finger, you can have a piece of paper on your wall, you can have a vow that you've taken before a congregation, publicly made a vow. You can be married on paper, but you won't be married in the heart if you don't have respect. And I think that just like my foster son wanted to have friends and really, really was motivated because he wanted to have friends, and he was really motivated to learn basic social skills. And it's a set of skills he had to learn, right? And remember when I was telling you how I told him women like it when you open the door for them and let them go first? That's showing respect. He was motivated to learn that skill because he wanted friendships, he wanted relationships, and in the future he wants to have a wife. So these two young men that we're talking about, I know both of them would like to get married. I know both of them would like to have a successful relationship and a happy marriage and children. So that would be a big motivator for them. So I think that if we can communicate to them, maybe it's me because I'm the therapist and I'm the elder sister that they look up to or that they would respect, possibly, who knows. But I think that if I am to communicate to them that if they want to have a real marriage of the heart, a merger, where the two become one and they love each other and they're in a blissful romantic love with the love of their life, they have to have basic respect for that person. And if they treat that person disrespectfully, it kills love. You see what I'm saying? And so I think it's important that we give consequences for bad behavior. So the way we do that is we say, I feel when you, I want. So, if they're calling me a name or being disrespectful, then I say, like, I'll give an example. There was a young man in the comments, and it's not one of the two women we're talking about. I think you all know who it is. It's a different person. But he was always very disrespectful to everyone. But he was being respectful to me, and so I was communicating with him in the comments. And one day he called me a name, and I did not read the comment. I did not even get down to where it was, and the moderator or Chris erased the comment, so I don't even know what he called me. But somebody told me that it was creepy and that he called me a bad name. And Chris said, I've never known you to be upset with Jeannie. You like Jeannie. I don't know why you're calling her that name. I never figured out what it was, right? So he sent me an email, and I said, you need to apologize to me for calling me a bad name. And he said, I'm sorry. And I said, are you sorry that you got caught? Are you sorry that you did it? To be sorry is you turn around and go the other way. You repent. You say, I'm sorry. That's not how I want to treat you. And I said to him, I'm going to take a break. So he really wants me to email him. So I'm not going to email to you today. We're going to start over tomorrow. And that was his consequence for treating me disrespectfully. So maybe if you're on Discord and they make this joke, you're going to say, I don't like jokes about whatever it is. When I was a kid, people used to make racist jokes. People used to make sexist jokes. I mean, religious jokes, Polish jokes, Italian jokes, any kind of joke you can imagine, any reason to be a little bit different, they would make a joke about it. And I got really tired of it one day, and I just said, I was friends with everybody at school. There were all these cliques and all these groups, the kids who are really popular and the kids who are jocks and the kids who are musicians, the kids who are the potheads. They do a lot of drugs and they're always at parties and drinking. And all those groups in school, I just went to school and got good grades, but everybody would come and talk to me. And so people would make these jokes and I'd say, you know what? And in those days, nobody stood up and complained if you made a joke about women. Nobody stood up and complained if you made a joke about Black people or about Native Americans or about people from India or people who are Asian or people who are Middle Eastern. Nobody did that. They made all these jokes and used these racial slurs. So I remember quite distinctly, I was in the 10th grade and I said, this person in school, in a class in history, was making jokes about all the different ethnic groups. And he wanted me to be his partner for a project. And everybody had to choose a partner. If you didn't have a partner, you only got half the grade. So he's not going to pass if he doesn't get a partner. And nobody wants to be his partner. And I said, I don't want to be your partner today. I can't be the partner of someone who's making jokes about people from around the world. It's disrespectful. And we can try again tomorrow. And if you can be respectful tomorrow, then I can be your partner. And I turned around and walked away back to the other side of the room. And my teacher took out a piece of paper and wrote on the top of it. And then he went around and gave the papers to everybody. And on my paper, he said, "You did an excellent job of standing up for yourself and for all the people of all the world." And that was like the first time that I publicly acknowledged and set a boundary with someone. And I was taught as a child to be needless and wantless and not to have wants, needs, and desires and not to set limits. I mean, when I was a child, we had one bathroom and we had 6 people, 6 children and 2 adults. And if we were in the bathroom, using the bathroom, and I mean doing your business in the bathroom, somebody would just walk in. We didn't even have a lock on the door. People would just walk in. You had no privacy whatsoever. I had to share a room with 2 sisters, 1 sister. And so there was nowhere in my house I could go that I would be private or I'd be by myself. Even to try to go to the bathroom, people would walk in. So boundaries were a big thing to learn, that I could set a boundary and somebody would respect it. But I just decided, I lived in a neighborhood with people of all different colors, all different nationalities, all different religions, all different countries were represented. And I just decided, yeah, you're not going to make fun of Indian people because my neighbor's Indian and I love her. No, you're not going to make fun of people from the Middle East because my friend over here who has a convenience store and owns it is from the Middle East and I love him and I love his wife and their children. Do you understand? And so I was just like, here's the standard. So what I found, and I was very trembling in my heart making that boundary with that young man, is I find that people rise to my standard when I make a boundary. Okay? And so if all the main people in that chat set a standard with these 2 young men, so I don't go to Discord, so I don't know what they were saying, but if you set a standard and just say, we don't do that here, or, learn some words that you can call them out, short and sweet, write them on a card and repeat them. So stop, okay? Stop, like they make that joke. And then you say their name, stop. And then they make another joke about women. You say, I don't find jokes about women funny. Please stop. And then they make another joke. I really like you. It hurts me when you blank. So I really like you, name. It hurts me when you make jokes about women because I'm a woman. Please stop. And they're going to do things like, oh, I was just teasing. Oh, it's just a joke. Oh, I didn't mean it. Oh, you need to develop a thicker skin. Right? They're going to make excuses for their bad behavior. That's all it is. But if we continue to do this, they're going to learn from it. And then if I'm here or I'm in another comment section and they say, I see this behavior, I'll say, women don't like it when you make sexist comments or when you make these kinds of jokes. It's disrespectful to women, you know? I deserve respect. You deserve respect. Treat me with respect. They wouldn't like it if we made, when I was in high school, I think I've told this story before and I won't go into it, but I was in junior high and this boy touched me very inappropriately during a class. Like in the middle of class, he turned around and grabbed my breast and went like this. And it was automatic. I decked him, okay? And I was a quiet, shy, nerdy girl. And he always sat in front of me. He was a little short guy, and I was way towering over him. He was like 5 feet tall, and I was like 5'10". And right away, he got a bloody nose. Blood is just gushing out, and he yelled, "Jeanne, how could you do this to me?" Like I'm the aggressor. Thank the Lord there were other people there who saw that immediately. The teacher was a man, and he had his back turned to the writing on the chalkboard, so he didn't see. And we were in the front row. It was the second, like front desk, second desk, and I was in the second desk in the front row. So everybody else saw what happened, but the teacher didn't. So the teacher sent us to the principal's office. And the guy's got blood gushing out of his nose, and it's all over the carpet. So I went to the principal's office, and he went inside, and in those days they had these doors, and they had windows above them, and the window was open. So I heard everything that he told the principal, and it was all lies. And I talked with the lady who was the secretary and the school nurse, because there was a man principal, and I wasn't going to say that this young man squeezed my breast to a grown-up man, right? And I was embarrassed. And so I told the secretary, and she said, "Oh my goodness, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm so glad you defended yourself. That's great. Let me go talk to the principal." And then she had me go talk to the school nurse. And so the school nurse talked with me and told me all these things about physical abuse and sexual abuse and bodies and boundaries and how I was defending myself and I did a good job. And I said, "I need to call my dad." And so I called my dad. And my dad, who was a construction worker, he owned his own construction business, he came right away. And when I went in and talked with the person who did it, the young man, the boy, was there, and I was there, and the principal was there, and the principal said, "You didn't tell me that you did that. If you'd done that, I would have punched you too." And then he said, "You," to the boy, "are suspended. You're suspended." And I forget if he got 3 days or whatever it was, but it was important, because if you got suspended, it would affect your grade. You couldn't make up the time. And then he said, "You didn't do anything wrong. You don't even need to be here." But he made that young man write me an apology letter. And he made him say to me that he was sorry. And he made him apologize to my father. And we went home, and I thought, oh, my dad's going to be mad at me because I got into a fight at school, And my little brother, had a friend that was always getting into fights, and I had never done anything wrong. I got in trouble in school in like the 5th grade for passing a note, and it was one of those things. I was new to school, and the kids handed me a note and said, hand it to them, and then I did, and the teacher came and took the note away from me, and then had me go stand outside the door for the whole class, until he realized that I didn't write the note and that I wasn't doing anything. And then he had me come back in and said, "Jeanne, don't pass notes. We don't pass notes here." And I said, "Okay." So from then on, I didn't pass any notes. I never got in trouble again. But what happened was, at school, when I was I think it was 8th grade when I punched the kid, from then on, nobody messed with me. And it became this legacy. I went to the junior high, I went to the high school, and everybody would say, "Yeah, she punched Kevin. She punched Kevin. She took him out, laid him out on the floor during 5th period." And it was like people were afraid of me then. It's like the best anti-bullying move I ever made, but nobody messed with me. And before that, I was being bullied and nobody messed with me. Now, do I think violence is always the answer? No. But there are times when you need to defend yourself. And that boy was sexually assaulting me. And in those days, we didn't call it sexual assault. People weren't aware like they are now. Um, Nowadays, I think that boy would have gotten the police called on him and arrested and maybe even went to juvenile hall or at least suspended from the school for doing that. But in those days, they didn't have the same respect for women and for our bodies. But the thing you need to remember is the enemy, Satan. It says in scripture that our battle is not with flesh and blood, but with principalities and high places. So when we have a conflict with a human, 9 times out of 10, it's really a spiritual entity behind it. Okay? So our argument is with Satan, because what does Satan want to do? He wants to kill, steal, and destroy. He wants to kill our relationships. He wants to kill us. He wants to kill our work. He wants to steal our peace. He wants to steal our joy. And he wants to destroy us and our relationships with other people. And the number one way he can do that right now on earth is by silencing women. There are whole cults that are silencing women. There's a whole transgender cult where women are being taught that they should be men. And so they're taking hormones. And what do the hormones do? The first thing, they permanently alter the woman's voice. Girls' voices are getting shut down all over the world. So we need to be united. United we stand, divided we fall. So if we go off by ourselves and try to fight this battle alone, if we don't get support from our sisters and our mothers, and our grandmothers and other women in the community and other men who are like-minded, okay, because we have brothers and fathers and sons that are like-minded. There are many men in this world who stand up for truth and stand up for justice and who do not believe in abuse of women, who will not stand for making sexist jokes or abuse of women. I'm in 2-3 chats really regularly, and one of the chats I'm in is called Go to God Daily. Now, I'm not Catholic, and it's sort of a Catholic chat. It's kind of evolved into a Catholic chat. When I first started coming, it was just reading the Bible, and now the young woman is thinking about taking vows in the Catholic Church, and she's kind of gone off into Catholic thought. And I'm not Catholic, okay? But I like to live in unity, and I have many, many friends that come from Go to God Daily. And the thing about it is there are some godly Christian men in that chat who will defend women's virtue. And back in the day, when she would show her face, the sister that does the chat, she used to have many, many people in the chat. And there would be like 2,000 people or 200 people in the chat giving messages. And sometimes trolls would come in, or people would come in who were, just trying to be bullies in the chat. They would just be bullying. And there are men in that chat that will stand up for women, and they'll defend their honor. And they'll say, hey, you can't talk to Jeannie that way, or hey, you can't talk to sister that way, or hey, you can't talk to whatever the little title name is that way. We won't stand for it here, And I felt so honored. I felt so honored because I was trying to greet everybody and say hello to everybody, because I feel like when I go to a chat, if I don't know anybody, I'd like to meet some people, right? So I think everybody likes to get greeted. Everybody likes to get welcomed. So I would go and welcome people. And sometimes I'm welcoming people if there's a lot of people in chat, and I'm only here, and down here there's somebody who's attacking me, and I'll just say, well, whatever, I'll just bless them in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and If the blessing doesn't deserve to be on them, it'll come back on me. Or I'll try to say something kind to them, whatever, and then they're saying something mean, and it's apparent that they're a bully, right? Maybe they're being crude or gross, or you get what I'm saying, right? They're being inappropriate. And the guys in that chat will come and say, hey, you need to leave if you can't be respectful. Or we would really like you to stay, but we want you to be respectful, right? They're holding a standard. And 9 times out of 10, the people will rise to meet that standard. There's always that one person that you have to block, but most of the time, people want to be a part of a group, and people want to be accepted, and they want to be approved of. So they'll rise to meet that standard. But what happens sometimes is like these 2 gentlemen, or these 2 young men, I should say, are reinforcing each other. They're making a sexist joke, and then this one's laughing at it, and then the other one makes a joke, and then he makes a joke, and they're a reinforcing system. So what we have to do is we have to be willing, in a kind, loving way, to confront that and say, you know what? I don't find that joke funny. I find it offensive. It offends me. Please stop making jokes like this. And then take our attention away from them. Here's the key. We withdraw positive attention from them until they stop. Because what you give your attention to, you feed. Do you see? So there's a concept called elimination. If I want to eliminate a behavior, I don't reinforce it and I ignore it. But some behaviors are so serious that we don't want to ignore it. So we have to be discerning. So that's why we don't say the name of the man who got banned, because we don't want to give him any more attention. And we pretty much know that he's lurking about in the comments as he's changed his little profile name to something else, right? So if we talk about him and use his name, it's giving him more power. It's feeding him. You see what I'm saying? So we want him to learn to treat people with respect and to get attention for doing good things. So there was a psychologist who used to call this soggy potato chips. He used to say, people like potato chips and they like attention. And if everybody wants that brand new bag of potato chips that's crisp, and you have the potato chip and it's crisp and salty and it tastes lovely, right? But little kids want attention so bad that they'll eat soggy potato chips. So they'll do negative things to get attention. So people who are immature are like little children. They'll do negative things to get attention. So what we want to do is we want to reinforce good behavior and withdraw behavior or attention from negative behavior. As long as it's not hurting ourself or another person. There's a affirmation that I use a lot, and it's I love you and I won't let you hurt yourself or others. So when somebody's making threats of self-harm, I'm not going to let them make threats of self-harm in my comments. I'm not going to let them, because I love that person and they're deserving of respect and dignity, and they have to give themselves respect. But I'm also not going to let them hurt other people. So I'm going to put my foot down and say, this is not acceptable behavior. Yeah. So now I'm going to look. I spoke for a long time. Hi, I'm going to look in the comments and greet everybody. Let's see what, I got to go back a little ways. Simba trying to steal a piece of cake reminds me that I had a picnic in the summer where I had like sandwiches and a bowl of nuts and some cake, and I have a little table out on my deck and 2 little chairs and 2 little lilac plants. They're actually kind of big lilac trees. And I walked inside the house into the kitchen, which is just like 20 feet away, to get a pitcher of lemonade, and I came back and there was a squirrel sitting on my table eating the nuts right out of the bowl. So I picked up the bowl and took it over in the yard and left it there for him. But then I thought, oh no, I think I just reinforced the squirrel to come and eat off the table. So now I always scrub that table really clean. I always did before, but I mean, I scrub it really clean and I make sure I bring everything out on a tray at once and I don't leave it because I know that squirrel is going to come and try to eat it. Okay, let's see where we are here in the symptom. Somebody made carrot cake. I love carrot cake. One of my favorite recipes a friend made was, and I wish I got this recipe from her, but I didn't. But she wouldn't give recipes away. Some people are silly; they won't share their recipes. They're like, "Oh no, it's a family secret." But anyway, she juiced carrots, and so she used carrot juice and whole steamed carrots in her carrot cake. It was the most lovely carrot cake. Mm. And then one of my dear ones says, I blame myself for a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's going to stop. You're not going to do that anymore. You're going to stop blaming yourself because you're not responsible for other people's feelings or emotions. You're not responsible for other people's actions. We're going to start making that little list. Remember that little list I had you make with positive on one side and negative on the other? And you say, these are the lies. So I blame myself for a lot of stuff is on the negative side. And I'm going to help you write some affirmations for that. Okay, I'm trying to go down here. And then my dear one says, yes, just because I'm younger doesn't mean I can't have morals and values and don't deserve respect. Everyone deserves respect. Somebody's giving away lots of hugs. Thank you. Okay. And then I learned I know right, IK right, R. And then she says, no culture says disrespect women. It's just an excuse that they're using. Exactly. And then Rochi says, my cat is really silky and a bit fluffy, and she's gray and white. Oh, somebody gave me carrot cake. Thank you. Yummy, yummy, yummy. And then they said, I get anxiety attacks a lot. Well, you know what? We get anxiety when we're not listening to the messages our bodies are giving us. We're not setting safety parameters for ourselves. We're not setting boundaries with other people. If we're being a people pleaser, we can get anxiety. There's lots of reasons for anxiety. So we're going to do a video on anxiety. I love you. I love you too. And then she says, true, Jeannie, if we women don't stand up for us, then who else will stand? Yes, exactly. I love you. I love you too. Aw, this is so sweet. And then we talked about the 5-thing rule. And remember, you can make silly little pictures of an eyeball and an ear and a hand to help, or mouth to help you remember. And then Archie says, my cat's name is Patches. That's a great name for a kitty. Aw, what a cute name. And then everybody said, hi, Buttercream. Boy, I'm really far back in the comments. Sorry. Aw, that's adorable. Simba was zooming so much yesterday and he ran me over. I thought I wouldn't survive. Simba's your kitty. He's a zoomer. And then she says, thank you so much, Jeannie. You're welcome. I love you. Buttercream, they're saying hi. Sorry, I had to use the restroom. Well, hey, you know what? We all do, right? We all need comfort breaks. No worries. Bye, Buttercream. Oh, and then you know what it says? Welcome to the chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Bye, Buttercream. Not again. Simba is using my hand as a pillow again. Oh no. Bye, Buttercream. Uh, you're going to be stuck there, Juanita. Juanita's hand is probably stuck under the kitty. Roachy. Wait, what if I pull my hand out? I don't know. Maybe Simba will want it back. Maybe. Oh no, I just tried and he literally snatched my hand back. I might fall asleep. That's okay. It's okay. Sleep well. Sweet dreams and sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, dear one. Yay, I'm free. Yay. Thank you. Hugs. Sorry, I might feel aggressive in that matter because I seen in my schools, after all we pass out, many girls didn't join university. Yeah, it's a serious problem. A serious problem. Just because their parents think women only mean to kitchen and study is not for women. They just do home stuff only. Yes, I know. It's like that in the Christian church too. Here's the thing. Don't you think if you want to have another generation of people raised, you want the smartest people raising the children? Women who go to school or continue their learning have more to pass on to their children. Now, now we're having a change in society in America where college education isn't worth as much as it was. And sadly, we've had Marxists infiltrate our colleges and they're teaching liberal theology and liberal politics and Marxism. So that's very sad. But women, there's a very famous saying, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Women are mostly the ones that raise children. Now, I was married to a man who was at home with the kids and he worked at home. He was a writer, so he could work at home. So he was very involved in our children's lives. And I'm very thankful for that. And in the past, until just about 100 years ago, till about 1900, maybe 1930, men and women were together, raising their children together. Men and women, family worked on farms, and the husband worked as a farmer, and the wife was working on the farm, and they worked together, and the whole family worked together and spent more time together. And the Industrial Revolution came and segregated out the took the fathers out of the home and off the farm and sent them to work in factories. And then they took the little children, because the little boys had tiny little fingers and they could put their hands in when fix the bobbins, and in the sewing machines, the large looms, they could reach their little hands in. And that happened in Europe and that happened in America. And so we took children out of the home and put them in factories, and then we put them in schools, in public schools, and made it mandatory because they wanted to raise good little workers. That's why we have public school. That's why they ring the bell. And that's why you're supposed to get up so early to go to public school, was because they were trying to train good little factory workers, right? But there was a time when fathers and mothers worked together at home to run the family farm, and many families are trying to have a more sustainable lifestyle, and they're doing home businesses, they're working out of their home, or they're having farms, and so we're seeing a return to that. But that, for all of human history, has been the standard, is women and men working together, fathers and mothers working together to parent their children. And it's only been just recently, in the last 100 years, that that's changed. And they try to brainwash us with TV sitcoms and tell us that it's always been like a 1950s sitcom where the woman was at home and the man was at work. And it hasn't always been like that. And that's not the reality for a lot of families. Nowadays, a lot of families cannot survive on one income. It's amazing if you can be a mom at home. Do it. If you have to sacrifice to do it, you have to work and save your money, or get really good deals at the thrift store, or not be out shopping all the time for entertainment. There are people who do it and they can raise their children at home on one income. And if you can do that, that's amazing. But women need to have education. And if you can't go past high school, if your family can't afford college, or if you look at the colleges and decide that there's not a good college, go to Bible school. Go to a well-known college like Hillsdale College that teaches, there's a number of good colleges in America that teach the Constitution, that teach the law. You can go to trade school. There are nursing schools. There are schools for mechanics, schools for architecture. There are trades that you can learn and you can support your family, you know. But if you are at home, if you are in a culture that doesn't believe in educating women, you can educate yourself. If you've learned to read and write, now you can go online. You can go to Bible Hub, and there are the entire classical works of the Christian church are there. There are free books online. There's the libraries. You can go to the library and check out a book every week. You can read. You can read the classics. You can give yourself a classical education. Many, many amazing people, male and female, have educated themselves at home. So don't be afraid just because you come from a culture who says that teaches or says that women can't learn. You can learn, you know. My family, my grandmother sat me down and made cookies with me when I was 5 and told me about the world pandemic that happened in 1918. And she told me about getting the right to vote in 1920. And she said to me, always vote your conscience, pray and ask God who you should vote for, learn about the candidates, and you always vote, because women worked long and hard to get the vote, and I think that the Lord, remember Martha and Mary in the Bible? There's a story, you might not know it, but there's a story, and Jesus came to this one town with his disciples, and it was common for them to entertain in their homes. And so here's Martha, and she lives with her sister Mary and their brother Lazarus. And in the living room is Jesus, and he's sitting there and he's teaching the disciples and any of the guests and Lazarus. And Martha's in the kitchen and she's getting all the preparations done to set the table and to cook the food. And she's rushing about, trying to get everything done, and where is Mary? She was just here a minute ago. Where did she go? And she goes out in the living room to bring some drinks to people. And there's Mary sitting at Jesus' feet, listening to Jesus' teaching. And she says, Jesus, tell my sister Mary to come and help me. I need help in the kitchen. Don't you even care? There's all this work I need to do. And he says, Martha, Martha, you're concerned with many things, but Mary's chosen the better part. So right there, the Lord Jesus said it was okay for Mary to be learning at the feet of Jesus. Scriptural authority for women to learn the Word of God. Scriptural authority for women to learn. Because in those days, only the men were scribes, Pharisees, and learned men. They only learned to read and write. They were separated in the synagogue. Women sat separately from men, and they were to be quiet. And so here she is sitting at the feet of Jesus with all these men learning. So there's your scriptural authority. It's in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, one of the ladies in the chat says, it's okay. We should stand up for ourselves, and we are not aggressive. You're protective and determined. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, there's a difference. Let's talk about this. There's a spectrum, and one is being assertive, and the other is being passive. One extreme is being passive. So if I'm passive, I'm a doormat. I just let things happen to me. If I'm assertive, I speak up for myself. And the other extreme is so it would be like a spectrum, passive on one end, in the middle is assertive, and over here on this other end is being aggressive. And aggressive is like if you go to the grocery store and you say, may I have a bag? And they say, what do you want a bag for? Or they scream at you, right? Or somebody just loses it at you for no reason. That's being aggressive. Okay, you weren't being aggressive. You were being assertive. You were standing up for yourself. If you were a man, no one would get upset about you standing up for yourself. Okay? I'm a very gentle woman. Okay? I can stand up for myself now, but I'm a very gentle woman. You all know me. I'm soft spoken, I'm kind, I'm generous, and heaven help the poor person, the poor man who crosses me. I'm not going to stand for somebody being abused. And as a woman, you have hormones. God made you to have these protector, provider hormones. So you're going to be a little bit more submissive. You're going to be a little bit more quiet because you have estrogen. You're going to be more nurturing. You want to make cookies for your brother. You want to make food for your family, right? You want to care for them and nurture them. But you also have to be assertive and have boundaries because you don't want to be a doormat. You don't want your brother running all over you and bossing you around and lording it over you. Do you see what I'm saying? There's a difference. So people respect us if we stand up for ourselves and say, these are my rights. Now, I'm not talking about being radical and being upset about every little thing, but you know that. You're all gracious women. You understand? That is sick. Such people make me so mad. I was younger at the time, so I couldn't stand up for my friends. And now I can't deal with those matter. It hurts so much. Yeah, some things are really painful. Um, you know how long, or how quickly things change? When I was a young woman, I remember being in the 9th grade and we took this class. I want to say it was called social studies. They named, I've got to scoot up. I'm doing that little thing where I slip down like a little turtle. I'm going to scoot up. Here I am, scooting up. When I was a young woman, I think I was probably in the 8th grade, or no, I was in the 9th grade in high school. We took this class called social studies, and it was a male teacher, Mr. Kelly, and he was amazing. And there were equal amounts of boys and girls, and we had to do debate. You had to give speeches, and then we had to break up in teams and draw a topic out of the hat, and you didn't get to choose, you had to debate, and so you could be for or against. And they were just silly things like, at the time, Greenpeace was really popular, so it was save the whales, or all the typical things that people argue about, right? But I remember one of the things that I drew was whether women should work outside their homes. So it was like working women and women at home, and they were always in the media, in women's magazines, pitting women against one another. And I just thought, I was in the 9th grade, and I thought, this is really stupid. Like, there are women who have to work outside their home because they're single and they have to support their family, or their husband has had a accident and he can't work, or their husband's died, or for whatever reason, right? But in the magazines, they were like pitting working women against women who were working from their home. And so I had pulled out of the hat, that was what I was supposed to debate. And so you're supposed to choose one side and argue that side. So we were learning, all the different terms for debate, like ad hominem is when somebody doesn't have a real argument. And so instead of arguing a logical argument, they call you names. And so you always know in a debate or in the comments, when somebody starts calling you names, you've won, right? So I remember I was in the 9th grade and I read this little piece of paper that said, you can either argue for working women or argue for women who work in their home, who were stay-at-home moms. That's what they called it. And I got up there, and you're supposed to prepare a speech, write it out, and then deliver it to the class. And so my speech, and you're supposed to do it right there in the class. So you didn't get to go home and write it. You had to write it. So they're trying to teach you to think on your feet, right? And impromptu speaking was the idea. And I went up there and I just said, okay, this is foolishness. I drew this piece of paper. All women work. All women work. Because if you don't think it's working to run a home, you haven't been in a household. Because I'm the eldest daughter of 6 children, and right now my mom's sick, and I'm running her household, and I'm coming to school, and I'm working, and it's work. It's work to run a household. And so then I gave my speech. I got an A. It was good. But the truth was, in the media, they were planting this discontent, trying to divide women. You know the idea, united we stand, divided we fall? They were trying to divide women, and they've done this throughout history. They take a group of people and they try to get them to fight with each other. And it was, you could see it in the women's magazines, on television, in the sitcoms, in the news. It was always, oh, all these women are working and leaving their children in daycare, and are they worse than women who are staying at home? And then they started a campaign in the 80s. This was in the 70s. And then in the 80s, they started a campaign to make women who wanted to stay at home with their children, women who worked really hard and saved their money, and their husband worked really hard and saved his money, and they decided that they were going to have a baby, and the woman was going to stay home with the baby. They tried to make women who wanted to be homemakers and mothers feel bad. And it was a planned effort, make no mistake. You can go back and look at the articles that were in the news and the articles in the magazines, and they tried to make you feel bad if you were a stay-at-home mom. And then I remember when Martha Stewart recognized this, and she was a caterer, she was a stockbroker, and she was a caterer. She did catering in a fancy neighborhood. And so she decided to make a cookbook. And I remember when she first released her cookbook, and then she started her magazine, the Living magazine, and it was like the first time in 20 years that anybody acknowledged that a woman could be a woman and be at home, and that homemaking was a legitimate profession. Focus on the Family, Dr. James Dobson, he started telling women, he was a psychologist, he's still alive, and he wrote books, and he started telling women that the most important job you could do was to be a mother and to be a wife and to run a home. And running a home and being a wife and being a mother takes skill. It's not something, you don't just fall out of the apple tree or fall off the cart, the wagon. And the apple cart, my dad used to say, I didn't just fall off the turnip truck Saturday. They used to have these trucks that they would go down the fields and they put all the turnips in. They'd pick them and then they'd take them to market. And my dad would say, I didn't just fall off the turnip truck Saturday. In other words, he wasn't born yesterday. He's been around. He's got some experience. Well, to be able to run a household, you need to balance a checkbook. You need to have a accounting system. You need to have a budget. To be able to run a household, you need to know how to shop. You need to know how to get good deals. You need to know how to sew or crochet or knit or make things with your hands. You need to know how to have meals, all different kinds of meals, home cooked meals, fancy dinners, celebrations for holidays, whatever your holidays are in your family. You need to know psychology. You need to know how to get along with people. You need to know how to get along with your husband, with your children, with your husband's boss. Maybe you're going to need to know how to get along with the neighbors. A lot of times you move to a place, you're renting, and you have to know how to talk with the owner of the house so that they'll rent to you and not some other family. There's lots of things you need to know to be able to run a home. You need to know how to garden. You need to know how to do yard work. You need to know how to read. You need to know how to help your children succeed in school. You need to know how to homeschool your kids, or how to um, get them ready for preschool, or get them ready for kindergarten, or how to help them in public school with their friends and with their problems. And then you find out, ah, that's a whole nest of eggs you don't want to be a part of, and then you have to homeschool your child. So there's a lot to running a household. How to save for retirement, how to budget, how to make ends meet, how to cook, how to clean, how to do crafts, how to keep yourself from going stir crazy when you're snowed in with 2 little kids or 3 little kids, how to support your family when the power's out. There's a lot to know to be a homemaker. And what gets me, one thing that really gets me is, in America, there's this movement of men staying home with their children. My husband did that for a while. But, nobody expects a man to clean the house and do the dishes. They just expect the man to babysit. Men don't babysit, my dears. Men parent. Mm-hmm. But that's all they expect. So you got all these guys who stay home and play video games all day and let the kids run around. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you're going to be at home with your children, parent them and interact with them. Don't marry somebody who has that philosophy that they want you to go work and they're going to stay home with the kids. Don't do that. It's not worth it. It's too much work, because what happens is you get a full-time job out in the world and you have to deal with all those people and all that stress, and then you come home and nothing's done in your house. So then you have to be the homemaker in the house, and you have to be working also, and it's too much. You don't want to do that. And then the lady says, I was younger at the time, so I didn't stand up for my friends, and now I can't deal with those matters. It hurts my heart too much. Yeah, it's hard. My mom gets mad at me for standing up for myself for my friends. Well, there's gentle ways to stand up for ourselves, and there's assertive ways. And sometimes if our mothers haven't been taught how to be assertive, if our mother's a doormat, she's going to think that we're being aggressive if we're just being assertive and standing up for ourselves. And this is really common in the Christian church, where women will teach, it says in the Bible, the older women are to teach the younger women, right? And so what happens, it says the older women are to teach the younger women to love their husbands, to love their children, to be keepers of home. So we're supposed to learn homemaking from our mothers and our grandmothers, or the older women in the church. But here's the problem, is sometimes the older women teach the younger women to be subservient doormats. Okay? So I'm not talking about being an aggressive bitch. Okay? I'm going to swear. I'm not talking about being an aggressive, mean, evil person. I'm not talking about being a narcissist or being self-centered. I'm talking about basic human dignity. If you don't have basic human dignity, no one will respect you. And we all have to have basic human dignity. It's very important. And it's really common for this thing called the pecking order. If you know about chickens, they'll have like one rooster, and it'll fertilize the eggs by mating with the chickens, the hens. So there'll be like 10 hens and one rooster. And you have a hen house. Well, what happens is those hens peck at each other. And if you have one chicken, one hen, one woman who's different, she stands out. Now she could have beautiful, we went and got chickens, and we had the little, baby chicks from the farmhouse supply. We got all different kinds. And when you get little chicks, you don't know if they're male or female. So we had this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful rooster. Beautiful long tail, and I don't know what kind he was. My daughter would know. But he was beautiful. And then we had one of the same kinds of the hens, and all the rest were kind of like Rhode Island Reds and, I forget the names, the black and white ones. They were beautiful. But we had all these hens. What happened was there was one hen that stood out. She was more pretty than all the rest. And do you know what happened? The women hens went and picked on her until her feathers started molting and coming off. They would pick on her. And so there's a pecking order, and a pecking order speaks to seniority. Pecking order speaks to domination. And so sadly, in the Christian church or in groups of women, there, like if you go as a nurse and you go work in a hospital and they're mostly women, there'll be one or two male nurses, but mostly you'll be working with women. You'll see this. There's a pecking order. There's women will try to get you to come down to their level. If you have a level of excellence, if you're using really good sterile technique and you're being kind to everyone, you're treating everyone equitably, and you're fair and you're just, and you're that person that everybody wants to be like, somebody will start picking on you because they'll be threatened by you because they're jealous. Just like those chickens in that hen house were jealous of that beautiful chicken that was very exotic and different looking. They say that sometimes it's best to have all one breed of chicken or two breeds of chickens so that they don't pick on one another. I don't know, but I think that sometimes women do this. Sometimes we unknowingly, unwittingly want to reinforce a standard of behavior. And, I'm all for getting along with people. I'm all for peace. We had a live stream a little while ago where we talked about all the verses for getting along with our parents and for peace, seek peace and pursue it. And um, as far as it depends on me, seek peace. As far as it depends on you, seek peace. You won't seek to be at peace with all people. That's good advice. But when there's a bully, you have to stand up and defend your family. Okay? Do you think those mothers who were in the log cabins on the prairie, and the husband had to go to the general store to get supplies, and he had to go and left, and it took 5 days for him to get to the town and back, and that my grandma sat there in a rocking chair with her shotgun, and when the bears came, she shot him. If a robber came to try to steal horses, grandma walked out with the shotgun and shot a warning shot, saying, you know what, I'm going to shoot you in the behind. She didn't lay down and be a doormat and say, oh, walk all over me, it's okay, you can abuse me. No, she had to defend her property. She had to defend her family. She had to defend this homestead. These are skills that women have been used for thousands of years. In the Bible, Jael, Sisera came and he was doing bad things, and he wanted to do bad things to her, and he came in and she gave him a bowl of soup and some food, and he was so tired he fell asleep in her tent, and she covered him up. And what did she do next? She took a tent stake and a hammer, and she hammered it right through his temples. And she's lauded as one of the bravest women in the Bible. She saved all of Israel from that army by killing that warrior. Yeah, she used her brain to do that. She used her good home cooking to do that. And what do you want to bet? She used her feminine wiles to lull him to sleep, to let him think that he was safe. Yeah. Women traditionally have had to defend their homesteads. We have to defend our family. We have a moral compass. We have to live with our standards. We have to set our standards. We have to live by them. And we let other people come up to our standards. And people who can't come up to our standards, we don't need to be interacting with them. Okay? They can go away. Guys who are creepy can go away, because they're not worthy of our effort, time, attention, or money. Okay? Creeps aren't worthy of our effort, time, attention, or money. We can pray for them. We can say, Lord, I'm giving this person to you. Bless them, Lord. And then take them away, because you deserve good things in your life. You deserve good people in your life. You deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. You deserve friends that are real, true friends who are going to treat you with respect and dignity. That's what you deserve. And you deserve a man in your life who's going to treat you with respect and dignity. And you're going to treat him with respect and dignity, right? You're going to be a godly woman, a good wife, a good mother, a good daughter, a good employee, or a good student, whatever phase of life you're in, whatever season of life you're in, you are going to use the wisdom of the Holy Spirit inside of you, and you are going to make good choices for your life and for your family. And now you're a young woman, you're making choices for your family, for your future husband and your future children. Don't believe me? There are many women who run off and get involved in premarital relationships. They go have affairs with men, or they get involved in it with a married man. That kind of thing can end your future family. A lot of women, we don't say this in America, but it's true. A lot of women have infertility issues because they were involved with someone before they got married, and they get a sexually transmitted disease, an STD, and then they get infertile. It's very sad. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to make choices that could end your future. You want to be able to have a relationship with someone who loves you and cares about you and respects you. You want to be able to have children with him. You want to be able to have a future and a hope. And so the way we do that is we wait for marriage, and we don't just sit around doing nothing when we're waiting. We're preparing ourselves for the future. Yeah, we're learning skills, we're reading, we're teaching ourselves, we're watching YouTube videos, we're maybe going to college, maybe going to trade school, maybe we're at home reading books, maybe we're going to say, oh, I'm going to do an online course to learn something, maybe we're going to go to nursing school, maybe we're going to go to medical school. You have to ask the Lord and pray and say, God, what are my gifts? What am I best suited for? And pay attention to what the Lord tells you. Pay attention to those gifts. Pay attention to what you do well in school. Pay attention to the things you excel at. Mm-hmm. So you can be a well-rounded person, and you can be a good daughter and a good person and a good friend and a good wife and a good mother and a good employee or a good business owner. Maybe you're going to own a business. Maybe you're going to think of a business that you can run out of your home. You don't know. There's so many possibilities open to you now. Mm-hmm. Well, this person says, I get that. I didn't stand by my friend's side too. I will never ever make that mistake again. That's how we learn, right? We make a mistake, or sometimes it's not even a mistake. It's just we make a choice and we go, oh, um, I don't want it. That didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. Or we learn and we grow, right? Just like cooking, we try a recipe and we go, I followed the recipe the first time, and I follow the recipe and I go, oh, I think this would taste better, and I doctor it up or I change it. Or maybe I'll just say, I know my friend really likes this, but I don't like that recipe at all. That's okay. It's a choice. But when it comes to standing up for our friends, sometimes when we're young, when we're naive, we are not seasoned. It's hard for us to stand up for ourselves, much less our friends. It's hard for us to speak up for ourselves. And this is a learning experience, right? I wasn't always brave. I had to take up courage. I had to learn how to stand up for myself. And so it's a learning experience. And everybody learns at their own rate, right? You can grow at your own pace. And so we are just learning. We're all just learning and growing. That's what we're doing. There's no shame. No shame. And then one of my dear ones says, literally, I start shaking whenever I see such things. but I have to be strong. You know what? There was a book, and I just liked the title. I never read the book, but I loved the title. It was Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. And I'm telling you, 90% of life is being scared and feeling the fear and doing it anyway. You know, the children of Israel, God told them they were supposed to cross the Jordan River. And he told them that they should take up the ark. Now the Levites, the priests, had to carry the Ark of the Covenant. It was this beautiful golden box, and it had cherubs on every side, both sides, and they had some of the manna from the wilderness inside so that they wouldn't forget, and it had the 10 Commandments, the tablets of the 10 Commandments that were written by God inside. And they were supposed to take up that ark and walk across the Jordan. Now the Jordan was really deep. And the Lord told them they had to keep walking, and the people started praising the Lord and singing to God. And when the soles of the feet of the priests touched the Jordan split open and stood up in a heap, and they could walk across on dry land. But if those people stopped, that water, they could have came right up to the edge. They wouldn't have been able to cross over because they had to do it by faith. And a lot of life we do by faith. We walk by faith and not by sight, the Bible says. So a lot of times we have to do something. We have to feel the fear and do it anyway. And I can't tell you how many times I've been shaking inside, but I had to do that action. You know, when I went to the hospital, I was afraid. I was afraid to go to the hospital. When I sat in the ER throwing up in those bags, my legs all swollen, I can't feel my left arm or my left leg or my left shoulder, my left eye, I start not being able to see. I had to speak up to that doctor and say, hey, I am having a stroke and you need to see me now. And I'm sorry that that kid has a splinter, but my brain and my heart are more important than that kid's finger with a splinter. He can wait. I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking, right? And there were all these people that were there just because, you know, lots of different kinds of things happening. But that's what triage is you got to make decisions when you're a nurse or a doctor and say, what's the most serious thing happening here? They get to go first. It doesn't, that's why when you go to the emergency room, sometimes you have to wait 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 hours because you're there at the emergency room, but that person that was in a head-on collision is being brought in, or that person who's having a heart attack is being brought in, right? But in life, you know, I had to learn how to speak up to the doctor. And so when I had the dream and I saw the vision in my dream of the blood clot in my leg, God gave me that dream. I had to speak up to the doctor and say, I had a dream and there's a blood clot. And she made fun of me. She mocked me. She was not a Christian. She made known that she thought I was crazy. And she ordered me for a psychiatrist evaluation. Yeah, that was really insulting considering I do the psych evals here. But what happened was I prayed, and it says a gentle answer turneth away wrath. So I gave her a gentle answer, and I said, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And I went to the head nurse. She came to me because I'm in a bed. And I said, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Can you please help me? I had this dream, and I know there's a blood clot in my leg, and nobody can figure it out. They've had all these tests, 3 or 4 MRIs, 2 ultrasounds, 2 CAT scans, and they can't figure out what's wrong with me. They've taken blood. I've gotten 3 acquired infections here. I'm afraid to go to sleep because God knows what you're going to do to me when I'm asleep if I've got 3 infections. And I said to the nurse, I need your help. Can you pray with me? And she was a Christian. She prayed with me. She said, I'm going to change you to a different room that'll give you a different doctor, and this doctor will listen to you because she's very well known for listening. So they changed me to the other room. 15 minutes later, the doctor walks in. She says, hi, how can I help you? And there's a big whiteboard, and we made a timeline, and I told her the whole story. And I said, but nobody can figure out what's wrong, but I just had a dream, just woke up, had to be sedated for a test, and I just woke up from a dream. And in my dream, I saw my veins in my leg, and I saw a great big blood clot that happened from that car accident a year ago. And she says, well, let's go do the test. She said, let's pray. And so she prayed with me, and she said, the Lord told you that, let's go do the test. I'll order the test. So next thing I know, a man's coming, take me on the gurney to drive me in my little hospital bed to the ultrasound. Did a thoracic ultrasound. I walk in, there's a thoracic surgeon, there's a doctor who's a thoracic surgeon. He operates on veins, and there's an ultrasound tech. And I tell them that I had a dream, and the guy's thinking she's crazy, like, you had a dream, really? And I went, yeah, God gave me a dream. And I said, do you have a piece of paper and a pencil? And he gave me one, and I drew a drawing of what I saw, and I shaded it out, and I handed it to him, and I said, this is what I saw in my dream. There's a blood clot in this leg. And he said, well, that would fit with your symptoms. Let's do the test. And so I pointed to my leg right where it was, and they got their machine, and they started at my groin and went all the way down to my foot. By the time he got to my calf, he goes, ugh, so loud you could hear him in the room. He goes, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. And he said, the doctor came in and he looked at it, he couldn't believe it. And I said, well, see, God told me. And then he wanted to know about the Lord. But I had to speak up to get that medical care, okay? I would have went for 2 or 3 more days in the hospital, them not knowing what it was, if I had not spoke up. You don't think I was afraid to tell them that God gave me a dream and told me what it was? Oh yeah, I was afraid. I was afraid that everybody would treat me just the way that one doctor did. Call me crazy, call a psychiatrist, ignore me, gaslight me, make fun of me, mock me for being a Christian. But I knew that I knew that I knew that I had prayed with another nurse. I had prayed with another doctor for an answer. And God gave me that dream, and that was the answer. And they started me on the medication, the blood thinner, in the IV. They gave me pain medication for the leg. They gave me a pain medication for my shoulder. They put a cream on my shoulder. They started treating me with antibiotics for these 3 other infections that they gave me at the hospital. And I started to get better. I started to get better because of the answer in the dream. That was really hard to speak up with them, to them. It was really hard to be assertive, because you know what happens when women are assertive? If they say, I have a need or a want or desire, or we speak up, we get called the B word. And we're so afraid of being called the B word that we won't speak up, that it keeps us silent. But here I was in a hospital far away from home. This is my body and my brain and my heart. And I have to keep myself alive so I can do the work that God called me to. So I had to put aside my pride. I had to say, even if this woman disrespects me, even if this woman, this doctor, mocks me, even if this woman makes fun of me, even if this woman says she wants me to go for a psych eval, even if she sneers at me, makes fun of me, she was very rude, I'm just going to ignore it, and I'm going to do what needs to be done. So she went out. I said, thank you so much for your help. Goodbye. She left. And I called the nurse right away and said, I need help. We need to solve this problem. Nobody knows what's wrong with me. And yet God gave me a dream. And so I was going to keep trying, keep knocking, keep asking someone to help me. And so I had to go through that one nurse and one doctor who made fun of me to get to the doctor who listened, to get to the nurse who listened, to get to the doctor who ordered the test, to get to that test to confirm it. And then what happened is that doctor was mad at me. That doctor came back and said mean things to me and yelled at me, stood at the doorway, and everybody in the whole ward heard her. And she was making fun of me, and she said, God's dead. God died in the Middle Ages. You're delusional. And she said all these things, and she goes, this is what's wrong with you. And I said, well, God's dead. Why did he? And I was very kind and very calm, and I used a very low voice. I said, if God's dead, why did he give me a dream and diagnose me and tell me that there was a blood clot? 4 days and you guys couldn't figure that out. But one dream and God can tell me that there's a blood clot. God's not dead. He's surely alive. Yeah. And how could I do that? Only by the power of the Holy Spirit, because I'm a timid person. It's hard for me to ask for help. It's hard for me to speak up. But you know what happens? As mothers, we have to speak up for our children. As daughters, we have to speak up for our mother's health care. As women, we have to speak up for our own health care. As friends, we have to speak up to defend our friends. What happens is the Holy Spirit comes and empowers us. He helps us. If we pray and we say, God, I'm so afraid, please help me know what to say, he'll help us. He'll give us the words. And he'll give us the courage to speak up. And I understand what you're saying about being so afraid you shake. I get that. Gam Widow, hi. Gam Willow. I always have to say Willow. I know another person whose name is Gam Widow, so sometimes I have to make sure Gam Willow. Hi, I'm so excited you're here. This is so great. We are all strong. We are all strong. I will protect you. Same, she says, we are strong. You are strong. I will protect you. We will all work together, won't we? Oh, this is so wonderful. I'm so happy you're here. But now I'm strong. I can deal with anyone who disrespects me. He disrespected my parents' belief, who do everything for making their daughter successful. Yeah, think of that. Think of how when you're there, when you're on the front lines, you know, maybe you're, I don't know, you're going to have to tell me what you do for a living. You're going to change countries and go do what you went to college for. I don't know, but I know many women who are nurses or doctors or engineers or social workers, psychiatrists. I know many women who are counselors. Women like me, I'm a trauma-informed therapist, which is a counselor, and a nurse, and a chaplain. And so I know many women, all different professions, who have to stand up. But I know many mothers and homemakers who have to stand up, and those are all worthy jobs. And we have to stand up. And the thing is that just like my dad said, I didn't raise you to be a doormat. My daddy looked at me. My daddy was 25 years older than my mother. Okay, my daddy was born in 1918. Okay, he died in 2006. But my daddy looked at me and he said, I didn't raise you to be a doormat. Okay, he raised me to be a strong woman. And I have to remember what my parents went through, what they sacrificed. My mama in Oklahoma, she was the daughter of a sharecropper. You know what a sharecropper is? They farm a farm that they don't own. So it's like being a white slave, indentured servant. They work farm, but they don't own. They live in a little tiny shack, little tiny 9x12 shack they lived in with no insulation. And they picked cotton. My mama picked cotton when she was 2 years old. She'd go out to the cotton fields, and I don't know if you've ever seen cotton, but it's this beautiful plant that flowers. It's got these hard shell, and it splits open, and in the center there's a white puff of cotton. And when you pick it, your fingers get raw, they get cut. My mama was out there when she was 2 years old with her mama picking cotton, and her brothers and her sisters. My mama worked hard to get where she is. She worked hard. Every job she got a little bit better job. When she was a little girl, she helped farm. When she was a little girl, she helped take care of the pigs or the cows or the few little chickens that they had. When she was a little girl, she went to school, and then she worked in a nursing home for a while, and then she worked as a waitress, and then she got married to my daddy, and before she married my daddy, she worked as a nanny, and she worked as a secretary for him, and then they fell in love, and she got married, and she took care of his kids. Then they had children, and she took care of her house and her home and her children. And then when I was in the 6th grade, she went back to school because she had not got graduated from high school. So she got a GED, which is the equivalency of a high school degree. And then she started college. She took child development, and she took bookkeeping and different secretarial skills. And she went to be a secretary for a man for a very famous business in Seattle. She did that for a while. And then she decided she was going to go into sales, and she sold property, little plots for people when they're buried at a funeral home. And she was one of the first women to do that job. And everything she made, she saved, and she bought a farm. She went back to Oklahoma and bought the farm that her parents raised her on, that they didn't even own. She bought it. And so my mama worked really hard for everything she had. And I have to remember that. My mama was the first woman in our family to graduate from high school, first woman to go to college. I was the first woman in my family to graduate from high school, the first woman to go to college and get a degree, first woman to go to nursing school, first woman to get a master's degree, first woman to own property. Yeah. I have to remember where I come from. Make my mama and my daddy proud. Make my Heavenly Father, God, proud. Yep. We love you. We love you. Yes, we can't take disrespect. You're very strong for standing up for yourself and for your family. That's right. We all need to stand up for one another. Oh, she says, I bought you a new dress, to her friend in the comments. Oh my goodness. And then she said, I did that, Jeannie. He called me weak. Yeah, well, he's the one that's weak. You know, the Bible says, when I am weak, he is strong, and that he is Christ. So when people call me names and call me weak, I'm strong when I stand up to them. And you know, it takes wisdom to know when to stand up, right? It takes wisdom when to know to let it roll off your back like a duck. Oh, how beautiful. And then she says, same, Jeannie. I also think he is in school, but he is soon turned 30. Yes, you know, this is a common thing with young men who are raised in societies or in cultures where it's okay to disrespect women. So I work with law enforcement a lot, and there's like a culture in law enforcement. And a lot of the people who come into law enforcement come from the Midwest or the South. And so when they come here, they have to learn new rules and new ways of being. And so it's really interesting to me to see all the sheriff's officers when they get a new person. Maybe the new person when they come here is prejudiced. Maybe they're racist, or maybe they're sexist. And they'll just say, hey, that's not going to go down here. You're not going to treat people that way here. You might get away with that at XYZ state or at XYZ city, but it's not going to come down here. We treat people with respect. And you know, these men are godly men. These men are valiant warrior men, and they provide and protect. They provide and protect for their families, to support their families with their job, but they provide and protect in the community too. And there's this saying I wanted to read to you that I found, and I keep trying to say this to these two men that we all know in the comments. And it's called The Knight's Code, or the Old Code. And it says, a knight is sworn to valor. Valor means courage. His heart knows only virtue. His blade defends the helpless. His might upholds the weak. His sword speaks only truth. His wrath undoes the wicked. So let's go through it. A knight is sworn to valor. So a knight is going to walk in integrity, in valor, in courage, right? His heart knows only virtue. So he has moral integrity. He's a man of virtue. He has a moral compass, right? He's got a standard he upholds. His blade defends the helpless. Now, we women don't like to think we're helpless, right? I'm definitely not helpless. But there are times when women are helpless. There are times when women are heavily pregnant, when it's hard to defend yourself. There's times when we're elders, it's hard to defend ourselves. There's times when we're little children, it's hard to defend ourselves. So we all, male or female, have a time when we are helpless. And it says his blade, so his sword, defends the helpless. So he's willing to put violence or strength or his blade of compassion to, he's going to use it to defend the helpless. His might upholds the weak. So who's the strong man in reality? Someone who calls people weak, or someone who quietly recognizes that there's someone who's weaker than he is, and he's going to use his might or his strength to uphold the weak, to defend the weak. His words speak only truth. It's not true that you're weak. You're a strong woman. You ever seen a woman give birth? Honey, let me tell you something. You don't need to give birth flat on your back in a hospital. You can give birth at home with midwives. You can give birth with midwives who tell you that you can do it and you're strong and powerful. We're letting the machines take over. Okay, I refuse to give birth with an IV in my arm, submitted to a man who's a doctor in stirrups flat on my back. That's why women rip and tear in hospitals. Get yourself educated, and when you decide to have a baby with the man you love, you make sure that you get a nurse midwife there, a trained midwife. And then you won't rip or tear. You'll have an amazing sex life. You'll be continent for the rest of your life. You won't be incontinent. You won't have to wear Depends when you're an adult woman because you're peeing yourself, because you wrecked your pelvic floor, because you were given birth in a hospital flat on your back. Sorry, I'm biased. His word speaks only truth. His wrath undoes the wicked. So his anger is used to undo the wicked. So that's a good code for a man to have. And many of us have, spiritual codes that our church teach, that are the Bible teaches, or the Quran teaches, or your holy book teaches. And I don't see anywhere where it says it's okay for men to disrespect women. God created man and woman in his image. Male and female, he created them. And it takes a man and a woman to create a child, to create a new life. And if a man wants to get anywhere near a woman, he has to be able to respect her. He has to respect her to be able to love her. So these guys are little boys who need to grow up. Oh, this dress sounds beautiful. She says she made a dress, or she bought a dress, and it's black with roses. One of my favorite dresses that I had of all time. I loved it so much. I wore it till it was threadbare, and it was black. It had long sleeves, but it was of a really thin, beautiful material, and cotton. And it was tight around the bust, but it went out at the waist, and it was black with roses. Fuchsia and burgundy and pink roses, really beautiful. That sounds so beautiful. He said he is 48. What? Who's 48? Write me and tell me who you're talking about. Mm. A sunset pattern or a forest pattern. Oh, wouldn't that be beautiful? You know, one time I went to go visit a lady. I do home visits sometimes for clients. And I went to go visit a lady, and she was sewing a dress, and it was the most unusual fabric. It was light green cotton, but the kind of polished cotton that women make dresses out of. It had little tiny vines all over it. And then she combined it with, she made a jacket, a little like a vest, and a long sleeve dress. And the skirt of the dress had a forest pattern on the edge, like the forest. It was really pretty. And I thought, oh, how creative that she could think to combine those. Mm. Giving you hugs. And then somebody said, oh no, I'm sorry about that, Jeannie. And they gave me hugs. I'm not sure what they were sorry about. Maybe it was the dumb doctor story. You know, I'm calling the doctor in my head Dr. Mino. And I put her in my journal and I call her Dr. Mino, the Mino doctor. And I pray for her every day. I'm just like, Lord, please bless the Mino doctor and keep her far away from me. That's my prayer for her. There's a prayer for everyone. Maybe you know the reference. There's a movie called Fiddler on the Roof, and in the original Fiddler on the Roof, I love that. I used to watch it over and over, but only the first tape, because the second tape's really depressing. They go off to the gulag or whatever in Russia, and they get thrown out of their homes. But the first one has got all the songs, and all the people gather around the rabbi, and all the learned men say, Rabbi. They're all learning from the rabbi who's the teacher and the spiritual leader of the village. And they said, Rabbi, is there a prayer for the czar? And they're talking about the czar or the king of Russia who's oppressing the Jewish people. And the rabbi says, yes, there's a prayer for everyone. And they're all waiting for him. And he bows his head and says, Lord, bless and keep the czar. And they're all kind of looking at each other. He's blessing the czar. Far away from us. I love that. So I pray that sometimes. Bless and keep Dr. Mino far away from me. How are you feeling? And then she says, awful. Oh no, we're sending you hugs. And she says she can't breathe. Oh, baby girl, I didn't know you can't breathe. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, and then she says 5 things. What can you see? What can you feel? What can you smell? What can you touch? What can you hear? That's good. Do a grounding exercise. Oh, and she just wants to talk in private. That's good. Phone, blanket, window, heating pad, charger. Yeah, 5 good things you can hear. I'll send you a Gmail later, Jeannie. Okay. Jeannie, alarm bird, static wind. Oh, I get it now. She's doing it. I love you. What he told me is not a joke. Sorry. So I don't think it's a joke, honey. I don't really know. So if he was being disrespectful to you, if it's sexually inappropriate, you cut the person off. You know, I don't know what's going on in America, but I'll tell you, I started trying to online date, and this is from 2017 to 2019. I gave up because I was getting 125, 150 messages, depending on the week, a week. And I would get like 50, I'm not kidding you, 50 pictures of male and not anatomy. I couldn't believe it. And it's like a trend. Like some guy thinks this is okay. Well, it kind of made it easier because I would just block them and not even read their messages if they did that. But then we started the transgender cult movement. So maybe it's because men want you to know that they're really a man. I don't know. I started kind of making a joke about it and saying, well, it's a good to know, you have plumbing, or well, it's good to know you're a man, or something like that. But I didn't say it to them. I just thought it in my head, you know. But I just quit. I just quit accepting text messages. It was in an app, in a dating app. I just decided, forget this. This is not going to work. Um, like maybe society slid off into the abyss when I wasn't looking or something. I don't know. When I was dating, you know, when I was in college, you met somebody at work, you met somebody at school, you met somebody at college, or you met somebody at church, or some woman in your neighborhood said, "Would you like to meet my nephew? He's really kind, and I just think you'd really like him." And you went out on a date with them, or maybe you went to a church social, or a whole bunch of people would go out on a date, like 30 people or 20 people or 10 people would all go together, like all the nurses and the orderlies and a couple of the doctors would go all together to have breakfast someplace. And there was none of this sending creepy text or sending creepy messages. Nobody even dreamed of that. If somebody did that, we would call the police. Nowadays, they don't even care. They're just like, oh, yeah, that's just the way it is. I don't know what's going on. I tell you, society is collapsing. Yep. Hit like and subscribe, dear ones. I'm trying to get used to saying that. He wants to disrespect me and making sexist and racist comments. That's really terrible. I'm so sorry. Yeah, just ignore them. Uh, Block him. Don't talk to him. And then she says, yes, that was not a joke. That was a pure insult. See, I don't know what we're talking about because I didn't get to hear the whole story, but yeah, I wouldn't put up with it. Oh, what breed is the bird? I don't know. I'm going to have to look at um, my daughter had a book about chickens. It was by Shori. Shori books are so amazing. And she kept the book. It never worked for us to have chickens because we lived in a place that had forest on four sides, and we had a little open pasture where we had our house and our cottage and our um, chicken coop and a chicken run. And unfortunately, my daughter wanted to do um, free range chickens, but the problem was is that there were chicken hawks that lived in the forest. So they would perch in the tree and wait till she would let the chickens out. And you could be walking with the chickens, and that bird would fly right down and grab a chicken by its neck and fly away with it. Or sometimes they would leave them. They'd kill the chicken and leave them. It was the most traumatic thing for my kids. Oh my gosh. My kids, I was in the house cooking dinner, and my daughter came screaming. Ran out, you know, my apron to see what's going on, and here's this dead chicken. And I said, okay, you're going to have to keep them inside the pen. You can't let them out. So then we made a chicken tractor. We built one with the little, it's like a fenced-in place where you can let the chickens be. But she wanted, you know, she was reading the book. The book said to have them be free range. Well, that works in some places, but it didn't work where we lived. So one by one, that chicken hawk, he just thought he was at the Kanata all-you-can-eat buffet. He just sat in the tree waiting for my daughter to let the chickens out, and she'd let the chickens out, and she'd be standing right next to them. And that hawk would fly down and grab a chicken. So it got to where when we moved from that house, we only had three. We had two hens and one rooster. But the rooster was so beautiful. This long tail, and he had burgundy feathers. And you're going to think this is strange, but it was black. But have you ever seen a pigeon's neck or um, like a hummingbird, how they can have dark black, but then when they turn it looks blue? The rooster had the most beautiful long tail, and when he would turn it, the black looked blue. It was really beautiful. I'll have to ask my daughter what breed it was, or I'll have to look up online all the names of the chickens, and if I see it, I'll know. And then she says, there was so much more. I feel like they didn't tell me. Hmm. And she said, I am so very sorry. Hmm. Yeah, it was a chicken, and it was a rooster, and it had the little comb, and it had tall feathers, but it had a tail that was like good 4.5 feet long, the tail feathers. And my daughter said it was a show bird, like people would take them to the fair, you know. But we just bought some chicks, and we bought like when you go to the farm store, they say the names like Banties or Rhode Island Reds, or I forget the names of them, but there's black and white speckled ones, and there's red chickens, and there's yellow chickens, and they have pictures, and they have the name, and then you can just go over to that stall, and the lady will pick out a couple of chicks of whatever kind you want. They give them to you in a box, and you take them home. And then we raised them in the warmer. We had a little in my I used to have a in my house. I used to have a mud room with a big deep sink, and so I put them in the deep sink. I put paper down, and the deep sink was like this. It's about 3.5, 4 feet deep, big sink like in your washing room where you wash stuff out by hands. Like if your husband comes in with mud boots or the kids are out on the farm, you rinse things off. And then there's a washer and dryer. So it was really warm, and there was a bathroom there with a sink. So I just put the light, there's a lamp, and I clipped it up to the top, and I would put the chicks there, and I put hay out. I think I used actually sawdust or something. And then every day I would just go in a couple times a day and clean out their poop. And I raised them up until they were big enough, till they were little pullets, big enough to go outside in the fenced in area. We had a great big fenced in chicken house. It was so pretty. I wish we could have brought it with us, but we ended up leaving it for the people who lived there next. But it was so pretty. Had little doors that you would open, and there was places for them to sit, and little bins I made for them to have their eggs. And we had it all pretty. And then we had warming lights in there because where we live, it gets really cold in the winter. So, and it rains a lot. So they will all lived in there. But that dang, we were in the forest. So we had raccoons, we had hawks, red-tailed hawks, chicken hawks, and we had eagles and foxes, and they were all trying to get into the chicken coop. So like the raccoons have little hands, and there's wire, chicken wire, and we had dug down and put metal all the way around it and then buried it, and they would get in there with their hands and separate the wire and peel it open. So then we had to figure out, make another type of a door with a panel of chicken wire, and then we had a lock on the door because the raccoons figured out how to open the door. It was one thing after another. It was like predators, predators, predators. There were so many predators. And, you know, my kids were city kids when we came to the island, but they were country kids. But, when you lose one or two or three chickens a day, we had like 48 to begin with. We were losing like 3 chickens a day. It was so frustrating. And then I just realized, I went and talked to some of the old timers, and I realized you can't raise chickens on the edge of the forest. There's too many predators here. Coyotes, raccoons, hawks, eagles. They were all coming to the Kanata all-you-can-eat chicken buffet and having chicken dinners. So finally what we did, we moved to a house that was really beautiful, and I loved this house. Big yellow house with a big yellow veranda, and it had a little barn, a great big barn, and 5 little outbuildings. And we made a beautiful chicken area. They have these barns, I don't know what they're called, but it's like where you store hay, but it's only a half barn, so it's like this, and then there's beams that go down, and it's open, so you can put hay there. And what we did was we fenced all that in with wire, and I had really pretty, I had found some, somebody had made chickens, cut them out of sheet metal and bent them, and I painted them and stuck them up there. It was really beautiful. And we had them, those chickens, we didn't even have them a week, and the neighbor, and this is, we have 10 acres. We had 10 acres. The neighbor was complaining that she could hear the chickens. Um, and there were 3 chickens. One rooster would crow in the morning, cock-a-doodle-doo, you know. And so the sheriff came out and he said, Jeannie, I need to tell you, your neighbor's complaining that you have chickens. And he said, the law says you're on 10 acres, you can have chickens. You don't have to do anything. The only reason I'm coming is because there was a report. How are you doing? How are the kids? You know, and he had a cup of tea with me and we talked. And then he left and my husband said, what's wrong? And I said, the neighbor's upset because of the chicken. And he said, well, you're going to have to get rid of the chicken. He went over and talked with the neighbor. And he said, you're going to have to get rid of the chicken. I was so mad. Why in the world would people move to the country on a farm and be worried because their neighbor, a farm away, 10 acres away, has a chicken? That's ridiculous. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have done anything. I would have just said, oh, well, I'm sorry. And my mother said, I would wrap her up a couple little earplugs in a little matchbox and wrap it up really pretty with a big silk ribbon and visit her. Well, I brought her a bouquet of flowers and I visited her and I said, you know, we live on a farm. You moved from the city to a farm. You live on a farm now. This is what we do in the country. We have chickens. So we finally had a place. It didn't have forest. You could see the forest. You could see the beach out our window. Finally had a place that was big enough for chickens, and we couldn't have them because of the neighbor, because my husband didn't want to do it. Oh, I was so mad. So here I have my girls, and they're crying because we have to get rid of the chickens. And the chickens, I had trained them to follow me. They would follow me anywhere. So people go, how do you train chickens? Well, remember when I told you they were in the sink when they were babies? I would sing to them a song, and they had a lullaby. And so I would sing to them that song. So when I wanted the chickens to come in, I would go out and open the door of the chicken coop, and I'd sing the song, and they'd all follow me. When I wanted to feed them, I'd sing the song, and they'd all follow me. So here we were, and the chickens got out. My daughter had not shut the door all the way. The chickens got out, and it went over to another neighbor's house. And I just walked over and started singing to it, and it followed me. And he said, oh my goodness, are you the chicken whisperer? He thought that was pretty funny. And that neighbor was mad. And the other neighbors were all mad that we had to get rid of our chickens because they liked seeing the kids like the chickens because we had a farm. But so my very, very good friend, he had been a client for many years, and he had gotten clean and sober. He had been a client, and he was a very good friend, and he had a great big farm, and his dream was to be a pilot. He became a pilot, and you know, pilots are not supposed to drink alcohol. And he had been an alcoholic for a while, and he was hooked on a bunch of different drugs, and he got clean and sober, went through recovery, went through counseling. And I was trying to think, who do I know who has a farm that would take these chickens, because I had to get rid of them. And so, but I wanted them to be really well cared for. So I called him up and I said, he'd been clean and sober for 3 years. And so he only came to counseling like when he was having his struggles, and then he would come like once a month. And so I thought, oh gosh, is this a breach of client counselor privilege or whatever? And so I called him up and I said, how are you doing? He goes, I'm doing good. And I said, well, I have a problem. And he's like, what's the problem? And I said, well, it's really silly. He goes, no, tell me, what is it? I go, well, I've got these chickens, these 3 chickens, and my daughters love them, and they raise them by hand, and we moved. He goes, I thought you moved to a farm. And he said the name of the farm, and I go, yeah, but the neighbor doesn't want us to have the chickens. He goes, oh, city people. And he goes, bring them over here. I have a chicken sanctuary. And I go, you're kidding me. And you know, when he would come to counseling, he'd always have these t-shirts that would be like cock-a-doodle-doo or some silly saying from a farm store. But, I didn't really know that he had chickens. And I go, you have chickens? He goes, I have 150 chickens. I have 5 turkeys. I have 4 grouse. I have a set of quail. And he started telling me all this. And he had built his house, built a workshop, and built a barn. And he had divided out the floor of the barn for the chicken coop and put drains in it and made it cement so that he could just go and hose it off and it'd go down the drain. And then all the waste he would, before he hosed it off, he would um, rake or shovel all the waste over to the side. And then he had a trap door so it would go down into a chute and it would be part of his compost that he'd use for his garden. And so I hadn't been to his home in a long time since he had gotten the property. So I went over there and he said, well, I would be honored if you'd bring the girls and bring the chickens. He goes, I have a chicken sanctuary and they can come here anytime and see them. Oh, I was so happy. So we got the girls and put the girls in the car and they're crying, and put the 2 chickens in the car and they're crying. And the chickens were named the Little Red Hen, Sweetie Pie, and Sweetie Pie was the one with the long tail, which is a boy, and you don't think of that being a name for a boy, but when they named him, he was just a little chick. I forget the third one's name, but anyway, I drove there and I have him in the back of my Volvo, and he comes around to the side and he says hi to the girls, and they get out and they're standing there, and he goes, oh, where are the chickens? And one of them had them in her lap, and he goes, oh, what a beautiful chicken. And in my mind, I'm sitting in my driver's seat, so in my mind I'm thinking, oh, he must be seeing that prize-winning chicken that we'd got a prize at the fair that has that big long tail, the rooster. But no, he was talking about the little red hen that's just a normal looking chicken. He goes, that's the most beautiful chicken. And this guy's a big manly man and he's gushing over the chicken. My daughter gets this big smile on her face. He goes, would you like to bring your chicken over and see the holding pen? Because when we first get chickens, we have to keep them separate for a while. She says, okay. And so we all get out and he carries the chicken over, and he's built a holding pen with a door, and it's got that washable floor, and it's all clean, and he's got clean straw. And he puts the chicken in and he goes, now where's the other 2? He walks back to the car and he sees the other little red hen and he goes, oh, what a beautiful chicken, what's her name? And the girls tell him her name, and he says, would you help me bring her back to the holding pen? So they bring him over, and then in laying down at their feet is the prize-winning chicken with the long beautiful tail, and he goes, oh, what a stately gentleman you are. And they pick him up and put him in, and so he was in the holding pen. So then he says, would you like to see he locks them all in and gives them some grain to, give to the chickens. He says, would you like to see my chickens? And they say, yeah. He says, okay, watch. He goes, my chickens are free-range chickens. My daughter's like, we tried free-range chickens, but it didn't work. He goes, yeah, but I have lots of dogs, so my dogs circle around and they protect the chickens, and see, we didn't have a dog. So he goes into the kitchen. In his bread box, he's got a loaf of bread, and he gives each of the girls a loaf of bread. He goes, come on, I'll show you a trick. He stands out in his yard. He's got this great big farm. Just think of barns and his house, and he's standing out in the middle of his yard. And he goes, chickens, chickens, come. Next thing you know, there's like 80 chickens come running towards us. He goes, now it's okay, they won't hurt you, just break up the bread and you can feed them. Giant turkeys come running. He was feeding them bread from his hand. Oh, those girls loved that. It was so great. So then we all said goodbye. He told us we could come anytime we wanted to visit. So then I get a text a week later that he says, an update for the girls. The chickens are out, it was Henny Penny, that was her name. Henny Penny, the little red hen, and Sweetie Pie are out of um, isolation, and now they're joined the flock. And he sent pictures, and the girls looked at the pictures and they were happy about that. And then about 2 weeks later, I get a text, and he says, Sweetie Pie is not a very manly name, but let me tell you, Sweetie Pie is now the head rooster. He's now the head rooster, the one at the top of the pecking order, and all the other roosters do what he wants them to do. So he was protecting all those hens and so happy in his new home. So the girls and I went over there a couple times so that they could see Sweetie Pie being all happy. It made me very happy. And my friend, my client who became my friend, was so happy. He was so happy. And you know, he died. He died, let's see, 3 years ago of leukemia. He died of leukemia. But he had a happy life, so being sober, being clean and sober, and taking care of all those chickens and all those turkeys. Every time I think about chickens now, I think about him and how kind he was to my girls to let them bring their chickens that they raised as babies, over to his place. And the other thing I forgot to tell you was he asked the girls their names, and he had pieces of wood that he had made wire on and had up by the cage. So he wrote their names with a Sharpie marker above their cage. I thought that was really sweet. He said Sweetie Pie when they told him Sweetie Pie. But the girls, they named him as a little chick, and you couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. Mm. And then she says, it's not at all your fault. I feel relaxed by sharing with you. I'm glad. I'm glad you feel relaxed and that you can share with your other sisters and friends in the comments. Simba is dreaming. When cats twitch, that means they are dreaming. Yes, I've wondered about that. I've used to have a cat when I was a little girl, and he would do this. He would sleep like this with his paws, with his head. Then sometimes he'd twitch his tail, or he'd put his paw out and go like that. Have you ever seen that? My mom used to say that he was chasing mice in his dreams. I'm glad we're always here for you. I feel a lot better after talking with you too. Mm-hmm. Hugs, hugs. I love you all so much. I'm so glad you're here. Oh gosh, the dream I had today. Hmm. Same. Thanks for listening to me, sweetie. I only share with Chris. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of dreams are they? Hmm. Hmm. I think she might have erased it already. I'm sorry it took so long to get to it. I'm sorry you had that dream, if that's what I'm thinking that it is. I know who that man was. I'm sorry about that. Oh no, I'm sorry. We'll probably see him this weekend. Oh, but it's just a dream. Oh, well, I'm praying for you. Sometimes we have dreams that prepare us. There's warning dreams that warn us about people, and there's dreams that prepare our hearts, and there's dreams that we can actually write our dreams down and figure out, ask the Lord's Holy Spirit to tell us what they mean. So if you want to ever do dream interpretation, you can do that. I can help you with that. You know what? I had a warning dream. I was trying to think of what year it was. I think it was in 2019. I was texting with a man. Must have been 2020 or 2019. I was texting with a man. It was in the days when I still thought I was going to find my true love by online dating, because I was naive. And I was texting with this man, and for all intents and purposes, he seemed to be a gentleman. And in those days, I usually texted with somebody for 2 weeks before I would go on a date with them. And I would always give their name and address or whatever I had of theirs, like their name and their birthday or whatever, to the sheriff. And the sheriff would run a criminal background check on them. And I'm sorry, but I work with law enforcement, so I know too many creepy people to just trust somebody without checking them out. So anyway, he had passed his little checkout thing with flying colors, and I knew what he looked like because he sent me pictures, and I sent him a picture. There was a picture on the dating site, and so we were texting, and I had this funny feeling, and I can't really put my finger on it. I was going to do a video call with him, but for some reason he said he couldn't do a video call. So I thought, okay, because I always do a call or a video call with people first before I go out on a date with them. So he said he couldn't do it. So I went to sleep that night, and I had a dream. And in the dream, he was doing something awful, really awful, like really awful, like committing a crime, awful. And in the dream, he had these two earrings, which weren't in the picture. And he had a nose piercing and a lip piercing, which weren't in the picture, like on the dating site. And I woke up and I wrote my dream out. I thought, this is so weird. And it just so happens that that day I had to go to the sheriff's office and see a client. And sometimes I will see people at their office. Sometimes somebody will commit a crime and one of their family members needs counseling. Like, for example, like maybe a mother's son he's a teenager and he does something like robs a store or something, and she's really upset. And so he's a minor, so I'll go to the sheriff's office and counsel the mother or the father, but it's in a safe, protected place is the idea. And so I went there, and the sheriff says, "Hey, Jeannie, did you ever go out with so-and-so, that guy's name?" And I go, "No, I didn't, but I just had a really bad dream about him last night." He goes, "Well, I would say you would. Look at this." He pulls out a picture, and in the picture, he's got the, whatever they call that when they have a chin pierce and a nose pierce and an ear pierce, which wasn't in the picture that he sent me. He sent me a picture of him having really short hair and clean cut. And now it's the same man, and he's got long hair. And it said there was a list of crimes, and it said that he had been on a crime spree and had robbed a 7-Eleven in Seattle, and that he was wanted. And I was just like, and he goes, "Boy, you can sure pick them." He teased me about that forever. So he would say they'd roll up in their sheriff car at the accident, and I'd be getting out of my car, and one of the sheriffs always comes over and walks me to the accident scene. And on the way, he'd say, "So, have you knocked off any 7-Elevens lately?" Because, you want to be like in the dating apps, they always say, "I'm Clyde looking for my Bonnie," because like Bonnie and Clyde, I guess, is a thing. And he goes, "So, Bonnie, knocked off any 7-Elevens lately?" He would tease me about that for 3 years. I didn't even go on any more dates. I was just like, okay, what is it with these guys? They're all losers, forget this. I don't know what to do. Where I live, all the churches are full of women. There's no men. And I'm like, there's no single men. The men are married. And I'm just like, okay. And my sheriff friend says, "Maybe you're going to have to go on a spiritual retreat, He goes, "Maybe you're going to have to go to Oklahoma or the Midwest and go on a retreat, So they keep inviting me to these policeman retreats where they have, there's a name for it, law enforcement, where they have right now I can't make my mind think of it, but it's, seminars where they go for extended learning to learn different things. He keeps trying to get me to come. Sometimes I go to speak, but then if I go speak, it's like everybody's intimidated by me and they don't want to talk to me. So that's frustrating. So I said, I have to go to something that I can be like the same level of authority and meet people, not like I'm way above them and they're down here kind of a thing. Not that I think I am, but for some reason, people were intimidated by me when I speak at places. So sort of funny, Mm. So I don't know. So you can pray for me because I would like to get married. I would like to have a true love. I know he's out there someplace. And I keep saying, okay, Lord, you get to look for, I'm going to let you choose my inheritance for me. You get to look for my true love. Mm. Then they say, is Jeannie talking about this person or this person or this person? Yeah, we are here for you always. Yeah, they hurt me too. It's what happens. But you know, the first two that you said, um, not the middle, if you look at your comment, ZSH, it's S that I was um, doing emails with, and he kind of went off the deep end. Okay, so he's got like serious mental health issues, and I'm used to dealing with people with serious mental health issues. I do it as a job, so I'm kind of like, oh well, you know. But I don't want him in the comments hurting people, you know. And I don't know what the other two are saying. I still haven't figured out what they're saying. But don't, um, oh my goodness, you had a job where, or dream where someone, oh dear. Well, first off, you just had a traumatic experience with fire, right? And so in your emojis, you have fire. So when we dream, we process our feelings and our emotions and our unconscious thoughts. So that's part of it, is that you just had a traumatic thing happen in your apartment complex. So your brain is going to be processing that for a while. So you might have fears of having a candle, or fears of lighting a fire in a fireplace, or fears of fire, or just random thoughts. Well, what would have happened if XYZ had happened? And that's normal because you're processing that event. Gotta get some water here. Hold on. Got my pitcher. Got my water glass. Gonna pour some water. Balancing everything. Putting my pitcher back on the table. Mm. So you're processing that is really normal. You know, I went to a fire where a friend of mine, we used to live next door to someone who lived in a town, and we lived next door to them in a very old house. And one day, the Lord gave me a picture in my mind. I was driving home, and it was a very unusual day. Had picked up my husband at work, and I picked up my daughter, and I was driving them both home. And normally, this time of day, I wouldn't be driving, but it was like 6 o'clock at night or so. We were going to go to the store, and all of a sudden, I had this picture in my mind of a fire, and I pictured the house. And it was the house that we used to live next door to. We had moved, but we had lived next door to it. And I said, there's a, there's a fire at so-and-so's house. My husband kind of looked at me funny. And then I said, no, there's a fire there. And because we were going down this road, and you could either take a right or a left, to go to their house, you'd have to take a right. But to go to our house, we would drive past their house. So we took the right. And right when I got there, I stopped across the street and ran up to the front, and there was a woman from my church that was there. She was walking her dog, and she was at the door trying to get the children to come out. They wouldn't come out. And she said, I just got a picture of a fire. And I said, me too. This house is on fire. And you could see just a little bit of smoke. It was still light outside, a little bit of smoke coming. And we got the kids to come out. The grandma wasn't home. but the lady that rented out the bottom of the house was there. We're trying to get her to come out, and while we were trying to get her to come out, she wouldn't come out. And these people had all these dogs, so it was like trying to get 4 dogs out and a couple cats. The house, the top of the roof of the house burst into fire. And then I told my husband, you better call 911, and he did. And then we were trying to get everybody to come out of the house because the house is on fire, right? And the kids were in their pajamas. They were trying to get ready for bed. They were like lounging around playing video games or whatever. And their grandma had just went to the store, which is right down the street. So it's like taking a walk and you're not even gone a half hour, right? There's a mom and pop store down the street. And, but that whole fire, the whole house burnt down to the ground. And I'm a chaplain, so I stayed and I helped. We went to the church across the street and got chairs and asked if we could borrow their chairs, and they loaned us chairs, and we put chairs up and down the sidewalk because the Red Cross came and all these people came, and it was sometime I'll tell you the story. It was an amazing story. But that, I wasn't even in the house. It wasn't even my house. And I've dreamed about that for years. I've dreamed about that fire for years. It's like my brain was processing it for like 3 years after it happened. Every so many weeks, I would have a dream about that fire. And the fireman, the older lady that rented the bottom of the house, she was not emotionally stable. She kept running back into the house to get her stuff. And it was like she wanted this quilt. And so she ran in to get this quilt and she fell. And the roof started falling in, and the firemen had to go in all their gear, really scary looking, to get her out. And then she turned around and ran in again. And so when they came back out with her, I said to my husband, I sat on her physically to keep her. She's a little 80-year-old lady, little petite thing. And I'm 5'10", and she was like 5 feet. And she was so full of strength from the adrenaline. And she was just really set that she wanted to save all these things. And she wasn't in her right mind. And the roof is collapsing. And she's trying to run back in. And so she almost cost this fireman his life. And I said to my husband, I showed him how to restrain her. And I sat her down in a chair. And I said, you're going to have to sit with her the entire time and do not leave her. And if she tries to run back in, she'd ran in 3 times. Then you're going to have to hold her wrist. And I had to show him with my daughter how to hold her, how to restrain her, because she wasn't in her right mind. So it was really hard. But for years, I've had that dream of that fireman, because I could look and I could see her door and I could see that fireman coming out with her and the quilt in his arms and the roof falling. And it just made me so sad. And it was like I was processing it, but at the time I was just doing whatever needed to be done, taking care of people, taking care of the kids, praying with people, making sure everybody was safe, found a house for them to live in, a temporary place, and then went and they had children that were the same age as my children, and went home and made tote bags of clothing and Bibles and books and things like that people would need. If you went on a vacation, you'd need something to read, right? So we brought them to the retreat center and gave them an apartment. And the grandmother loved to read, so I gave her my #1 Ladies Detective Agency series of books. I don't know if you've ever read that, but that's a really good, wholesome series to read. And so she used to own a bookstore, so I gave her those books. And she, later I helped them. They found a house, and I helped them furnish it with things from thrift stores and everything. But to this day, like sometime I'll just be watching TV, or not TV, but my phone on YouTube, and they'll say, oh, there was a fire here. And then I'll go to sleep and I'll dream about that fire. And I'll dream that the roof is falling. And in my dream, I'm always praying, oh, dear Lord, let that fireman come out safe. And he comes out with the quilt, And that happened, goodness, in like maybe 2016, 2017, 2016. I'm not sure, but it happened a long time ago, and I still process that. So, and I think that's because it's the most dramatic fire that I've been at. I've been at many fires, but that was where the woman was running back into the house. And also, when I deal with women who are returning to abusers, I'll dream that dream. And it's like the house is on fire, the roof is caving in, the foundation is gone, and you're running back to that abuser. And somebody big and strong and powerful, like a fireman, has to bring you out, or you're going to die and perish. And so it's also like a warning dream. It's become like a warning dream. And so sometimes if I'm working with a woman and I know she's being abused and I know she needs to leave, I'll have that dream. And it's like, a warning dream. So she had a dream where someone did these mean things to her. And it looks like maybe what she says, knife symbol, fire symbol, skull and crossbones. So they harmed her and it caused death. So if you're reading books that are scary, or you're watching movies that are scary, you're feeding your unconscious mind these images. So that's something to be really aware of. Our minds, our unconscious minds, are like a giant theater screen, and we have this collective unconscious. So we have the topside world where we're at right now, and we have the unconscious. And so we have all these images. It's like all the props for a play, all the props for a movie that we have here in our imagination and in our unconscious. And so when you go to some place, like I was actually at that fire is stored in my unconscious now. When you watch a TV show or a movie and they have knives or ropes or murder or guns or whatever different ways of ending life, maybe it's a war movie, maybe it's a horror movie, maybe it's a suspense, maybe it's robbing a casino, whatever the movie's about, maybe it's two people being really in love. Doesn't matter what the movie's about. You have all those images stored in your unconscious. And then your mind is like a theater, and it can play movies with all the characters that you know and that you've seen. And it can go to that prop closet and bring out that fire, or go to that set and make a set like that romantic restaurant that couple in the movie was at, or that scary house, haunted house in that horror movie, or that suspenseful situation. Or your mind goes to that prop closet and makes up a story with that knife or with that gun or with that rope or with whatever the props were that were in these movies. So we have to be really careful and be mindful of what we put into our prop closet. We have to be thinking about that, because, and then there's a difference. Sometimes our dreams are warning us, but sometimes it's fears. So like that dream I had about that man, that was God, the Holy Spirit, warning me about him, you know. But sometimes it can just be, we have a fear. Like if you have a fear, then your mind can make a movie to try to help you process that fear. So we learn with experience. We learn as we grow the differences between warning stories or growth stories or goals. Sometimes it's really funny. When I was younger, I was afraid of public speaking. And so I was really afraid. And so I kept having this dream that was an anxious dream. I was in high school and I took that class I told you about that you had to do public speaking. I was so afraid, and I kept, for like the first semester, you just learned, you didn't do anything. And then the second semester, you had to do debate and public speak. But for the whole first semester, I would have dreams, and the dream would always be the same. I would be dressed up, I'd be getting into my closet, putting my makeup on, putting my glasses on, putting my hair up a certain way and dressing up in an outfit. And I would go up to the podium, and it would be the podium in my high school room, debate room. And then I would look down, and I would have no pants on. And then everybody would look at me and laugh, and then I would be totally embarrassed. And then I would wake up. And it was like a dream of feeling not prepared, of being anxious, of feeling like I left out something. Like I thought I was all dressed, but I didn't have my pants on. Or, have you ever had that dream where it's time for school and you're going to have a test, and in your dream, you go to school and there's a test and you're not prepared and you don't know the answers. And that's another anxious dream that a lot of people have. And one of the most common anxious dreams that people have when they're in high school or elementary school or college is that they're at the cafeteria and they walk in and they think they're all ready, and they look down and they don't have their pants on, or they're wearing their nightgown, whatever they're sleeping in. They're in their pajamas and everybody else is in their clothes. And it's like your body is processing anxiousness. Another dream I used to have, oh, I hate this dream. I even had this dream last year, and it was so funny. I'd have this dream so much when I was in 7th and 8th and 9th grade. We had these long lockers, and you'd have to buy a combination lock to put on it, and you'd have to do the combination lock. But in high school, you had to have your own lock. But for like the 7th and 8th grade, they had the locks, the combinations were built. I don't know how to say it, but the combination lock was built into the locker. So you had to do right, left, right. So it would be whatever the number right, whatever the number left, and then whatever the number. And so you get this piece of paper written on it, and it'd say the locker number, then it'd say the combination. You were supposed to memorize it. And so you go and you try to open the combination, and it wouldn't open. And I would have that dream where I'd be at my locker and I wouldn't know how to open it. Or I'd know the combination and I'd be doing it and the locker wouldn't open. And I think those are all really common anxiety dreams that people have, when they feel like they're anxious, or they are worried about something, or they feel like they don't measure up, or they're not prepared. Mm. Yeah. And then she says, I think I know who it is in the dream. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh no, if it's so hurtful, I am really sorry you feel that way. You know what? If you have a dream about someone ending your life, or if you're running from Nazis, or you have dreams that are where you're running for your life from wolves, those are warning dreams. And those are really common dreams when people are being oppressed or persecuted. Like if they're being abused or they're in a domestic violence situation, people have dreams like that. And if you have a dream about somebody and you dream that they're ending your life, or they're trying to strangle you, or they're trying to stab you, or they're trying to do something mean to you, you need to pay attention and avoid that person and not let that person be in your life, because that's a really big warning dream saying your unconscious mind, your body is telling you, warning you that that person's not safe for you. And that's a sad thing, that sometimes you got to tell your dad or your pastor or your big sister or your big brother or a good friend, and then not have a relationship with that person. And that's really a hard thing. And when I was in nursing school, I had friends who were nurses who had dreams like that. I know a girl who had a dream like that about a man she was engaged to be married to. And they were planning the wedding, like they were like a couple weeks away from the wedding. And in those days, people had great big weddings, where you have invitations and you design a cake and you go to the bakery and choose the cake. I mean, it was a big production. And she had a big production wedding. And 2 weeks before the wedding, she had a dream that her fiance ended her life and drowned her. And she was so upset. She didn't know what to do. And everybody told her, oh, it's just nerves, it's just nerves. But she went to Bible school, and she told me And I said, no, that's not nerves. That's serious. And I took her to our professor, who was a professor of counseling. And she told him the dream. And he goes, yeah, no, you can't marry this guy. Well, do you know what happened? She broke the engagement, and her parents were so mad at her because they didn't understand and they weren't as mature spiritually as she was. And so she ended the engagement. You know what happened? We had a 10-year reunion. All the nurses in our group got together when we'd been nurses for 10 years after graduation. And that guy had killed his wife. He married somebody else and he killed her. Isn't that sad? So God warned her not to marry him. And then her parents, I said, did you go home and tell your parents? She goes, oh yeah, everybody knows. Everybody in town knows. And so then her parents said, well, we're glad you didn't marry him. But it took 10 years for the fruit to show, right? So sometimes it can be that when somebody's feeling they're strangled, they can feel like they're being squished. And my most famous story about this is, well, I can't find it now. I think I dropped it or threw it over there in my pile of books. But I have a little matchbox. Think of a little matchbox. And sometimes women will come to me for counseling and they'll say, I feel like I'm a bird and I'm being stuffed into a little matchbox. And they just want me to be this big. And that's a really common thing with men who don't respect women. They think that marriage is controlling a woman. And so they try to control, and your life gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And you went from being this beautiful bird to this little bird in a matchbox. They only let you out to fly when you go to church, or they only let you out to fly when they have a dinner party, or they only let you out of the little box when you're supposed to be pretty for them and be their trophy wife. But the rest of the time, they squish you in the little matchbox. And that's not good either. I think the man who's a psychopath in real life. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. So it's a warning story. So you need to stay away from them. And let's pray against that, okay? Let's pray right now against that, okay? Let me pray against that. Dear Lord God, we just pray a prayer of protection over Juanita. We just ask your Holy Spirit to come in might and power and surround and protect Juanita. Thank you for your love for Juanita. She's a strong and powerful young woman, and she loves you, Lord. And I just pray that your Holy Spirit would protect her. I bind any evil thing in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I bind specifically this psychopath, and I prevent him in Jesus' name. I command that he is not able to harm Juanita. I bind him, and I bind any entity associated with him, and I cast it to the pit where the Lord Jesus would send it. I bind fear in Jesus' name. I bind dread in Jesus' name. I bind scarcity in Jesus' name, and I cast it to the pit where the Lord Jesus would send it. And I release the Holy Spirit of the living God in Juanita. I release the Holy Spirit of the living God, and I decree and declare that Juanita is safe, that the Lord God is a strong tower, and Juanita can run into him and be saved and be safe. Thank you, Father. Thank you. And she says, oh, I'm so very sorry for that. Okay, bye, guys. I love you. I'm sorry I didn't get to say goodbye to you, Gamwillow. Everybody's saying bye. Thank you. You're welcome. And then somebody said, he said we are too soft. Well, women are soft, right? Women are strong and powerful. And we're soft. And that's the power that they don't understand. Men don't understand that power. Not all men. There are men who do understand that power, and you want to marry, choose to be best friends and choose to marry a man. Romance, friendship is a good basis for romance. And you want to marry a man who sees strength in femininity, who sees that you can be soft and feminine and you can be powerful. It takes a lot of strength to be a mother. It takes a lot of strength to give birth. And really, immature men are afraid of that power. Hmm. Also, we are feminism if we stand for us, he said. Well, first off, um, the feminist revolution was very important because women got the vote, right? Women got to be able to buy property. Women got to read. Women got to write. But the problem is the feminist revolution went too far because what they did is they hijacked basic personal rights. Jesus believed in women having basic personal rights. He spoke to the woman at the well, who was a Samaritan woman. He revealed himself as the Messiah. You can see that in John 4. Jesus came and appeared when he died on the cross, and then he what did he do? He said to the disciple, behold your mother, behold your son. He said to the disciple to take care of his mother, right? Cared about women, right? Jesus let Mary sit at his feet and learn in a group of men. He cared about women learning and being well educated. When Jesus died and was in the tomb for 3 days and he came back to life, Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene first. So Jesus cares about women. He loves women. And he created man and woman, and we're to be co-creators with God. It takes a man and a woman to make a baby, right? It takes a man and a woman, a mother and a father to raise children, right? And so here's the thing is what happened with the feminist in the old days, women wanted to, the suffrage movement, if you look at the suffragettes in America, they wanted to have the right to vote. They wanted to be treated as equals to men. Women and men are spiritually equal, okay? But what happened is over the years, the feminists started disrespecting men. They started putting down men. Women started being an abuser to men. So men aren't supposed to be above women and make women be subservient, but women aren't supposed to be above men and make men be subservient either. And so that's what Satan does. He is a counterfeit. He stand divided we fall. Well, what Satan wants to do is he wants to divide men and women. He wants us to fight, the sexes to fight. He wants male and female to fight. He doesn't want husband and wife to live in harmony. In the Bible it says a three-cord strand is not easily divided. So God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. But the three-cord strand is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, man and wife. Three-cord strand. We're supposed to be united to our husbands with the Holy Spirit, with the love of God. And so what now is happening, if you watch television, started in the 70s and 80s, now men are the laughing stock of all of the sitcoms. Men lose in child custody a lot of times. Men will lose the custody of their children. They'll lose their house. They'll lose their wife. They'll lose their car. They'll lose the children, right? And women treat men nowadays in America, the average woman treats men like they're accessories. You know what accessories are? Fashion accessories? Fashion accessories are glass frames or purses or scarves or belts. They're not the main fashion, they're just accessories. So men are just like purses. A lot of women have 10 or 5 purses. I only have one, but there are women I know who have 5 or 10 purses in their closet, or they have a whole bunch of scarves, they have a whole bunch of shoes, and men have just become accessories. And women just have one man for 1 or 2 years, and then they move up and get rid of that man, break up with him, and find a husband who makes more money. And then they meet a man at work and he makes more money, or he's better looking, and then they trade him in for a new model. And that's not godly. That's not what God wants us to be doing. But that's what feminism is promoting. Feminism now is promoting that women should be superior. And see, what happens is there's this triangle. It's called the victim, persecutor, rescuer triangle. So you just make a triangle and you make 3 circles at each of the angles. And at the top, you have the victim, then you have the rescuer, then you have the persecutor. So for many years, women, if you think about it, for many years, women were the victims. And so we were oppressed. And in many cultures, women are still being oppressed. But in America, women got the vote, and they got the suffrage movement, brought in the vote, and women were able to buy property, women were able to go to school, women were able to be educated. And then slowly but surely, women started replacing men at colleges. There are more women who go to college than men now. And slowly but surely, employers wanted to hire women and not men. And so this whole behavior started where women started criticizing and condemning and comparing ourselves to men. Women started taking on masculine traits. So what's happening now is women moved from being the victim to being the persecutor. And what happens is people, if you don't get out of the triangle, if you don't say, I'm not going to be a doormat, being a victim, being a doormat is being a victim. And you got to say, I'm not going to be a doormat. But I also don't want to be an aggressor. I don't want to be the persecutor. Okay? So I'm going to get out of the triangle. Because if you stay in that triangle, all you can be is a victim, a persecutor, or a rescuer. Do you want to be rescuing people your whole life? There are really well-meaning people who spend their whole life trapped in that triangle, and all they do is rescue victims. But if you do that, if you spend your whole life in that triangle, sooner or later, when you're a rescuer, you get mad because somebody starts persecuting you. You get mad being bullied, and then you become the persecutor. So we don't want that. That's not biblical. Biblical authority. We want to walk in our righteous authority. We are daughters of the Most High King. Okay? The creator of the universe made woman, and he made her to reign and rule. He didn't make her to be a subservient doormat. You know? There's all these movies right now that are, I see them, I don't watch the movies, but I see them. I don't know if they're movies or series, but they're about kings and queens, are really popular in my YouTube feed. I'll see clips of different movies like Game of Thrones and the Spanish Princess, and I don't know the names of all the rest, but there's so many stories. There's a story about a Russian princess and a Russian who she comes and becomes a queen in Russia, and her husband's very abusive. And there's another one about a queen whose husband is mentally ill, and she's a very loving queen, and she nurses him back to health. But most of the stories that are being told are about unjust rulers and how these queens are being killed and they're being oppressed. And the thing is, we have to remember our royal heritage as women. And we have to be just rulers, you know? And Proverbs 31 is really, really, we have to look at Proverbs 31. God tells us what a godly woman is. And he tells us what a godly man is in Proverbs 31. And what we want to do is make sure that we reign and rule in our families, in our jobs, in our whatever position we're in, that we're just rulers, that we're women of dignity, that we're women of honor, that we're women of respect, and that we treat ourselves with respect and dignity, and we set the stage. If we treat ourselves with respect and dignity and we walk in our integrity in the Lord, then other people will see that. Mm. And then my dear one says, I'm not sure anymore. I'm numb. I don't, I'm not sure what to do anymore. Well, when you feel like that, it's a signal that your body's giving you that you're getting burnout, that you have compassion fatigue from caring so much. So you need to step back and take a break. And whatever that looks like for you, maybe that's going to be step back, excuse me, step back and um, nurture yourself, right? And you need to remember, I'm important. My wants, needs, and desires are important. I deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. What I want, need, and desire are important. And be meeting your own needs. And a lot of times when we're caregiving, when we're rescuing, when we're trying to take care of other people, if we do a work, if we have a work where we're giving, like nurses and teachers, child care workers, mothers, grandmothers, people who are nurturing others a lot, it's real. Like if you're doing elder care, or you're doing home hospice care, or you're doing nursing home care, or you're babysitting your brothers and sisters, or you're working in a daycare, that those are jobs where you're giving. You have to make sure you take care of yourself and you give to yourself, because if you don't, you can get compassion fatigue. And what happens with compassion fatigue is caregivers, caretakers, people who are righteously caring for others, get to kind of the end of their rope. They're not getting enough sleep. They're working long hours. They're not eating enough. They're not taking breaks. They're not going to the bathroom when they need to. You start kind of getting numb. You start numbing yourself out, and you're just working all the time. And that can cause compassion fatigue. And that's really important, that you listen to your body and that you nourish yourself in the Word of God. You build up your spirit, that you do nourishing things for yourself, that you love and nurture yourself, that you have a little cup of tea by yourself and some little cookies, or you go for a walk in the forest or a walk on the beach, or even just a walk around the block to get a break, that you read a book. Maybe your brothers and sisters are building, they're in the living room, your parents are gone, and you get some chairs and a sheet and some pillows and a blanket, and give them a flashlight and let them play under the fort in where you can see them, and you sit on the couch and you look at movies on your phone, or you read a book, or you play a game that you like to do. You do something for you that nourishes you, because a lot of times we think we have to be on 24/7. And we have to be, if we're watching an elder, or if we're watching children, or if we're nursing, that we have to be on 24/7, that we have to watch them, listen to every little word they say. Well, in nursing, sometimes you have to sit by the patient's bed at night. And sometimes you read them to sleep, and then you keep reading for yourself. You read the Psalms to yourself. Or maybe you're going to have to make sure that you're making that client that special food that they like, but that you bring something special for yourself for lunch that you like, that you can make. Maybe it's just something special, like you like lemon lime, or you like key lime yogurt, and the person always likes vanilla. Then you go get the key lime yogurt and you have some key lime yogurt. Maybe it's you're going to have ice cream, or you're going to make popcorn, or you're going to do something special, have a special treat, because you need to nourish yourself. And when you take these steps, when we get to the place where we're too tired to do it and we feel numb, that's when we need to take the steps the most. Because the next step is having a disassociated feeling, not being in touch with what we're feeling, going numb, and then we get depressed. And then it's not too far before we can't function. And we don't want that. So we can interrupt that cycle. Another way we can interrupt that cycle is doing something creative. So maybe you like to crochet, or maybe you like to knit, or maybe you like to make little miniatures. Maybe you like to make little clay things. Maybe you like to paint little models, or maybe you like to do woodworking, or maybe you like to do embroidery. You need to find, watercolors or sketches, something, calligraphy, it doesn't matter what it is, but you need to make something. You need to be creative. Maybe it's stories. Maybe you like to write. Maybe you're going to journal. Maybe you're going to do sketches for your characters. Maybe you're going to go get magazines at the thrift store for a quarter, or at the library for free in the free library exchange, or maybe at, like I do, at the recycle center for free. And you get those magazines and you lay them all out with your scissors and your glue stick, and you take a board from the piece of cardboard, or a cereal box, or some kind of a piece of cardboard, and you start collaging pictures that you like. And you don't even think. You just look at the pictures and go, oh, I like those flowers. I'm going to put them there. Maybe I'm going to do one whole garden. Maybe I'm going to do one of only clothes I like. I used to have this client, and she loved to buy things from mail order catalogs. I could never in a million years afford to buy the things from these catalogs, but she would get like 150 catalogs every week. And she would not even look at them. Those catalogs, they send you one for spring, summer, winter, fall, and then the pre-spring sale and the pre-fall sale and get the idea. So they were always the same thing. They just changed the covers. And so I would have to take them out of her rooms, because she had these big bins for recycling, and I'd have to put them in bags and take them to the recycler. So I would get paid to do this, to take them to the recycler. So sometimes I would look through those catalogs, and I would choose like 5 or 10 catalogs and bring them home. I'd always take her address off, of course, off the order form and off the little address thing. But I would look at those catalogs, and it would be a fun way to collage. Like some of them were flower and bulb catalogs, or gardening catalogs. Some of them were really high-end clothing catalogs. Some of them were furniture. I don't know, everything you can imagine, those little funny accessory catalogs, And so she had all these catalogs, and I had the funnest time collaging. And I would just look at the pages and collage. Sometimes I was so tired that I would have to sit by her and take dictation. Or sometimes if she had a nap, I'd have to sit by her. She was a businesswoman, but she always wanted to see me. She always wanted me to be right there by her. So I would sit there, and I would look at the pages, and I would tear the page out, and I'd have a whole file of these pages. And then I would come home, and when I would, have a break, sometimes I'd get a piece of cardboard, and I would just cut around them, and just take my glue stick, got one of those school supplies glue sticks, and just put the flower down there, and then put another flower here, and make a garden. I didn't even have time to garden, but I could do a picture garden, you know. And then when I was thinking about a wardrobe, what I wanted for my wardrobe, I would look through the pages, and if I liked an outfit, I would cut the picture out, and I would set it, in a file, and then I would make like a collage of all the outfits that I liked, and it kind of helped me, come up with my own fashion style. But you've got to figure out a way to make something, to be creative. Some people cook. I have a friend who likes to make all different kinds of recipes, and every time I go over there, she's got a cookbook that she's bought online or from the thrift store, or she's got a video she's watching, and she's learning to cook, something new, something different. I have another friend who likes to sew, and oh my goodness, every time I turn around, she's sewing something different. I have a friend who likes to quilt, and she quilts, and she saves all of her scraps of fabric, and she goes and buys fabric at the fabric store, and goes to the thrift store and washes her fabric and lays it. She's got it all rolled up by colors on a grid. She got one of those grids at Walmart. She has it behind her at her sewing machine, so she can just look and see all the colors. and then lay them out, and she'll make patterns on paper, and she'll draw out a quilt block and lay the pattern pieces out and cut it with her rotary cutter. But she makes things, and making things, doing art, expressing yourself. And some of us need to express ourselves by making videos. Some of us need to express ourselves by writing books or writing in our journal or writing stories. And or some of us need to express ourselves by speaking up. And we have a situation that we are living in our family or in our life where we need to speak up. And if we speak up, we'll get our energy back. Mm. I was talking about leaving the live stream lonely. We are here for you. Yeah, the new feminist mindset, make it a joke. Yeah, well, I'm an old school feminist. I got in trouble in my church for being a feminist, and all I did was think that it was okay to wear bright colors. It was okay to wear lipstick. It was okay to wear makeup. It was okay to be feminine. It was okay to tell people about Jesus, that I wasn't going to be a doormat and just stay at home and have as many babies as possible and not have an opinion and be a little dormouse and never speak up, you know. And there's been a wide range of expression in the feminist movement. And sadly, many people have gone to being anti-man. And all feminism means is being pro-women. And you can be a feminist. Jesus was a feminist. People get upset when I tell you that. But all feminism meant was being pro-woman. But now the term's been hijacked. And so now feminism has been hijacked by people with very extreme views. And that's not what the suffragettes who started feminism, that's not what they did. That's not what they wanted. They just wanted women to be treated with respect and dignity. And they treated men with respect and dignity. You know, I treat men with respect and dignity, and I want to be treated with respect and dignity. Those men that we were talking about, they would get very upset if we made jokes about them, you know. They would get very upset if we questioned their manhood, wouldn't they? They would. And she says, just know that we are here for you no matter what, and we love you so much, and we care about you so much always. Remember, if you want to talk about it, we're here for you always. That is really true. We are here for you, and you are such a sweetie pie for saying that. And you can click on my channel description, and it has my email address, jeannestanleykinata@gmail.com. You can send me an email, and it's confidential, and I won't tell anybody what you say. You can email me on your phone. We can text back and forth that way if you need support. I love you. Also, what is the excuse that people were talking like that in COD lobbies? I don't know what COD lobbies are. They were children. It was childish behavior. Hero Zach. Hi, Hero Zach. Somebody retracted their message. And then Juanita said, hi, Zach. I didn't say anything about you. And Willow Gam says, hi, Zach. Get a life, please, and stop talking about me. We're not talking about you. If you think we're talking about you, maybe that's conviction of the Holy Spirit, you think? Because we were talking about men in general. And then my dear one says, I ain't got no life. Me neither, dear one. It's okay. Bye. I don't know what FR means, but maybe friend. Love you. We just want every girl to feel safe. That's right. And then everybody said bye to our dear one. I'm glad you guys are keeping track of the comments and saying bye to everybody. So we are sharing our experiences as women with those types of men. And so, oh, she says bye, and she has all these hearts and all these hugs, and she says, text me if you need to. And then he says, I don't IDC. Maybe that's I don't care or I don't know. I told a joke about kitchen and hell broke loose. Well, maybe if you told a joke and it wasn't appreciated, you should think about who was offended by the joke. It might tell you something. You know what? There's this principle in science where we do an experiment and then we have a hypothesis and we test our hypothesis, right? And sometimes in life, you have a behavior and someone doesn't like it. And if you care about the someone who doesn't like the behavior, you adapt and change your behavior. You see what I mean? Now, where I live, men and women both cook. So if you make a joke about the kitchen, you're just as well making a joke about men chefs, because there's just as many famous men chefs here as there are women. But it sounds like maybe you made a joke about women and you're offending many of the women that are your friends who care about you, who love you. And then the two messages are retracted, so I don't know. Well, I wish you didn't retract the messages so I could respond to them. Isn't this the story of my life? It takes me so long to go through the messages that I don't get to them by the time they're there. Well, whatever it was, someone who's a woman said, we don't need your advice, dude. And then somebody else said, Zach, are you okay? And he doesn't say, and then Gam says, then he says, I'm okay. I just got here to watch Jeannie and found people crying, Zach, Zach, Zach. I don't know anybody who is crying, Zach, Zach, Zach. And then I don't know what that means, what she said. I will never see you in my whole life. It's my whole 5 prayers. I don't understand this. And then she says, bye, friend, this time. And then my dear one says, I need a life. You and me both. We'll work on it together, okay? We're a team. We'll work on getting a life. And then, oh, they're fighting. Okay, guys, get a life. I don't mention my name, please. Okay, you know what? We're discussing something that happens to women, and it's not about you. Everything isn't about you, dear one. So don't take it personally, okay? And then she says, no, she's telling a story about something that happened to her when she was younger. So there's a lot of retracting messages, so people must have had a fight in the comments. And then someone says, listen, if you don't like the conversation, don't get involved. And that was rude. We don't tolerate rudeness here. What is that supposed to mean? And then there's 3, 4 messages that are, oh my goodness, that are retracted. Now here's a good guy in the comments who respects women. IGT Lucifer. Good morning, Jeannie. God bless you. Hi, chat. God bless you. And everybody says hi to Lucy. Let me be man. I will talk about whatever I need to talk about. Hi. And he's saying hi to everybody. She was talking about somebody else. and he says, God bless you. And then I don't know what he said because they retracted the comment. Hi, and he says hi to everyone. I hope you're all having a blessed and fruitful day. Oh, everybody's blessing everybody. And then she says, attention seeker. Well, somebody's having a big fight in my comments, so it looks like I'm going to have to either look at my comments more or get a moderator. I don't know. But you know, you guys, please don't be fighting in the conflict in the comments. And then somebody says, oh no, you ain't going to talk to her like that. Okay, don't talk to Aisha like that. I blocked them. I don't know who you blocked. Okay. There's other people here who are fighting. We're going to have to get us a moderator, it looks like. He showed his true personality. And then Grateful says, stop, little children. Listen to Jeanne Standley-Kinata right now carefully, because some of you are now looking like little children in chat of what she's talking about now. Oh, you know what? You guys, this is so silly because somebody erased the comments, so now I don't even know what anybody was saying. But um, IGT says, may we focus on our wonderful host and put our differences aside to grow closer to the Lord. And then Grateful says, stop, just everyone stop, please. And then somebody says, yes, we should listen to Jeannie. And then they say, I don't know. And then somebody says, I don't know, you didn't do anything. I'm done with this. I'm real sorry, chat, except for one person. I don't want to create drama here. Please stay here. We love you. We're here for you. Wow, okay. People started deleting comments only when they were wrong, but they didn't accept it. And then Hero Zach says, I told a joke and all hell broke loose. Kitchen jokes. They are funny. Okay, here's the thing. Jokes about women aren't funny. All right, so if you mean by a kitchen joke that you're making a joke about women, it's not funny. There's a joke that people used to say when I was a little girl. People used to say, I'm going to tell you a joke. And then they'd say, oh, there's where a woman belongs. She needs to be barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen. And so they would say that to engineer women who went to school to be an engineer. They would say that to me. I had a master's degree in clinical psychology. And you know how hard? You're in school and you're working. Think of how hard you have to work to get a master's degree. And people would say, the only place you need to be is barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen. Well, I thought it was sort of romantic because I was married to my husband and I wanted to be barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen. Okay? But I also had a master's degree. I was a smart woman. And I taught my children, and my children are all brilliant. Okay? But we don't want to make jokes that are going to hurt other people. See, that's the thing. Okay? We love you. I love you, Hero Zach. I love you. Aishia. I'm not probably saying your name right, but I love Rochi. I love Winita. And I don't want us, and I love Winsome Cat. And I don't want us fighting in the comments, you know? And here's the thing, there's this really strong principle, and Grateful and IGT can tell us their testimony on this. And there's a testimony of united we stand, divided we fall. And the enemy wants us to fight. The enemy wants us to fight. He wants us to fight so we aren't strong and powerful and we don't have friends. And it's much more powerful to have friends from all over the world. You know, Zach and I have a different religion. I'm pretty sure Aisha and I have a different religion. I think I'm a Christian and there are other people that are Muslims, right? But think of the power of knowing somebody in another country. Do you know that I text with people from all over the world? Do you know that I email people from all over the world? Do you know that in the comments on YouTube, there are people all over the world who write me and tell me stories about what's going on in their country? Whenever it was during the pandemic, there was a man I met in September of 2019, and he was a very important person in China. And he came to America, and he was riding on a Greyhound bus because he had never ridden on a bus before, and he wanted to bring buses to his country, so he wanted to find out what it was like. So he rode on the bus and he sat down next to me, and he spoke a little bit of English but a lot of Chinese, and we spoke together. We got to know each other and we became friends, and he told me about a pandemic, what was going on in his country, and we text back and forth all during the pandemic. And there were things that were happening during the pandemic that China was not telling people about. They were lying. And he told me what was going on. I know about all these different countries. I know about people from all these different countries. We all have different religions. We all have different food we eat. Our skins are different colors. We all have different eye color, hair color. But you know what? Our hearts, we all love our families. We all love our mama. We all love our daddy. We all love our brother or our child or our husband or our wife or our sweetheart, or we want to have a husband or wife or a sweetheart. We get cut. We all bleed. You know, we're all human. And so we have to set aside our differences, and we need to stop provoking one another. It says in the Bible we're supposed to build one another up to love and good works. So we're not supposed to provoke each other, you know? I can't even tell you the name of the football team, but there was the Seattle Seahawks and there was some other football team. And I want to say the Oakland Raiders, but that might be a baseball team, and that's how much I don't know. But let's just say it was the Oakland Raiders. My friend used to get so mad because he hated the Oakland Raiders. He hated them. And his brother would provoke him and say, "Oh, I love the Oakland Raiders." When people would say, "What's your favorite team?" My friend would say, "The Seattle Seahawks." And his brother would say, "The Oakland Raiders," just to get his other brother to be upset. And one day, they used to be able to go to Sears and Roebuck and order out of a catalog all the different teams. They would have like all the different baseball teams and all the different soccer teams and all the different football teams for the NFL. And my friend in school ordered an Oakland Raiders jersey and wore it to school. And his brother was so mad. He did it just to provoke his brother. And then they got into a fist fight behind the gym. He gave him a black eye. And when they went home separate ways. One walked and the other one took the bus. And they got home and their dad said, "You know what? This needs to stop. It's just a stupid football team. Who cares? It's not worth fighting over." And the Bible says, "Oh, how good and how precious it is when brothers will dwell together in unity." And so we can be in the comments at Chris Knits, and we can be there because we love Chris and we want to support her knitting channel. her crochet channel, and we meet people in the comments, and we can say, I might not like this person in the comments. I might not agree with them. They might live in a different country than me. They might have a different religion. They might like food that I don't like. They might even like the Oakland Raiders, and I might hate the Oakland Raiders. But I'm going to honor and respect Chris by not getting into a fight in the comments. You know? Did you know that Chris has cried about fights that people have had? Yeah. She's been on her channel crying and had to shut off her channel because she's crying. Yeah. We don't want to do that to her. We don't want to do that. You know, she's like the loving mother of us all, right? She's like the loving teacher. She has provided a place where we can come and meet, right? Every day, no matter what the weather's like, no matter where you are, pretty much, except for maybe 3 days a year, she's there at the same time. And so people from all over the world meet together. So sometimes I think we need to stop provoking one another, provoking each other to anger. And so what does that mean? That means I got to look at myself and do some reflection and do a soul search like the 12 steps say to do. Maybe we're going to have to do a 12 step on it and say, make humbly admit to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. Maybe make a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Step 4. So I'm going to have to say, am I saying things purposefully just to irritate that person? Just like my friend had to say, am I talking about the Seattle Seahawks because I know my brother likes the Oakland Raiders? And am I doing that just talking about football just to stir the pot and get him upset? And if so, I need to stop, because that's not promoting love. Because you know what? When you grow up, when you get older, when you decide to look for a wife, when you get married, you're going to need to be able to live with your wife in peace and harmony. When you decide to get a husband, when you decide to grow up and you are older and you're going to choose a husband, you're going to need to live with your husband in harmony. When you decide to have a roommate, you're going to have to live with your roommate in harmony. And to be able to do that, you need to live with people. You need to get along with people of all different beliefs. To be successful in business, you want to have your own business, you're going to have to get along with all different kinds of people. So maybe this is a good time to practice getting along with all different kinds of people. So we do a step 4, we make a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. So we look at our own heart. And then we admit to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. So what am I doing? Focus on my behavior. Am I telling jokes that are offending half of the population? Am I telling jokes that are offending women? Am I telling jokes that are offending men? You know, when I was growing up, when I went to school in college, there were feminists who were making jokes that were very insulting of men. They were so bad, I couldn't even repeat them. Okay? And they were calling men horrible names. You don't want to do that. You don't want to call men names. Men are important. We need men in this world. Women are important. We need women in this world. So we humbly ask God to remove our shortcomings. So my friend who had the Oakland Raiders posters in his bedroom, and he had the pennant that said Oakland Raiders, and he's wearing the jacket that said Oakland Raiders, and he's wearing the jersey, he had to say, God, I'll admit I really don't like the Oakland Raiders. It just upsets my brother. And I'm just doing it because it upsets my brother. And I don't really care. So then he had to make a list of all persons he had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. The next step, make direct amends to people such as whenever would be possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. You know what? I had a live stream the other day and I was telling a story and I quoted somebody in the live stream and they said a phrase and it offended my brother. And I was just trying to tell a story and the phrase was important to the story. I didn't mean to offend my brother. So I had to say, oh, wait a minute, read in the comments and realize that I offended this person and say, I'm really sorry. I did not mean to offend you. And then tell them a couple of stories that showed that I didn't think that way because they thought I thought a certain way. So I made direct amends to such people whenever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. That's a step 9. And then step 10, continued to take a personal moral inventory. When we were wrong, we promptly admitted it. So I had to help that friend who had the brother who liked the Seahawks to see that he really didn't care about the Oakland Raiders. What he really liked to do was stir the pot and upset his brother. And when he grew up and got a little older, he got rid of the poster and the banner and the jacket and the t-shirt. He gave it away to somebody. And when I saw them the last, they were both going to a Seattle Seahawks game together. And he said, I'd much rather have my brother be my friend than fight with him about the Oakland Raiders. That's what he said. And my mom used to have a saying. She used to say this a lot, and my mom had 6 children. She used to say, if you can't say something nice about someone, don't say anything at all. So basically, if you don't have anything nice to say, keep your mouth shut. If you don't have something encouraging that's going to build up the other person, don't say it. Don't make jokes about people. When I went to college and when I was in high school and junior high, people would make jokes about ethnicity. So they'd make jokes about Italians and they had a bad name that they used to describe Italians. Or they'd make Polish jokes, or they'd make jokes about people from India, or they'd make jokes about people from the Middle East. I was so mad because we had people in our neighborhood from all different countries. And if they made a joke about somebody from the Middle East, well, my friend who owned the convenience store was from the Middle East, and it would hurt my heart. And they'd say, oh, you're being too sensitive. No, I don't want to hurt that person. Then it says, step 11, you sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry it out. So we pray for ourselves. We can pray and bless the other person, but we need to look at ourselves and examine our own hearts. Just like I had to talk about this last live stream over with a friend and say, what do you think? This is what happened. And I talked out every point and I say, did I do something wrong? And I thought about this and I went, no, I don't think I did anything wrong. I think maybe the other person assumes something about me, or maybe they didn't hear the whole story yet, or maybe their heart hurts, and so maybe that's something I shouldn't be talking about on YouTube because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And then it says step 10 is step 12 is having a spiritual awakening, having had a spiritual awakening. As a result of going through these steps, we tried to carry this message on to others and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. So we can try to keep short accounts. We can say, this is the day that the Lord has made, and I will rejoice and be glad in it. And I'm not going to let the sun go down upon my anger. So if I'm mad and I'm upset about something and somebody's offended me, I'm going to try to deal with that problem right now. Or take a break, calm down, and then write it out in my journal, or pray about it with God, or talk about it with a friend, you know. And we need to let it go. Once we deal with it, we need to let it go. Don't let the sun go down upon your anger. Do you know that they have done studies? When people are angry, it inflames their heart, causes inflammation in their gut, causes inflammation in the brain. Did you know that? Causes people to have heart attacks. Angry people. There's a man who wrote a book. I used to have it on my bookshelf now. I think I loaned it to somebody, but he was a heart surgeon, and he said one of the number one causes of heart failure was anger, unresolved anger. And he said unresolved anger can kill you, makes you bitter. And a lot of people that get cancer, I'm a hospice nurse, and it's amazing to me how many people get ulcers from being angry. And ulcers are caused, we know now, the stomach acid will eat a hole in the stomach, but it's caused by a bacteria that people can take antibiotics for and kill. But if people are angry or they're upset about something, they ruminate on it, they worry, they get angry, they can get an ulcer. That ulcer can attack them. Bitterness, the Bible says, don't let the sun go down upon your anger, because if you do that, if you have unresolved anger in your life, a root of bitterness can grow up and defile many. So look in the comments at all the people who are being hurt by fighting. Look at Chris Nitz when there's a fight on Discord. All the people are arguing and fighting, feeling upset. Look at how many people are getting upset. We don't need to do that. We can work towards a goal, a common goal. We can spread the love of God. You know, we can spread the love of Jesus. We can try to love one another, and we can try to encourage one another to love and good works. Now I'm going to read what he says. Hero Zach says, Jeannie, my love, sorry, don't listen to the kids. They just want attention and cry. He blocked me, so I can't see his comments, she says. Bro. Okay. Well, you know, and then somebody says, I can deliver the comments. Here's the thing, you don't want to do a triangle. Do you know what a triangle is? Triangle. I wish I had something. I'm going to have to find a triangle. But it's when you have a message that you want to send to another person, and instead of telling them directly, you tell someone else and ask them to send the message. See, we don't need to do that. We can be direct. If I have something to say to you, I'll tell you directly. If you have something to say to me, you tell me directly. Write me a comment or send me an email, okay? So we don't want to be people pleasers dancing around trying to make everybody all better. Sometimes things have to be dealt with. Sometimes we just need to set a limit and say, I don't want to fight. That's not my goal. I'm not here to fight. There's plenty of people in the world that want to fight. I could go find somebody to fight with if I really needed to fight. Rochi says, just when I think something is getting better, it all goes down. I'm so tired of this. Well, here's the thing. I love you, and you need support in your life. And so why are we fighting over something that happened at another live stream? Why are we fighting over something that happened at Discord that I don't even know what happened, right? And then somebody says, just take care of yourself. It hurts, but we have to think for us. Oh, and then the other person says, I'm so sorry, I can't help you. Please take care. Hugs, hugs. And then she says, I just want you to be safe. It's not your fault. Lizzie says, hi, Lizzie. Lizzie says, I heard that trade schools are better than college. Most definitely. You want to make a lot of money? Go in the trades. You want to hear a story? So I rent a house on an island, and right before Christmas, the water heater died. And the house has been newly remodeled 3 years ago, but the water heater died, and I didn't know it. I went to go use water, and the hot water was all gone. So I thought maybe my son had taken a long shower or something, so I waited 30 minutes. There's still no water. That's when I figured out the water heater died. So I went over to the fuse box and flipped the fuse. You know, there's one that says water heater. Still the water heater didn't work. So then I called the owner, sent them a text saying, water heater died. They're out of the country. So they were on vacation out of the country. So then I had to call plumbers and contractors to find somebody who would come and fix the water heater. It took 7 days to get somebody here. So we had no hot water for 7 days. Now in the old days, my dad was a contractor and he would have just driven to Home Depot, bought a hot water heater, came over, installed it, but my daddy's not with us anymore. And the water heater, I looked everywhere, I couldn't find it. It's a little cottage, okay? And there's only a couple places the water heater could be. In the bathroom, behind the wall, no. In a secret panel, no. In the closet, no. Most places they put the water heater near the bathroom or near the washer machine and dryer, no. It was in the closet, no. I looked everywhere. My son found it. It was in the crawl space under the house. So we had to have a builder, so a contractor, and a plumber come out. Now, why it takes 2 grown men to replace a water heater, I don't know. But according to Washington State, it had to be installed by somebody who was a plumber, and it had to be installed by somebody who was a builder. They changed the code. So it cost, you will not believe this, $6,000 to replace one water heater. I could not believe it. $6,000. Because it was all of the plumber's time, and he charges $300 an hour, and all of the builder's time. And one of them had to drive to the place to pick up, they had to order the water heater online. One of them had to buy it and pick it up, and so part of that is the money for the water heater. $6,000. I said to my son, I'm in the wrong business. That was amazing to me. I could not believe it. I was just like, that's 3 months rent to replace a water heater. I don't know how people are doing remodels anymore. I don't know how they're doing it. That's so outrageously expensive. Yeah, so you want to have a job that's secure, that everybody will need, that you'll be in high demand, go into the trades. Yeah, because right now, there's the only reason that they came out in 7 days, because the contractor and the plumber both said they have 3-month waiting list. It's because by Washington state law, it was an emergency, not having hot water. So because we didn't have hot water, it was an emergency, so they had to put us at the top of their list. But so for public health reasons. But if it wasn't an emergency, we would have had to wait 3 months to have whatever it was we needed done. I couldn't believe it. So if you want to know about trade schools, Lizzie, hi Lizzie, I'm glad you're here. If you want to know about trade schools, look up Mike Rowe. He does a show called Dirty Jobs. Google him for how to spell his name. Just look up Dirty Jobs. And look up on YouTube and he has scholarships. He's got a foundation he created with scholarships for people that want to take the trades. He's got a TV show he did where he goes and interviews people who do dirty jobs, and he doesn't just like ask them questions. He goes there for a week and does the job with them. So like the jobs I remember was being a farmer, being a cattle rancher, being a plumber, being an electrician. Oh, there were a whole bunch of jobs. Excuse me, I can't even remember all of them. But he's a very learned man. He has, most people don't realize, he's got a couple of college degrees and he's got a classical education. He's a degree in journalism and he's very, very well read. He's very liberal. I think he's liberal, but he's very well read. And I like his take on trade schools. And so I've got a couple of people that I know that went and applied for online for a scholarship and got scholarships to go to trade school. Gentleman down the street, he is 18 and he's working on an engineering school degree. And then his brother is 23, I think, and he's studying to be, he went to trade school to be an electrician. And he's making a lot of money just as a journeyman electrician. And you know, a lot of the people that build roads and do these really hard jobs, a lot of the men that do those jobs are retiring. So like where I live, it's really hard to find a plumber. It's really hard, and there's a long waiting list because we don't have enough plumbers. Where I live, you can't get an electrician to come. You have to call, and somebody has to come from the mainland, take a ferry and come here, because the 3 electricians that we had have all retired. So that's why I told my client, he was really interested in electricity and in engineering, and I said, gosh, you know, if you became electrical engineer or electrician, you would have a job forever here. Mhm. You know what? The conflict in the chat, we need to stop fighting, okay? So if somebody's saying something that you don't like, you can block them so that you don't see their messages, okay? So if you don't like their messages, you don't want to hear their messages, you can just block them and then you won't see their messages in the chat anymore. Problem solved. Because you know, Juanita's a peacekeeper and she wants to keep the peace. So she's going to talk to everybody, right? And so it's not your job to try to talk Juanita out of talking to people. It's not anybody's fault. It's not Juanita's fault. Everybody has their thoughts and feelings. Um, and then Juanita says, thank you. I try not to blame myself, but it's really hard. Yeah, but it's not your fault. It's just, you know, humans have conflict, right? And you know what the Bible says? Blessed are the peacemakers. You're a peacemaker, so you're blessed. Mhm. Freaking great. Now the voice in my head is asking me, do you actually deserve to be blocked? And my answer, maybe. Here you are. Are you still here? You know, here's the thing, Aisha. Um, you feel real strongly because of your life and where you live, and because maybe you are the same religion as he is, that you want to take a stand on this. I don't even know what we're taking a stand on, okay? But you're older and you are more confident in yourself, and so you're taking a stand, and I support you in taking your stand. But Juanita's younger and she's more of a peacemaker and she wants to make peace, and so she's dancing on that line, walking on eggs, trying to make peace with everybody. And it's not because she's good or bad. It's not because she's giving in and not being a feminist or not caring about women's rights or not caring about respect and dignity. It's because she's Juanita, and Juanita likes to keep the peace, okay? She's a people pleaser. She wants peace. She wants to live in harmony with everyone. So please don't try to get Juanita to choose sides, okay? Don't do it. That's just another way to try to divide people. So we just let it go, let it go, let it go. Don't take it personally. You know, sometimes I have to be like a little rubber duck and let the water flow off my back. And so just let it go. And everybody learns at a different pace, right? You can learn at your own pace. You can grow at your own pace. And Anita's younger than you are, so she's growing at a different pace than you are. She's had different life experiences, okay? So just relax. It'll be okay. And then she says, well, I don't know what TBH means, but I'm just scared of losing a friend. Maybe that's because of a trauma response. I don't know. Hey, I did one of those initials. I just did some letters. I just did some letters. I don't know. Ah, I got it. Well, it might be a trauma response, but you know, that person's always been kind to you, right? So you're being kind back. Isn't that the way it is? That we be kind to someone and they be kind back to us, you know? So there's also something called intermittent reinforcement, where someone can be nice to us once and then mean, and then nice, 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 and then mean. So we have to watch out for abusers. We have to watch out for people who are narcissists, because they bait us by being nice. They start out by love bombing us and then they be mean. But I don't think that's what this is. I think this person is a good person, and they just are naive and don't realize that you're going to really tick women off if you make jokes about them. You know? I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's a good guy. And so I'm going to assume the best about him. And that's what you're doing. You're his friend and you're assuming the best about him. And then she says, oh, I love you. And she gives you hugs. Jeannie, just say about this, if your friend is not morally right and have no civic sense to behave, just tell them your boundaries. My dear, I'm really good at setting boundaries with people. I do it all day long. I had to set boundaries with my one true love, my husband, and tell him, you can't live here. You can't be with me because you are mentally ill and you're refusing to take your medication and you are taking drugs, and I can't tolerate that. I set really hard boundaries with people. And I don't know what happened. So there's a big difference, you know. What has this person done to you? Is it just that they made a joke about women in the kitchen? You know, that could be offensive, but that's not worth ending a friendship over. Or is it that they're consistently being disrespectful for women? And like I said, the 12 steps, when somebody makes a mistake, we give them some space to ask for forgiveness, and we keep short accounts. So maybe that person is going to say, hey, you know what? I'm really sorry. I did not mean for this to be this big, huge thing. You know, I don't know what they even said because I'm not on Discord. I don't know what they even said because I was in the hospital when the whole thing happened in the chat at Chris Knits, so I missed it. So we don't even know what exactly is happening, but I'm doing my best. No worries, dear one. I love you. Have fun with your cosplay. Mm. And she says, bye. Take care of yourself. We love you. Self-dignity is uppermost. Hi guys, I didn't do my cosplay. I don't have the brain power. You sound like me the other day. I decided I was going to go at this whole list of things I was going to do, and then I looked at it and went, yeah, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to stay in bed all cozy with my tea and read. I'm going to write you a comment on your channel. That's good. I'm glad you did that. I just posted the comment, okay, on your post with the awesome drawing that you made. I did the right thing that I stood up for myself, right? I feel so guilty. Winsome Cat, I love you. And you know what? You have always shown wisdom in the comments, and you've always shown discretion. And I think it's good to stand up for yourself. You don't have to worry, okay? It'll be all right. And yeah, you know, that's the thing that angers me the most is women stand up for themselves. You know, a good woman, she stands up for herself and she feels guilty. Okay? People are always worried about if they're the abuser. Yeah. Doormats, when we've been abused, we've been a doormat. We stand up for ourselves and then we feel guilty. All we're doing is asking for basic human dignity. Okay? Aggressive women, women who are being toxic and abusive, they don't feel guilty. They don't question themselves. Narcissists don't say, I wonder if I'm a narcissist, or I wonder if I did the right thing. They don't wonder, they don't care, they don't worry. So that's how you can know it's not your fault, it's all on me, I started it. No, you didn't. You shouldn't blame yourself for other people's actions and feelings and words. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make a whole pack of affirmations for us, okay? This is not about me. This is about what happened to me. Everybody get a card and write that down. This is not about me. This is about what happened to me. Thank you. Everybody's giving hugs in the comments. I have to go for real this time. I need to charge my phone. Bye. Take care. I love you. Bye. Take care. We love you. Hero Zach, I have no idea what's going on. Okay? He says, Jeannie, all of this is because of this joke. And then the joke is, Hero Zach, why don't women need to wear a watch? Because there is a clock on the stove. That's the joke that we're upset about? You guys, are you serious? That's what we're upset about? Okay, this is like, Hero Zach, don't tell any more jokes about women, okay? Because somebody's being very sensitive. And here's the thing. If you are a woman, in some cultures, you don't get respected, okay? So in America, you know that I'm a Christian, right? And in Christianity, there's like 45,000 different churches, kind of like, I don't know if you have this where you live, if you have an ice cream store with all the different, I'm gonna have to get a drink of water. But where I live, there's this ice cream store called Baskin Robbins 31 Flavors. And they have 31 different flavors of ice cream. I'm not kidding you, they really do. 31 different flavors of ice cream. And you can go and choose the flavor that you want.
So here's the thing. We're gonna have to turn because we spent all this time discussing all these problems, and I never got to read The Secret Garden, and my dear one Juanita's gone, and I don't want her to miss it. I'm gonna pick up my tablet and I'm gonna move it over to the table, and don't laugh if I go away. Okay, so now I've got to turn so you can see me and the vision board in the background and buttercream. Okay, so let me see now if I can get my, let's see what else I have to do. I have to get my Bible back, get my little book of affirmations, find The Secret Garden book. Here we go. We got some more stuff. I'm gonna hold this like this. Now I'm gonna look at the phone and read the comments. Okay, it says, hydrate, Jeannie. I did. I had some water. You're right. I have to make sure I do that. I'm gonna put the Bible over here. It's too heavy. Dang, that Bible's heavy. It's big and thick. Put it right there. It's too heavy for me to put on my lap when I'm at an angle like this. I'm gonna have to. I did. I ordered a charger with a long cord, so I'm hoping it'll get here soon. Because we're sitting here at the angle. Let's see what I say. So, okay, why don't women need to wear a watch? Because there's a clock on the stove. Okay, you know what? Where I live, we could say, why don't men need to wear a watch? Because there's a clock on the stove. Big deal. Women cook, men cook. Where I live, everybody cooks, right? I raised my children. All my boys know how to cook. All my boys know how to sew. Because when I was going to school, that was true feminism, that people were equal. I don't think that men and women are equal. I think we're different. I mean, we're equal spiritually, we're equal intellectually. Physically, we're not equal. Women are much stronger than men physically. Now, you probably are going to laugh, but men are strong doing hard labor. Men are strong working out. Maybe men are strong building fences and digging ditches and cutting down trees. But women are really strong giving birth. I was at the hospital, and the doctor said that I had one of the highest pain tolerances that he'd ever seen. And I said, yeah, I've had 6 babies without pain medication. He was like amazed, you know? But anyway, I would look at this joke and I would say, men could look at the clock and see what time it is in the kitchen. Men can cook. But here's the thing, Zach. You want to respect women because I know you want to get married. I know you want to have a sweetheart. So some of us are more sensitive to these kinds of things than others, right? I'm older. So now I'm like, oh, well, I really don't care anymore what people think of me. You know, I'm kind of past it. But women are sensitive and caring. Men can be sensitive and caring. And you want to get married and you want to have a wife who loves you and you want to make babies with her and have a blissful romantic times with her. And the way you do that is by being respectful. The way we get what we want. The way when I am married and I have a husband, the way that I have a happy marriage is by being respectful of my husband. When you are married and you have a wife, the way you even meet a wife some woman who wants to even marry you is by being respectful, right? So in the Bible, there's this idea that we give way to our weaker brother. So I should probably get it and read it to you. But what it says is, if your brother doesn't have faith for something, but you do, and they were talking about eating food, like in the Old Testament, they have all these food laws. And so when Christianity was based on Judaism, and Jesus was a Jew, but there was a time when everything was by the law, so they had to follow these food laws. And now we're under grace, okay? So we don't have to follow these food laws. And some of the laws that were food laws were for safety, like nobody wants to eat shellfish if it's not refrigerated, right? Because it's not safe. And they were in a desert area and there was no refrigerators, so it probably wouldn't be safe to eat shellfish. So they make food laws, right? But then times changed and we came into the age of grace. And I'm probably not explaining this very well, but what I'm trying to say is there were people who still used the old way. There were people who were Jews who still followed the food laws. And then there were Christians who didn't think that they had to follow the food law. And what Paul wrote letters to the Corinthian church, and he said, if your brother thinks that you have to follow the food laws, if you go to dinner with him, don't be ordering a whole bunch of shellfish when you know it's going to offend him, right? Like, okay, here's an example. I have a really good friend, my son's best friend's mother. My son's best friend is Muslim, okay? And we've known them since kindergarten. And my son's in his third year of college. And she invites me over to her house, and I invite her over to my house, and she does catering sometimes for weddings because it has to be halal food. And I go to weddings that are Muslim weddings, and I'm friends with a whole bunch of Muslims, okay? But they have food laws. They can't eat pork, right? And they can't eat certain foods that haven't been butchered by a halal butcher. I might not be pronouncing it correctly, but you know what I mean. And so the Bible says that I'm supposed to be respectful of her. And if she comes over to my house, I'm not supposed to cook pork because it would offend her if I cooked pork. Does that make sense? Now, Jewish people don't like pork either. So I have a Jewish friend, and if I invite my Jewish friend over, I'm not supposed to have pork in my house because it would offend him. Does that make sense? So sometimes the kind thing to do is not tell the joke. Now we know this about this other person, this other friend of ours. We have a mutual friend who doesn't like jokes about women. So the respectful thing to do would be when you're in Discord or when you're, that's funny, it's called Discord. Isn't that interesting? Discord. Discord in English means fighting or having discord, having a discord. That's interesting. So when you're at Discord or when you're at, I'm searching in my Bible while we're sitting here for the verses about the food laws and about getting along with your brother. But basically what I'm trying to say is when you're in Discord, don't tell jokes about women. When you're in Chris Knits, don't tell jokes about women because it's being interpreted as being disrespectful of women. And I know you think it's funny. Maybe you have a friend and they think that's a funny joke. And so you tell that joke to your friend, right? And they laugh and you kind of bond a little bit because you both find something funny. But Ashia, I don't even know if I'm saying her name right. I feel terrible. But she doesn't find the joke funny. And other women don't find the joke funny. And here's the thing. if you want to get married, right? You want to have a successful relationship with a woman, you need to learn how to get along with women. And women come in all different flavors, just like ice cream. There's all different kinds of women in the world. It's not like there's one woman and we're all alike, right? We're all different. Just like men, there's not one man and you all think alike. Men are all different. So if you want to have a successful relationship with your true love, the way you meet her is by being respectful, right? And so by being sensitive, right? And so just like I was telling you about my friend whose brother liked the Oakland Raiders and he liked the Seahawks, and it really angered him that his brother liked the Oakland Raiders. Well, his brother had to kind of come to the standpoint and realization that he'd rather have his brother be his friend, than fight with him about these dumb NFL teams, you know? And men and women in our society, we have enough troubles. Don't we have enough troubles? We have all different religions are being persecuted, right? Jews are being persecuted, Christians are being persecuted, Muslims are being persecuted. All over the world, people of faith are being persecuted. You and I have a lot in common. You and I both work law enforcement. You and I both work with lots of people that are sleazy scumbags. Yeah? And you and I are both heroes. You're a hero in your job, and I'm a hero in my job. I get to be a hero in my job. I get to counsel people who've had really terrible things happen to them, and I get to help them break through and have a happy, successful life. And a lot of times it's women who've been really severely abused. If that's not a hero, I don't know what it is. I'm a nurse, so I get to go take care of people who are dying at the end of their life, or I get to go take care of people who have a strange something going on. They don't know what the problem is, and I do forensics and figure out what's causing them in their home to be sick. Maybe it's the hidden mold. Maybe there's mold in their bathroom or under their sink or under their carpet, or maybe the crawl space under their house or in the bricks. And I get to do forensics and figure out what's wrong. I'm a chaplain, and I get to go to scenes when there's a disaster, when there's an earthquake or a fire or a building gets bombed. I get to go to accidents, and I get to be the hero, right? You're like that. Your name is Hero Zach. You're a hero. And so I think what we need to do is find ways that we can be sensitive. Like every day, I'm 59. Every day I learn something new. Like just the other day. Hold on, I'm going to reach over far. Here I am. I'm back. Every day I learn something new. Like the other day, I offended somebody. They thought I was being racist. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you know, but I had to like humble myself and reflect and look at my life and look at what I was saying and think about it from different angles. And I could see how what I said could be taken the wrong way. So now I'm saying to myself, okay, I need to be more careful in the future. I need to think ahead and say, maybe that could be misunderstood. She says, hydrate. Yeah, I need to drink some more water. You're right. I started shaking and feeling very low. That's why I leave. Oh no, do you need to have some food? Do you have low blood sugar? Or are you upset or angry? Are you having big feelings? Yeah, you need to take all the time and space that you need because your health needs to be a full priority. Maybe you need to take a break, huh? Yeah. Um, yeah, meditation is good. And then she says, I can't see people telling me creepy stuff. Now, I don't know what anybody said, but creepy is things like, in English, creepy is like inappropriate sexual things, or stalking things, or telling you, asking you questions about your identity or where you live or how old you are, or, that kind of thing, right? So you definitely do not want to put up with creepy comments. And if somebody um, ask you creepy comments, block them. I've got to talk to my dear friend and get him to show me on the phone with my tablet at the same time how to remove comments and that kind of thing. I've got to figure that out because I'm not going to allow inappropriate comments. And then she says, hope I become more strong to face all these. Well, you don't have to put up with anything you don't want to put up with. And like I said before, we talked about this. You can say, I don't like to talk about blank. Please stop. You can give accurate feedback. You can say, I don't think that joke is funny. Please stop. You know, I don't feel comfortable with jokes about women, right? And, but I mean, no offense, but there's a huge difference between saying a woman needs to look at a clock to tell what time it is and then having a sexually inappropriate joke. There's like levels, right? There's levels of offense. And what happens is if we've lived in a culture that doesn't respect women, or if we've had experiences with people who don't respect women, then what happens is it's kind of like when you're grieving. I don't know, I'm going to give you an analogy, okay? It's like PTSD. If you're grieving, like if you're only 10 years old and you've never had anybody in your family die, but your grandma dies, you're going to be sad. But maybe your grandma was a big part of your life, then you'd be really sad. But if you only saw your grandma twice a year, you're not going to be as sad as the person who saw their grandma every day and maybe their grandma raised them. Do you see what I mean, the difference? So what happens when people lose someone in their life, when someone dies or passes away, it's not just that loss that they feel. All of the losses that we've ever felt in our life, like let's say my grandma died when I was 10, and then my aunt died when I was 16, and then my boyfriend died. I was engaged to him and he died, and then my husband died, or my cat died, my dog died. Do you see what I'm saying? Then let's say something happens and I grieve all those losses, but then one day my cat gets ran over by a car. I might be really, 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 really upset because I love my cat and with my cat every day. But it's not just my cat that I'm grieving. I'm grieving my grandma and my boyfriend and my husband and all the losses I've ever had. Because when we have one loss, it brings up all the losses we've ever had. So that's part of grief work, right? So what happens is when we have grief, it brings up all those previous experiences we've had that are sad. Maybe we're also sad because we lost a job. Maybe we had to move. Maybe a friend that we really cared about didn't die, but they moved far away. Those are all losses. And so all that grief is like a big backpack. And every brick, the loss of my grandma is on one brick, and I put it in my backpack. The loss of my husband is one brick. Maybe that's 5 bricks, and I put the 5 bricks in my backpack. And the loss of my cat is a brick, and I put it in my backpack. Pretty soon I have all this grief I'm carrying around with me. Well, that's the way it is for death. But if you get disrespect as a woman, and maybe for me, when I was a little girl, I remember people making fun of me because I had big, large breasts in 5th grade. And I was the only girl in 5th grade that looked like a grown-up woman, okay? I would dress up in a dress and go to the mall with my mother. She worked at the Bon Marché. And men, grown men, would think I was a grown woman. And they would come up to me and talk to me because I looked older than I was. I looked more mature than I was. And so men would say mean things to me. They'd call me mean names because of my body, you know, body shaming. They'd say, I remember one time I was walking down the road. I got off the bus and I was going to nursing school, walking across the road, checking on one of my ladies, an elder lady, and I was bringing her some flowers, and then I was going to go back and catch the bus and go back to work. And I was just walking down the road, middle of the day, minding my own business. And this man stood up on an apartment deck and yelled, "Hello, thunder thighs. Why don't you bring those thunder thighs up here to me?" And he was being a little bit more graphic than that. I felt so violated. I felt so small and so violated because he was talking about my body. He was objectifying my body. And I tried to talk about it with somebody. I tried to tell someone what had happened, and they didn't understand, you know? And my lab partner at nursing school was a man. He was studying to be a doctor, but he was my lab partner. You had to take a anatomy and physiology course. And I tried to tell him what happened. I got to my class and I was crying, and he goes, "What happened? What happened?" I couldn't tell him. I was too embarrassed. Couldn't explain it to him. And then even if I told him, he goes, "Well, write it on a piece of paper." So I wrote it on a piece of paper, and he goes, "That's why you're crying?" He's a big, strong, 6 foot tall, strong man. I felt really vulnerable. I felt like this person could come down from the apartment and attack me. And he said things of a sexual nature about my body. I felt shamed. I felt humiliated. And sometimes men don't understand that because they don't experience that because they're not a woman, you know? So there's a whole range of things that happen to women. And you don't know when you're talking to a woman what her experience has been. We used to say in Seattle at one point, there were in the United States at one point there was 1 out of every 3 pregnancies was a crisis pregnancy. In Seattle, it was 2 out of every 3 pregnancies. So you didn't know if you were talking to a woman if she was having a crisis pregnancy. You didn't know if she got assaulted. You know, they were saying now that 8 out of 10 girls have been assaulted by the time they're 18. That is incredible. Remember when I went to nursing school, it was 2 out of 10. And now it's 8 out of 10. And some people don't even believe those statistics because they ask these questions at school. They do these, what do you call them, questionnaires at school, and you don't have to put your name on them, but the kids are afraid to even answer the questions. So we don't know what your specific experiences are. So as men, it's a really sensitive thing just to be kind to women, just to be respectful, and just assume the best about them, and not to make jokes. Okay, so this person has told you, more than one person in the comments, it looks like 3 or 4 people, 3 or 4 women in the comments. These are women that you like, that you know, that go to Chris Knits, Yarning Over Japan. 4 women in the comments, 2 girls and 2 grown women, have told you, maybe 5 people, that they don't like the joke, okay? So the message you need to be getting is not that, oh, women are super sensitive. The message you need to be getting is probably not a good idea to make jokes about women. It's probably not a good topic to joke about. You want to do it in closed room with another man, that's your business. But don't do it in an open forum where you have women. Don't do it on Discord. Don't do it in Chris Nitz's comments. Don't make jokes in my comments about women. Because what's going to happen is it's just stirring the pot. There's going to be somebody who's going to get offended. Okay, you know, the other day, I used a phrase, Lily White. I was on a bus. This is quite a while ago, actually. It was a few years ago. And the ironic thing is, there was this movement that hit America where everybody's very worried about racism. And I am the least racist person you know, all right? I was raised in the middle, in Seattle, in the inner city, and all different colored people, and I don't see color. I look at a person's character. That's what Martin Luther King told us to do, is look at a person's character. But here I was on a bus, and I knew the bus driver very, very well. And he was a born-again Christian. He was a pastor who worked as a bus driver on a public transportation. And his name was Otis, and he is a cool guy. And so Otis drives the bus, and every time if I had to go catch a bus and Otis was there, I was so happy because he was smart and he thought and he knew the Bible. And so we could have these really great intellectual conversations. Now, the buses where I live, they go up and down the island and they pick up kids, like they go, there's different routes they have, but one of them goes past the high school and picks up some kids. And so when I got on the bus, I had a goal to go somewhere, and it's a long bus ride, and I was so thrilled to see Otis because we could have this long, deep conversation. And so we were discussing Christianity and Christians and the Bible and, you know, having a conversation about society. And I forget what it was we were talking about, or I would explain the context, but it was something to do with hypocrites in the church. There was something going on in society, in Christian circles, that was really famous and public. And the person was being a hypocrite, and the media was picking up on it. And now, the only reason I'm telling you the color of Otis is because it's pertinent to the story. Otis is a black man, okay? He's very handsome, dark skinned, and you can tell I'm a white woman. And so I'm sitting like 3 seats. When you first walk on the bus, right behind the bus driver is a seat, or right across from the bus driver, and I always would sit right behind him or right to the side so he could hear what I was saying, and we were talking. And so we were having this conversation, and he would stop at each stop, you know, and people would get on. And so there's all these teenagers on the bus. And we were talking about women getting the vote in 1920 and how important it was to vote. And it was an election year. And there's this person who ran for office in our state who was claiming to be a Christian, and they were a hypocrite, okay? It was very obvious that they were just trying to get the Christians to vote for them, that they didn't really believe anything. It was so obvious by their behavior. The guy got caught having 2 affairs, that kind of thing, you know? So if he was really practicing his belief, he, as a Christian, he wouldn't be having affairs. And then came out that he stole all this money from the last place he worked, and it was just getting worse and worse. And so we drove past this, how do you say this, like a newspaper stand where they have the headlines and you can read it. And Otis read the headline and he says, well, it looks like our friend, the politician, is getting into some trouble. And I go, yeah, it's all over for his team. And he said, well, he was sure doing well, and now he's down in the polls. And I go, well, yeah, the last 2 things that have come out, you know, that he had multiple affairs and that he stole all this money. So and I made a joke about he's breaking all the commandments, you know, the 10 commandments, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery. Well, all these things were coming out, and pretty soon it was he had broken 8 of the 10 commandments, and yet he was running and saying that he was such a good Christian. I'm not saying Christians don't sin, but the idea was he was continuing to do these bad things. And so I said, yeah, they always want to think they're so lily white. and lily white is a phrase that Christians use to say pure. It has nothing to do with race. It was talking about, I was talking about, he was trying to present himself as someone without sin. And Otis said, yeah, he's breaking all those commandments, that's for sure. And we felt bad because he was giving Christians a bad name, and we're having this conversation. As soon as I said Lily White, the little girl sitting across from me, she's about 10th grade, jumps up, and I have a baby in my pouch, and she jumps up and starts screaming at me that I'm a racist pig. I'm like, what the heck? I just kind of sat there and I go, excuse me? And my son stood up and said, my mom's not a racist. I said, sit down, it's okay. And Otis just started laughing. He just was laughing so hard. He's driving the bus. He goes, oh, please, don't even start. He goes, you want to let her have it, Sister Jeannie, or shall I? And I said, well, I said, do you know what Lily White is? She goes, no. And I go, do you have your cell phone? She says, no. And I go, you should Google it when you get home. It's a phrase. It's from the Bible. Somebody, though my sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. And one of the original Bible translations, they translated it, instead of white as snow or white as wool, they said lily white. And so it means without sin. And so we were talking the context. Did you listen to the context of what we were talking about? She said no. I said the context is we were talking about a politician who's claiming to be a Christian, and he's running as treasurer, and he's claiming to be a Christian, and yet they look at his background and he's been excommunicated from his church. He's had 3 affairs, and he's stolen money. There's a word for it. It was like embezzlement from the coffers of these places that he'd worked for. And he's trying to run a campaign saying he should be the treasurer. And so we are both Christians talking about this guy saying he has no business running. He's giving Christians a bad name. I said, that newspaper that we just went past, that was what the headlines was, is he lily white? Is he white as snow? They're referring to a Bible verse. They're referring to he's claiming to be sinless. And oh, that girl got so upset, and she was just insisting that it was racist to say lily white. And I said, my dear, it's not racist. And I don't know what they're teaching you at school, but you need to learn reading comprehension, and you need to study the origins of words, because that's not racist. And I think that she was young and naive and well-meaning and wanted to defend race, and assumed, she didn't hear the whole conversation, she assumed that I was somehow calling, saying something bad about my friend Otis. And that wasn't it at all. But she assumed all these negative things about me. So I had to decide I wasn't going to get offended. I had to decide that that was about her. It's not about me. It didn't say anything about me. It said a lot about her and her ability to comprehend a basic conversation and to comprehend words, or know the meaning and origin of words, or to know the meaning and origin of history. Now, I didn't blame her not knowing the origin of history because she's a young girl, right? And she's just doing what a lot of people do, is they jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, you're racist, oh, you're sexist. I'm kind of done with it. It's old. But I'm 59, and they've been doing this my whole life. And I've been seeing people be segregated and separated by race. I've been seeing people be segregated, separated by how much money they make, because the elites want to separate the poor. You know what would happen if we all decided that we were strong and powerful and that our voice mattered? We would stand up and not be abused. Think what would happen in government if that happened. Think what would happen in churches if that happened. If we stopped letting people that claim to be Christians control us with guilt and manipulate us with religion? What would happen if we decided to stop being separated by male and female? We stopped fighting between the sexes, male and female? What would happen if we stopped criticizing our brother or our sister and started saying, we all believe the same? You know, we're more powerful when we're united. You might be Muslim, I might be Christian, but we both want to have our children protected. We both want to have strong families. We have similarities. We're people of faith. You're devout, I'm devout. You believe strongly in your religion. I believe strongly in my faith. So we have something in common. We all bleed. We're all human. We have a heart. We can be hurt. Words hurt. I can use my words for evil, or I can use my words for good. I can choose to use my words to build up people or to tear down people. So I'm not going to make jokes. When I was a kid, people used to make jokes. You would not believe the jokes people would make. And if you said you didn't like the joke and you were offended, they would just say, oh, you need to get a tougher skin. People make jokes about everything. People make jokes, really famous jokes. I don't even know all the jokes. I don't like jokes. I'm not good at telling jokes. If I learn a joke, I have to memorize it. And I have to write it out and read it and memorize it to be able to tell a joke. I like irony, and I like simile, and I like metaphor, and I see symbols, but I don't know why. I've just never been big on jokes. Maybe I haven't been big on jokes because I got raised with people making fun of Italians, people making fun of Chinese people, people making fun of women, people making fun of Muslims, people making fun of people of the Middle East, people making fun of anybody who is different. And I lived in a community where there were lots of people who didn't fit in, who were different. And it hurt my heart when I saw how my Italian friend, my Uncle Larry was Italian, people used to call him bad names when he went to school. He went to Catholic school, and people used to call him bad names. It was during World War II. People were mad because the Italians came here. My friend's German. People call her a Nazi all the time. She's not a Nazi. She's German. You know, she became an American, but her heritage is from Germany. And it hurt me. People made jokes about Germans. It hurt me. It hurt my heart. And so I said, you know, I'm not going to tell jokes. Now I know that comedy is important, and comedians tell jokes. They are like the canaries in the mine. And when we start looking at limiting what we can talk about, we get into freedom of speech. In America, we're on the line. When we had the Biden administration, they were prosecuting people for freedom of speech. In the UK, in 2023, they put 3,300 people in jail for Facebook posts about Christianity. That means they were sharing their faith in Jesus Christ. America was founded by the Puritans. It was founded by people who left religious persecution in Europe. The Pilgrims came here for religious freedom. We in America value freedom of speech. And I know that freedom of speech isn't going to last very much longer. I'm on YouTube talking about Jesus because I know that we're not going to have very much longer that we're going to be able to do that. So I really value freedom of speech, and I know it's important to be able to talk about all these different subjects and to be able to agree to disagree agreeably. Did you get that? We can agree to disagree agreeably. I think I've spent my entire life doing that. I talk to all different kinds of people all over the world. I talk to drug addicts. I talk to people who are alcoholics. I talk to people who are addicted to cocaine, people who are addicted to marijuana,
people who are addicted to shopping, people who are addicted to clutter. They're hoarding and saving paper or saving containers. I talk to people who have been abused. I talk to people who hate God, hate religion. I talk to people who are very devout from all different churches. In America, there's like 45,000 different churches that have 45 distinct thousand different flavors of Christianity. And I talk to people from them all. You know, I help people leave cults that they're being brainwashed to think a certain way. And so humor, I understand humor, and sometimes I think things are funny, but I think irony is funny. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. But I don't think it's funny to laugh at something that's going to. So my concern is if you have a friend in chat at Chris's Discord, or if you have a friend in chat at Chris Knits Yarning Over Japan, you know, just be respectful. You don't have to stir the pot. You don't have to make jokes about things that are going to offend women. And if you're a woman, you don't have to stir the pot and say, oh, this person's doing this or so. You know what provoking is. We don't want to provoke one another. We want to encourage one another to love and good works. And in the Bible, there's a verse, and it says, the fruit of the Spirit. And let me see if I can grab it. It's Galatians 5:22. And the fruit of the Spirit is, and there's a whole list of things. And it's love, joy, peace, kindness, goodness, self-control. Let's see, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. So there's no law. I've yet to meet a country that has made a law against love. I've yet to meet a religion that says you shouldn't love, or you shouldn't have joy, or you shouldn't have peace, or you shouldn't have patience or kindness, or goodness, or faithfulness, or self-control, or gentleness. There's no law against those things. So what we need to do, you know, you're Muslim, I'm Christian, or you're Jewish and I'm Christian, or you're Hindu, or you're a Sikh, or you're XYZ Polynesian religion, any religion on earth, I'm pretty sure that they're all okay with the fruits of the Spirit. They're all okay with love. They're all okay with joy. They're all okay with peace. We both agree that patience is a virtue. We all agree that kindness and goodness are good things. We all believe in faithfulness to God and faithfulness to our spouse. We all believe in faithfulness to our children. We all believe in being gentle. We all believe in self-control, right? We all believe that there's no law against these things. And, you know, maybe one day there will be, right? There was a time, actually, in the Roman time, when it wasn't legal to marry people, and the priests were marrying St. Valentine's Day. You know how we get St. Valentine's Day? They made St. Valentine a saint because he was going against Roman law and marrying soldiers. The soldiers would go and have illicit relationships outside of marriage. And so if a soldier was in love with someone and wanted to get married, the priest, the bishop Valentine, he would marry them in the church. He'd marry them and give them the blessing of God, and they could be married. And that's how we come to celebrate Valentine's Day. That's how Americans, and I don't know if people in Europe celebrate it or not, but it's a big deal here. People get chocolates and make Valentines. Ever since Victorian era, they make little cards they call Valentines, after that man
who decided to break the law to marry people because he believed in love so much. So maybe somebody could make love illegal. Hmm? Maybe they could do that. But we need to be careful. And if my friend is Italian, my uncle's Italian, I'm not going to tell jokes about Italians because I don't want to offend him, because I care about him. If my friend's Chinese, I'm not going to make jokes that have disrespectful jokes about Chinese people. If my friend is, I have a friend who's a Catholic, I'm not going to make jokes about Catholics. You know, in America, there's tons of jokes, and they always start out with a Catholic priest, a Jewish rabbi, and like a pastor or something. And I don't know any of those jokes because I hate jokes. Okay, but mostly because I can never remember the punchlines. I don't tell them in the right order. It doesn't work. I don't know what it is. But anyway, and people end up getting mad and offended. So in those, I'm not going to tell. I've got a really good friend who's Catholic. I've got many really good friends that are Catholic. I'm not going to tell jokes about Catholics because I don't want to offend them. Now, it's not about whether or not the joke is funny. The joke might be really funny. It's I don't want to offend my friend. I don't want to lose a friend. Does that make sense? Mm. So I'm going to be careful and not tell a joke about fat people or Catholics or Italians or fill in the blank, any people group, right? My dad used to tell jokes once in a while, but he always changed it. If he heard a joke about a priest, a pastor, and a Catholic, I mean a priest, a pastor, and I don't know what. Anyway, if he heard jokes like that, he'd say a bear, a raccoon, and a bunny. And I never understood until I was an adult why he did that. But he did that because he didn't want to offend anybody. My dad used to have a really good sense of humor, but it was irony. Like one day we were driving in California on the highway. They have these plants and they're called pampas grass. Pampas, Pampas, grass, Grass. And we had this house that we rented. My dad was doing a remodel on it, and we lived there while he remodeled it. And in the backyard, there's this great big bush. And I mean, it was as big as a twin size bed, or a king size bed. And it was like reeds, and they had tall shoots come up with these big pampas grass. I don't know if you know what that is, but the big white heads of this downy grass. And then it lasts so long, and then it sheds, and there's white fluff everywhere. Well, we loved it as kids because my dad would give me a knife, and I'd go out there very carefully and cut with the serrated knife the big pampas grass heads off. We'd have sword fights with it, and all the little white flowers, the dusty, feathery kind of things would fall off, and so it was very dramatic, and we liked it. Or we would pretend that they were brooms, we'd play and have a lot of fun with it. But it was really well known, the name of it, because we had it in our backyard. And one day we were driving, and we saw on the side of the road the pampas grass plant. And this man was very rude in a parking lot, and I don't remember what he did, but in those days you didn't have road rage. People very rarely were rude when you were driving, but this man must have been drunk or something, because he pulled in front of a woman in her car, and she had to stomp on her brakes, and then my dad had to stomp on his brakes. This is on the highway, right, doing like 70 miles an hour. And then he went back over across the highway again, and then he slammed on his brakes, got out of his car, put his car kind of crossways in between the two cars, in front of the two cars, got out and walked up to my dad and started yelling. And my dad said, "You need to calm down, sir.
And he backed up his car and drove away and signaled to the woman to drive away. So they drove away. Both cars drove away, leaving the guy in the middle of the road. And the man was not just yelling, he was swearing, screaming, yelling. And my dad was a World War II veteran, but he knew enough that this guy was having some kind of a problem and we needed to get away from him to be safe. He had a whole car full of young kids, little kids and his wife. And my mom said, "What was his problem?" My dad says, "He was a pampas grass." And if you know anything, that's a play on words. The pampas grass is that kind of grass, but to be a pompous ass is to be not a very wise person. And he was very full of himself. And the ass is the word in the Bible for the donkey. And my dad read the King James Version. So he was making a joke, but it was a play on words. So I learned lots of plays on words. So when I was a little girl, the worst thing you could ever say about anybody from then on out was saying that they were pompous grass. And then people would think, "What did you say?" Or we would say glass bowls. There are lots of glass bowls in the world. And I grew up my whole life thinking that meant that people were fragile. And I didn't get it, that it was a play on words. It took me I think I was 32 years old. I went back to Oklahoma to visit my dad, and he said glass bowls, and that's when I realized it was an euphemism for a swear word, because he wouldn't swear. So it was kind of funny. But that's the kind of joking. He saw irony. We saw patterns and irony. So here's the thing, I want to be married and I want to have a relationship and be respectful of my husband. And I want a man who respects me as a woman and understands that maybe he doesn't understand why I'm upset. Just like that friend that was my lab partner didn't understand why this guy could say this thing. And he's like, "Well, that's not that big of a deal. He just said you had beautiful breasts and beautiful thighs. Why are you so upset?" And I tried to explain to him, but I couldn't. First off, I wasn't brave enough to talk about, we weren't married. He was just a friend and he was a boy. And I wasn't accustomed to talking about body parts with men, And here he was, almost a grown man. And I also wasn't articulate enough in my own heart to figure out what I was feeling. Sometimes you don't even know what you're feeling. Sometimes you're so sad, or you're so depressed, or you're so confused, or something is just all mixed up. And it takes a while before you can get that feeling out of yourself and look and say, "This is how I'm feeling." Does that make sense? And so there are times when we have big feelings, and it's okay to have big feelings. And so if you make fun of women when they cry, you're in a lot of trouble. And buddy, you're not getting any if you're married to me. You're not getting any for a long time. And there are lots of women that feel that way. It hurts our hearts when men make fun of us for crying. Now, I've always been in relationship with men who are sensitive. My dad was very sensitive. You don't have a wife and 5 daughters without being sensitive. My brother was the youngest, and he's very sensitive. Women always love him. Women fall in love with him because he's so sensitive, because he got raised with 5 girls. So he knows all the secrets about women. He knows women. He knows all the secrets. He knows what's funny and what's not. He knows what's charming and what's not. He can just look at you. I mean, I've gone to the grocery store with him, and he can just turn on the charm and he makes women melt, because there's just something about him. He understands women. Doesn't matter what age you are. Can be young girl, middle-aged lady, older woman. He knows what to do to make women smile. He's really kind. He's really sensitive. He's very caring. He's very manly. He's 6'2", very
very robust, very, he works out, very manly man, but he's sensitive and caring. He would never dream in a million years of making a joke about women. He never would. You know why? Because he's not dumb. He knows it's going to get you into a lot of trouble. Yeah, there are women who would just say, oh, yeah, it takes more than that to upset me. But if a woman's had abuse, or if she lives in a culture of disrespect, I lived in a culture that disrespected women 24/7. I lived in a culture that believed the only thing women were good for was cooking and cleaning and having babies and having sex. And women were to be seen and not heard. Women were to be beautiful at all times. 24/7, you had to wear your dresses and your makeup, and everything had to be perfect. And you're judged solely on what you weighed and what you looked like. Beauty pageant mentality. You know, you had to have everything had to be perfect all the time. Couldn't go out without makeup, couldn't go out without your hair perfect. I mean, total stage makeup, like glamour, um, beautiful model makeup. And if you didn't look like that, if you were a plain woman, or you didn't like makeup, or you were somebody who really liked sports, and you weren't interested in cooking and cleaning, and you weren't interested in what kind of dish soap was going to be best for your hands, and you didn't want to do your nails, or you weren't into um, traditional, quote unquote, traditional feminine jobs like being a teacher or being what could you do? You could be a nurse, or you could be a teacher, or you could be a mother, or you could be maybe a waitress, but even then, waitresses were kind of looked down on because they interacted with a whole bunch of different men. So it was this Madonna whore mentality. You were either pure virgin Madonna, or you were a whore. There was nothing in between. That kind of belief about women is really degrading. And if you have those kinds of beliefs, nobody's going to want to be anywhere near you. A godly woman, a woman of character, a woman of virtue, she's not going to want to be hanging around you if you're making jokes about women. I'm sorry. This is in America, we have the Me Too movement that happened a few years back, where everybody who had ever been sexually abused, or everybody who had ever been sexually assaulted, or had someone objectify their body, spoke up and started talking and exposing who committed the crime. And there were a lot of famous people, a lot of famous politicians, a lot of famous actors, a lot of famous singers who lost their jobs forever. And nobody wants to work with them anymore because women started telling the stories of being sexually exploited by these men. And so there's just certain things you just don't joke about. You don't joke about sexual abuse, okay? It's not funny. It's never funny. You don't joke about physical abuse. You don't joke about domestic violence. It's not funny. Somebody has been hurt and traumatized, and you want to make jokes about it? No, you're not going to do that. You're a hero. You're a good guy. You're a man of honor and integrity. Now, immature, foolish boys make jokes about those things. When boys are growing up and they're testing the water and trying to figure out what's okay to do, they'll sometimes make, in the 6th grade, sometimes 4th grade, but usually about the 6th grade, people start making potty jokes, potty mouth jokes. They make jokes about poo and pee at school, or throw up, and everybody laughs in elementary school. But most young men grow out of that. My daughter was in high school, and when she was in high school, she was on this, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's when you have like a computer where like all your friends from the high school, like in one class, like all your kids in biology class or all your friends in math class, get on a forum, like a chat, and they talk about different things, like if they want to get their math homework, and they can talk about problem number 9 and the different ways to solve it, which is the right way, or that kind of thing. And so one day she was on this forum, and they had this new guy come on, and he had just came to the school, and he was from another country, and he made a joke that offended like all of the girls in the stream. There were like 30, there were like 120 students, so there were like, I don't know, 3 classes of students, and there were like 30 girls that were really upset. And my daughter went on, and she was the kind of like the moderator, you call it. And she had to tell this guy that it wasn't okay to make jokes about this. He was making jokes about sexual abuse. And I said, the first time you warn him, it could be a cultural thing, or he could be from a small town. I didn't know where he was from. It could be from a small town in the South where they got the good old boy network and men just do whatever they want to do. He could be raised by a bully and not know that he's being raised by a bully. He could be being put down. Somebody could be being sexually inappropriate with him. There could be a lot of reasons why he wouldn't know that it's not okay to make jokes about this. But the first time you warn him and you tell him, hey, you know what? We don't do those kinds of jokes here. And she explained to him why. That's not cool. In our country, we don't make jokes about this. And I don't know where he was from. And the next time he made the joke, she said, I'm going to have to block you because I gave you a warning and you're making another joke like this. And we wrote a paragraph saying, these kinds of jokes are not acceptable. And these are young girls, And then he made a comment about somebody's breast and it was like, 3rd time you're out, Some people say in America, 3rd strike you're out, like in baseball, 3rd strike you're out. So she had to just say, yeah, you're out of the group. You can't be on the computer on this forum anymore. So I don't know if she blocked him or just told him in person. I mean, she told him in the chat, but they blocked him. He can't come to the messages anymore. And but she assumed the best about him, right? Nobody else would talk to him about it. None of the other kids were brave enough to text him. And we wrote like a letter together. She wrote the letter and then she had me read it, and I went, this is so well done. I can't believe that you wrote this and you're 17 years old. She's all grown up now, but this is a few years ago. I said, this is really well done. I know adults who wouldn't be able to write a letter as well. And, but we wanted to assume the best about him because maybe he was in a family where his dad talked like that. Maybe he was in a family where he was being bullied. You don't know why people do what they do. But we had to just say, yeah, we're not going to let you bully all of the women in this group, We had a similar situation with men bullying men, with men being sexually explicit to other men. And my daughter had to write a letter and say, this is not acceptable. Any kind of unwanted sexual attraction, doesn't matter if you're same sex or opposite sex, any kind of sexual content is not allowed in this forum. This is not a sex ed class. This is, we're talking about math or whatever it was that they were talking about. So a lot of times just being sensitive to the other people is really important. And I just think that that's the right thing to do, to take the high road and be sensitive, I think that's the right thing to do. And what'll happen
You know, the Bible says, a pleasant answer turneth away wrath. Wrath is anger. If you give a pleasant answer, you're going to turn away their anger. And if you don't joke about nationality or religion or sex, you know, you don't make jokes about women, why is it okay that it's okay in America? The only people it's okay to bash now are fat people or Christians. Did you know that? And in the last few years, it's not okay anymore to bash fat people. People used to make fat people jokes. They used to have these jokes, your mama's so fat, da da da. I don't even know what they would say, but I just remember hearing people say that. And now everybody's really focused on body image and not body shaming and not making any comments about people's bodies. So the standard is continually changing over the years. There's this concept of cultural appropriateness, and sometimes historical appropriateness we don't realize. Like, for example, when I was a little kid, there weren't seatbelts in cars. So people had these bench seats, and mom would go around the corner, and all the kids would slide because they weren't seatbelted in the car. And people think, oh, you were so abusive, or oh, you were so abused. No, we weren't abused. We just didn't have seatbelts because humans hadn't evolved, hadn't learned and grown to the place of getting seatbelts yet. Human history. Evolve just means grow and change. Human history hadn't grown and changed to where enough people died that somebody said, hey, we need seatbelts. You know, my dad, he went out and got belts woven out of really thick twine, and I'm trying to think what it was called. It's like canvas. He made belts and made seat belts for our car, because when my mom would go around the corner, my sister would lean on the door, and then the door would open and she'd fall out. And so my dad made seat belts for us in our car. We were the first people that I ever knew that had seat belts. But we don't judge previous people historically based on today's standards. We don't say, well, your mom was abusive because when she was driving, she didn't put you in a car seat and have seat belts, because car seats didn't exist and seat belts didn't exist. Can you understand the concept that I'm getting at here? So what happens nowadays is a lot of young people want to judge people based on their today's current standards, and the standards today are much stricter. Like kitchens, food, to get a kitchen permit or a food handler's permit, it's stricter today. It's still not strict enough as it needs to be, but it's stricter today than it was 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, or 50 years ago. But it's still not strict enough. But there are some things that you just can't judge people for, because it's different in their culture. But pretty much every culture believes in love and these fruits of the Spirit that we were talking about. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. And you know, sometimes I really have to exercise self-control, because I'm smarter than most people think I am. So I'll talk with men, or I'll talk with pastors, and I'll know they don't know the Greek word. They don't know what they're talking about. They're misinterpreting the scripture. And I have to sit there and be quiet. It takes a lot of self-control. Yeah, maybe I'll email them and say, oh, by the way, here's the Greek word. Here's the passage. You know, this is what it means. Because I don't want them to look like a fool. Because they do, they look like a fool. You know, but I have to exercise self-control. Sometimes you can know something and you can be right, but you have to exercise self-control, right? And sometimes we want to tell a joke. We think that's really funny. Sometimes I see something that's really ironic and I want to say something, but I don't, because I have to exercise self-control.
So that might be something that you could do, is part of being a loving person, part of being a kind person, part of being a peaceful person, part of having patience and kindness and goodness and faithfulness and gentleness and developing self-control would be not telling jokes in Chris's chat or in Discord about women, because it's not going to end well for you. You wouldn't like it if I made jokes about men. You wouldn't like it. You wouldn't, just like um, there was a young man who was making jokes when I was in school. He was making jokes because my breasts are big, okay? I've always had big breasts. And so when I was younger, it's sort of like, have you ever seen pictures of people where they have a portrait and their nose is super big? It's like a cartoon. Like, you know how they do caricatures? Like those people who go to fairs and draw, or people on the street, and they have one character trait of their body that's bigger than others. And so they make it look really big, exaggerated for a cartoon. Like when you see political cartoons of the King of England, they'll make his ears look really big because he had, it's like they do it to be comical or funny. Well, people used to do that for me, but it would be like they would draw Dolly Parton. They'd draw really big boobs, you know, and it would hurt my feelings because I'm sensitive, right? But after a while, I just kind of went, well, that's just what people see. Men would look at me, they wouldn't give me eye contact, they'd look at my boobs. I can't tell you how many people I've said hi to and shake their hands. Instead of looking me in the eye, they're looking at my boobs, my breasts. It's very embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Yeah. So, you know, there's this thing called being objectified, and a lot of times men throughout history have objectified women for body parts and said, oh, I like legs, or I like butts, or I like boobs, or I like hips. And they say, I'm a hip man, or I'm a leg man, or I'm a breast man. And they're saying that that's the thing that they like most about women. So they then, when I was in nursing school, there would be doctors who would choose their partner or their girlfriend just based on what she looked like. And they didn't care what she thought or what she felt. They weren't choosing her for her mind. They were choosing her just for her body. And that's a really horrible feeling for a woman. It's objectifying. It's like, I'm just an object, I'm just boobs, or I'm just thighs, or I'm just a brain. Nobody wants to be objectified. And women do that to men. Women do it for money. They say, oh, he's just a pocketbook. You'll see this in Hollywood. There'll be really rich men who marry, or all around the world, really rich men who are old, very old, way too old to be getting married to young women. And they'll marry these beautiful young women who are just marrying them for their pocketbook, for their money. And it's really obvious. Um, so women objectify men for power, or for money, or for looks, and men objectify women for their bodies. And nobody wants to be loved, because everybody wants to be loved. Nobody wants to be objectified, okay? And here's the thing, is like, um, that joke that you told was a really silly joke. And I'm kind of like, that's what all this hoopla is about. I'm sure we have more hoopla going on than that. But the Bible says, if you do something and it offends your brother, it's sin. So you told that joke and it offended a whole bunch of the women. So it's sin. So you need to apologize. You need to come clean and say, hey, you know what? I want to be your friend, and I don't want to tell jokes that hurt you, right? Because that's what a real friend does. Even if you think it's funny, then you just say, I shouldn't have told that joke because it hurt you. And I didn't realize how much it hurt you. And I'd rather be your friend than to tell that joke. Do you understand? So sometimes it's not just that one joke or that one thing. Remember, we were talking about death and dying and how people grieve. When my grandmother died, then my aunt died, and then my fiance died, and then my husband died, and then my dad died pretty soon, and then I had patients that die pretty soon. You know, I lost my cat and I cried, and it wasn't, I was very, very, very upset about losing my cat, but I was also still grieving all these other griefs that I had because they happened really fast together. Well, sometimes, you know, when women are growing up, somebody objectifies them, like that guy said that thing about my body. He's making jokes about my breasts and about my thighs. That was really painful. And then, you know, somebody assaulted me. That was really painful. And then somebody said, I can't join the baseball team because I'm a girl. And I'm not smart enough because I'm a girl. Guess what? I joined the boys' baseball team and we took state. Yeah. But they started saying you can't take chemistry class because you're a girl and you're too stupid to do math. When I was a young girl, people believed that women couldn't do math. Do you know some of the most famous mathematicians in the world are women? But they used to say, they used to just assume that you couldn't do math because you were a woman. So I didn't even learn how to divide, how to do long division. I don't know if they teach long division everywhere in the world, but they do short division and long division. I didn't even know how to do that until I was in high school. And I took algebra 3 times because I was continually being told that I wasn't smart enough to take algebra and that I didn't know how to do algebra. What did they base this on? I got a 4 point all through school. I got straight A's. Anything, any class, I got an A in. I studied. They based this on I was a woman. That's crazy. Then I met this teacher my senior year, which is really my sophomore year because I took four years worth of school in 2 years. Anyway, she was a famous mathematician from the University of Washington. She came and taught because the teacher that was teaching the class was pregnant and she had a crisis where she started going into labor early, so she had to go on bed rest, so she couldn't teach. And so the school district couldn't find anybody, and one of the teachers was married to this really famous professor, so they sent the professor. They asked her if she'd come and teach, and she said, oh, I'd love to. So for 1 hour a day, she came from the University of Washington and taught at our high school. She's one of the most famous mathematicians in the world. She did the math for NASA. She did the math for NASA to be able to launch rockets. Really famous lady. And she told me that there were lots of women who knew math. And I didn't know that. My dad was older than my mother, and my dad assumed that women wouldn't know how to do math because that's what he was taught when he was a little boy. So when I was in high school, I came home one day and I was learning algebra. I told my dad, I said, Dad, I'm learning algebra. And he went, oh no, you won't be able to do that. No, you're not smart enough. Well, when I got my master's degree, I had to take so many math classes, and I went and took my grades and I showed my father. I said, you see that? I got A's in math. I got A's. He was all amazed. I said, Daddy, did you know that there are famous mathematicians that are women? He didn't know that. But he learned, and when he learned, he changed his mind because people can learn and grow. See, as a really sign of someone who's got high intelligence, one of the signs that a lot of people don't realize, I do forensic psychology.
One of the signs that I always recognize high intelligence is they're sensitive, very sensitive people. Highly intelligent people tend to be very sensitive, and they change and grow. They can question what they think in their mind or what their belief is, and they can learn from, they make mistakes and they learn from them, and they change and grow. So I haven't read the comments in a long time. I need to look at the comments, but I love you and I want you to be happy. I want you to have a happy marriage. And the way we have happy marriages is we meet somebody who's going to be our best friend, who we're going to really respect. And I'm telling you, I come from a tradition that doesn't respect women. And those people don't have happy marriages. They have wives who are subservient and obedient, but they're not happy. They're not fulfilled. They don't want to be there. They're not enjoying their life. You are different, dear one. You want a wife who's going to love you and respect you, that you can be thrilled with. You want a husband who's going to love you and respect you, that you can be blissfully happy with, in all the ways married people are blissfully happy. And that being blissfully happy and having, marriage is sacred. Sex is sacred. Sex was created by God to be enjoyed in marriage. You want to have a blissfully happy sex life? Marry somebody you respect and be respectful. Two biggest things that people fight over: sex, number one; number two, money. And if you don't marry somebody that you love and respect, you can't be happy. You can't have a fulfilled sex life with somebody who's subservient to you. It doesn't work. I'm a counselor. I've counseled thousands of couples, and they always come in and they always say, oh, this is the problem, or this is the problem. Nope. Always comes down to disrespect. There's disrespect going on. Yeah, you don't want to be disrespectful of women. And how we learn to be respectful of our spouse is we're respectful of our sisters and our mother and our grandmother and our aunties. And we're respectful of people at our church or our synagogue or our mosque. And we're respectful of women that we work with and women in the community. And this is part of your community. You're part of In Loving Hands ASMR community. And I love you and I'm glad you're here. You're part of Chris Knits Yarning Over Japan. You're part of the discourse on Chris Knits. And we love you and we want you to be a part of our community. And so part of your community is giving you the message that it's not okay to joke about women. And, there's whole different reasons why. Maybe, like I said, I bring a lot of baggage to the table. I have all those suitcases with baggage. I have that man that was there on that balcony at the apartment saying those rude things about me. In America, like in downtown Seattle, if you go, there'll be like contractors working on the street, and they'll be like, maybe have a jackhammering up the sidewalk, or maybe there's a scaffolding and they're building a building. And traditionally, contractors, men who are working hard, they're like wearing muscle t-shirts and hard hats, and they're working hard and they're all muscular and they're glistening, and they'll be like manly men. And a lot of times, for a long time, they'll say things to women, like if you're wearing a dress and high heels and you're walking by, they'll whistle. It's called catcalling. And then they'll say things. They'll say like, ooh, look at those boobs. Or, oh, come on over here and give me some of those. Or let me taste those sweet lips. And they'll say stuff like that. And that's the most awful feeling as a woman, to be walking by having men say things to you that are sexual in nature. Because it's private. It's like sex is sacred. Sex is private. And you're not married to them. You don't know that person. He's a total stranger. He's treating you like an object. It's a really horrible feeling. And so every woman that I know has that in her background,
that she went someplace and some man said that to her, said these things. And there's a whole range nowadays. Nowadays you can just turn on the radio and turn the radio station and there's rap music, or turn on, how do you say, YouTube, and there's rap music playing and they're calling women hoes and being disrespectful of women. And there's whole cultures built around disrespect to women, you know? And I think it's just really important not to go there. You want to be a man of integrity. You want to be a woman of integrity. There's women that do the same thing to men now in America. I've been at work and had women yell sexy comments to men. I've been at work and driven by and seen women looking at men's body parts and commenting on body parts. So it's not just men who do this. Women objectify men too. And you don't want to be that person. You know, you want to treat people with respect and dignity. You want to be treated with respect and dignity. Okay, I'm trying to balance my tablet that's charging, and I'm going to look at my phone and see what everybody says. And one of my dear ones says, hope I become more strong to face all of these. It's totally understandable. We have to protect ourselves. We will all be here for each other. Yes, that's really true. We will be. I don't even feel guilt anymore. I did the right thing. I don't even feel guilt anymore. I did the right thing. That's good, because you did do the right thing by calling out somebody. Thank you so much for being with me. You make me feel safe. Oh, I love you guys so much. No way, please don't be guilty. We just take a stand for the whole community. Yeah, you know, you can't feel guilty. The thing is that there's false guilt, right? Remember that, I don't know if you were here when I said to take a piece of paper, like a lined paper, notebook paper, fold it in half, and then make a T and a line down the center, and on one side put positive and on one side put negative, and list out, okay, I feel guilty about, I feel like I'm not enough, I feel whatever these feelings that you're having that are negative. And then on the other side, we're going to put the truth. The truth is that you didn't do anything to deserve feeling guilty. And we've been culturalized, we've been brainwashed as women in America and in a lot of cultures, around the world. We've been culturalized. We've been cultured to feel guilty, and we shouldn't feel guilty. Okay, so there's a false sense of guilt. I'm going to move my Bible because, oh my gosh, it's weird how it's so heavy. I'm holding it with I'm holding my arm over here, holding my tablet. Okay, let me read some more. Always, I care for you, and I will do my best to protect you from such comments. It's good. We all work together. And we all need to work together to protect each other, men and women. You know, we don't want people making objective comments about men, putting men down, and we don't want people making jokes or objective comments about women. And it says, I also will protect you with all such type persons. I love you. Thank you. I love you too. Oh, I don't want to hurt him. I want him to respect women. That's all. Yes, that's it. Our goal, I'm going to move this for a second. Our goal isn't to hurt one another. Our goal is to build up one another to love and good works, right? And God wants us to be men and women of integrity. Then she says, I started writing a song. I love it so far. Oh, it makes me so happy to hear that you're writing a song. Joe Edward, hi Jeannie, hi everybody. Just wanted to stop by. Gonna lay down for a little bit and I'm tired. Hi, Joe Edward. Oh, and he says, hi, Winsome Cat. God bless you. Oh, I'm not sure what was happening earlier, says IGT. Hi again. Sorry for popping in and out. Oh, don't be sorry. That's awesome. I'm sorry, Jeannie. I won't fight here. Oh, no, it's okay, dear one. We need to stick up for one another. We need to be real and stick up for one another. Jeannie, can I be your mod, please? Oh, definitely, Lucy. But we have to have a phone call, and you have to lead me through the process of how to make you a mod because I have no idea. And also, I don't want to use your real name, so I'm trying not to use your real name. Also, I need to know how, dear one, to make my videos public because I have a whole bunch of videos. And whenever I post videos, when you go live stream, it says Jeanne Standley-Kinata is going live stream, and then it asks you to answer all these questions like, are your videos for children or adults? And I push adults. And then it says description, and then I type in the description, and then it says, is it for public or private? And I make it public, right? So why, when it posts, does it post not public? We need to figure that out because I have a whole bunch of videos. Jeannie, can I be a mod, please? Juanita, of course, my dear. And then she's saying hi. Sorry, but he deleted most of comment, which was so rude. Jeannie, I will email you. Oh, I'm glad you will email me. Here's the thing is, I have such an itchy nose, you guys. Must be a bunny. I must be a bunny at heart, right? Here's the thing that makes me mad. It's not making me mad. I feel angry about is if the comments I understand why we erase comments, and it's okay. Everybody has a right to erase their comments. But I was trying to go down and talk about the things, and he deleted his comments before I could read them. So I feel sort of silly trying to talk about something and deal with when I don't even know what the comment is. Does that make sense? Sorry, but he deleted most of the comments. Sorry, Jeannie, I will not drag those stuff here. Oh, honey, I love you so much. I'm glad we can talk about things. And we're a family, we're all part of a family, right? And we need to talk about things. And it's okay. And sometimes families have to talk about things that aren't okay, that aren't comfortable. She says, sorry again, I'm popping in and out. God bless you. Oh, I love you so much. It's okay. I don't know how to hold this. We're going to have to work out problems. I'm going to have to talk to IGT, Lucy, and Lucy's going to help me. We're going to get this figured out. And I've got to order a longer cord so I can do movies, and maybe I'm going to have to get a camera. I don't know, because it's in my tablet, and I told you there's that funny thing that's here. It's making it kind of hard to hold it. So I'm kind of perched here. So God bless you. Everybody's saying God bless you in the comments. That's so cool. Thank you. Oh, and then she says, thank you so much. May God bless you too. Also, sweetie. Oh, I love you guys so much. I love the way you talk to one another in the comments. I really like this community that we're building. It makes me feel really happy. I was so sad the other day. I gotta tell you, something happened. I was so sad because I'm not really wanting to go into it, but basically my mother is 82 years old. She's going to be 82, and she is so stubborn. Oh my gosh, strong. Talk about a strong woman. She's a strong woman, and she's still alive and kicking. And anyway, so she had some things happen, and I had to deal with a whole bunch of social workers and police officers and adult family protective service officers and caseworkers, and it was just a bunch of hoopla, and it was 6 days, and it was really hard, and I was praying, and I thought everything was all solved and taken care of, and then um, somebody reversed everything, and so now it's like back to square one, and I'm trying to work everything out, and I was just so discouraged, and I didn't know what to do, and I was praying and fasting, and I feeling really powerless because I just got out of the hospital, and my mom had all these problems, and if it had been 3 weeks before, I could have had my mom I could have gotten my car and drove to Oklahoma and got my mom and brought her here. But because of my injury, because of my leg and my shoulder and my arm and everything, and not, I'm still recovering, so I couldn't do that. So I was feeling really down and low, and so I texted my really good friend, and I told them all that, and I mentioned it to somebody in the comments who's here, and as soon as I saw the text back that they would pray, I felt so much better, and they prayed, and I knew they prayed. It was like 5 minutes later, I went from being literally this low down here to just being like this, so happy. And then I got this text from my daughter-in-law. I'm just going to call her my daughter from now on because she's my daughter now. So my daughter texted me, and she asked me a Bible question. And it was like I was so exhausted from dealing with all these social workers and all these people. And I had had a really long day, and I had done a live stream, and then I had to deal with the social workers some more, and I was all exhausted, and I was just like, oh, this is it. I'm just going to go to sleep. I can't deal with this anymore. And all of a sudden, she asked me a Bible question. It was just like my energy level just went through the roof. I was so happy. I was like, whoa, this is great. This is kind of feel like I'm on the spectrum. I'm neurodivergent, but I kind of feel like, how a lot of times people will have interest, a special interest. My special interest is the Bible. My special interest is God. And so my daughter-in-law asked me this question, and I was like, instantly I had all this energy. And I was like, that's a really good question. I should write a book about that. And so I texted her for like 2 hours. And I always thought I was going to go to sleep. And then I went, oh, I better make myself go to sleep. So I went to sleep. But it gave me lots of energy. And that's how I feel when we ask questions and read the Bible and talk in the comments. I feel really happy, really full of energy, and I feel like I have a community. And I felt like that right away when I got to Chris Knit's. Like, I just love everybody so much, you know? And I'm really happy that we're here together and we get to talk and spend time with each other. And sometimes families have to work out problems, right? We have problems and we work them out. Somewhere over here, oh gosh, I moved my, when the, let's see if we can find it. I've got some little, affirmations that I didn't tell you, but one of them is, I have a right to set boundaries and protect myself from drama, right? So I have a right to set boundaries and protect myself from drama. You have a right to set boundaries and protect yourself from drama, right? Yeah, we have a right to set boundaries and protect ourselves from drama. And then, another one I like is, with God's help, I can tackle this problem. Let's see if I can find one. Oh, here's a good one. I solve problems. I take action and solve my challenges and move on with life. So We're not going to be the place that lets a problem drag on forever. We're going to recognize the problem and tackle it and move on with life, right? We're not going to let one person harass our feed and our whole community forever. That's not going to happen here. That's not what we do here. We deal with our problems and we tackle them and we move on with life. We take action and we solve our challenges. And so if there's a person who's harassing us, we're not going to take it. We're going to, Jeannie's going to get the lesson from IGT and he's going to make a phone call. We're going to have a phone call. He's going to show me how to have a live stream and how to touch the screen and get rid of comments and how to make people moderators and all that. So we're going to figure out all those. Let me see. I wish I could figure out how to make this stay up. I'm going to have to make a list of things I have to figure out. Okay, I don't have a way to make the silly. If you saw me, you would laugh because I'm sitting here on the edge of the daybed, my legs out, doing my pumping my legs. Got my lantern, the bright lantern, it's so bright. I've got it on top of one of my legs and I'm pumping it. And then I've got my phone perched on my little recipe card roller thing, trying to read it here, trying to read the comments. So I'm at an angle. Isn't that silly? I'm so silly. Let's see what people say. Oh, I like it when everybody's saying God bless you in the comments and being kind and respectful. Here, I'm going to put that there. Move some of these out of the way. I think I need to come up with a special shelf for everything. Oh my goodness. And then Juanita says she has 80 characters. Isn't that cool? You are so creative. Woohoo! You're at 80. It's so many. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. There's a comment here. Hero Zach, are you still here? There's a comment that says, Isha, get a master's degree and then you can talk to me. I got mine in 2021. Okay. Is that being disrespectful? Sometimes it's hard to tell when you write a comment in, why do I ever have an itchy nose? When you write a comment in text, one of the things you have to remember is that people don't have emotion with it, right? So I could say, I have a master's degree, or I have a master's degree. Do you know the difference, right? So I have to always be careful with that when I talk to people in the comments. I got all over the place, Isha. I don't have a theme in mind. When I create a character, I just do it. Wow. Somebody took off the comment. Please don't send me his stuff. Okay, I don't understand that. I'm gonna just keep going. Oh, okay, this is really sweet. She says, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Okay, wait a minute. Hero Zach. We just had 2 hours of me saying, please don't make fun of women in the comments. Please don't make jokes. And you wrote, The only degree Aisha has is Master's Cooking and a PhD in Cleaning, IMAO. I'm not good with those initials, but I think it's laughing my ass off. I think that's what that is. We just talked about this. And you're making a joke about women. And specifically, you're making a joke about Aisha. So it sounds like you have some anger at Aisha. And Aisha has expressed some anger towards you. Okay, I'm going to make a big glob of the blankets. Hey peeps, where are you, darling? Can you come say hi? Peeps, do you like it when people fight in the comments? No. Are you sad, peeps? You're making peeps sad. Oh, sad peeps. Look at Jeannie's lips. I'm sorry, peeps. Peeps, can you help me? I need you to hold my phone, dude. Okay. We're balancing it here on my belly. It's not pretty. Here we are. I'm gonna go back. You know me, I gotta do the comments. Oh my goodness, I think I hit that button. I think I lost. Okay, I found it. Winsome Cat says, Jeannie, can I have mod, please? I want to keep the peace in the chat. True, Jeannie, make cat mod. We really need this. Most definitely. You know what? This is the embarrassing part. I don't know how to make you a moderator. And I'm so embarrassed to tell you guys this, but shh. You're gonna find out soon enough. You know, whenever I moderate for Chris, all I do is use my phone and type hi to everybody, and Lydia or Winnie have to block people because I don't know how to do that. I haven't figured that out. Like, Lucy's gonna have to show me how to do that. I don't even know how to make somebody a mod. Like, I know you touch something, but I don't know what you do. So I'm still learning. But yes, definitely. And then she says, I'm very sorry about all this. I want to keep the peace as well. I understand. I love you all. It's not your fault. We're going to work this out. Oh, when I finish the song, you will be the first to hear it, she says. Okay, I have to face this way because I can't stand it when I'm not looking at the screen. And I'm going to move all of my little cards, and put them in a pile. Peeps, do you want to come over here and be in the cleavage? Peeps gets to be in the pouch, okay? There you go. Can you do that for me? Be in the pouch? And that way, I don't have to worry about you falling. You're safe. And then what I'm going to do, here, you can go down into the cleavage a little bit. There you go. You can say hi. Oh, wait a minute. We have a problem, Peeps. You know what it is? Okay. Peeps didn't say hi to Joe Edwards. Peeps didn't say hi to Lucy. Peeps is silly. That's okay. You can sit right there. Now, you sit right here, Peeps. And I gotta get my phone. Boy, if you don't think I'm a gymnast, I can do this. This is pretty amazing. Put this right like that. Now we look at our phone every once in a while. Maybe if we put our phone down here. I'm so ambidextrous. See, I got my phone. And now we're looking at it, we're reading it. When some cat says, when I finish the song, you will be the first to hear it. Oh, and then this is the funny part. My cat is sleeping like a bagel. That sounds like fun. Oh, adorable. I wish I could show you guys Simba. Oh, we're going to have to see Simba soon, huh? Thank you for choosing us. You will rock. Oh, I don't need to see him to know that he's the cutest little fur ball ever. Me neither, because you describe him. He sounds really fun, especially when he gets the zoomies. Hmm. Simba is the fastest cat ever. Yes, he can go Mach 10, 0 to 60 seconds. And she says, yes, he is. I got ran over yesterday. He was going so fast, I almost didn't survive. My cat is watching all of you. She loves to sit on my hand. Oh, that's funny. All cats are adorable. I love cats. That sounds so funny and adorable that she would sit on your hand. What is it about cats? They like to do that. It's like they like to figure out what the most important place is and sit there, huh? I know somebody like that. Who shall not be named? It's okay, peeps. We love you. Okay, let's see what we can do here. We gotta do some changes. Peeps, I'm gonna put you over here for a little bit. I'm gonna see if I've got this, if it's gonna fall over. It is, it's gonna fall over. Okay, I'm gonna reach over, get some water. Boy, I've gotta come up with a new setup. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to say hi and look at everybody in the comments. That's so sweet. Oh no, she says, I live in fear that I will not be able to survive being ran over by a cat. I'll be right back. I will pray. Take care. Welcome back. Hey, I'm very sorry what happened to you. It's an awful thing to experience, especially as a kid and teen. When I was younger, I had photos taken of me without my consent, and they wouldn't arrest the guy because of the pandemic. That is terrible. I'm so sorry. You know that I work on that kind of crime, right? You probably figured that out by now. Here we put people away the fullest extent of the law. Like, we make a phone call and the FBI shows up unannounced, and they look through their computer on their phone and their computer and all their videotape and all their flash drives and everything. And if they find anything, the guy goes away for a long, long time. So I'm really happy, at least where I live, they enforce that pretty strictly. But it's just amazing what we, that's why I do so many different jobs, is I go back and forth, like focusing on writing or focusing on being a nurse, because it was just so overwhelming seeing all these people. And you think, when you look at them on the outside, you think they're a healthy, normal person. And the things that they were doing in secret, oh, goodness gracious. You are living proof that what women can achieve in this world. You are amazing, Jeannie. Oh, you are so sweet. I love you so much. Thank you for saying that. The feeling is unexplainable, just horrible. It is. Hope everybody's doing well, Jeannie. Hi, Joe Edwards. Good to see you. We're talking about some heavy family stuff. You know, Winsome Cat, I think that what happens, just like we were talking about, um, grief, how, like I lost my grandma and my boyfriend, and, you know, as people age, they lose more and more people to death, right? And so when we grieve, maybe we're grieving something, but it's not just that grief that comes up, it's all the previous griefs. Well, it's like that when we're women or men and we've been assaulted, we remember all the previous times we've been assaulted, and it all comes up for us, and there's like PTSD around it. So sometimes that one joke that we hear, maybe it's not just that one joke, it's all the previous times. So when somebody's disrespectful to me as a woman, like when that kid I told you drew that caricature of me on the blackboard and made it look like Dolly Parton with my face with big boobs, that was painful, but all the other times before that were there. Does that make sense? So it's sad when women are disrespected. What people don't realize is when they're disrespecting women, they're disrespecting themselves, because we are all connected. We have all had a mother. We've all been, if we're a human on earth, we've all been born from a mother, you know? So when we disrespect women, we're disrespecting our mothers. When we disrespect women, we're disrespecting our daughters or our wives or our granddaughters or future people that are going to be born. So it's very sad. God doesn't want us to disrespect people. And yes, I know what that feeling is, Winsome Cat. It's the most awful feeling in the world to be exploited and to have someone take pictures of you when you don't give your consent. Or, many people have been married or been in a sweet relationship and taken pictures, and then the person has divorced them or broken up and taken those pictures and published them on the internet. That's really a horrible thing to do, too. Hey, Joe Edwards. We're so glad you're here. Thank you. Um, I'm trying to look at all the comments, and I'm perched on the corner of the daybed with the lantern in my lap, and I'm holding one hand to hold the what's it called? The tablet to do the recording, and I'm looking with the other at my messages. Hey, I wonder if I touch this. It does show the messages. Okay, I can't do that. It's leaning too far over. He says, I'm a little under the weather. Oh no, I hope you feel better soon. And then he says, Jeannie, Hollywood is super corrupt. Yes, it is. But you know what? The whole world is super corrupt. Boy, sometimes I used to think it was just Hollywood, but I'm getting a rude awakening every time I turn around. I hope whatever is bothering you will get solved or goes away soon. And then everybody's saying, God bless you in the comments. Thank you. God bless you. Everybody like and subscribe. I'm trying not to laugh because how many times have I said that? I haven't said it enough. I need to learn to say that more. Yep, that's the way it should be. 3 strikes and you're out. That's the way we ask God, and that's why we ask God for forgiveness. And he says, wow, Jeannie, I didn't know you were a state champion. Yeah, but in my defense, it was the 70s, and it was the big feminist thing to do to go to a boys' baseball team. I hated girls' softball. It's so wussy. They have these big balls. I was like, yeah, right. It was just wussy. They were all wussies. I'm sorry they were wussies, okay? The girls were all afraid, and you need to know, see, where I lived, girls wore makeup and they did their nails and they wore dresses. And for a little short time in my life, I rebelled against it and I was a tomboy, what they used to call a tomboy. All now we would just say, I just felt like wearing jeans, okay? But I went from wearing dresses and being really frilly, and there were all these girls at the um, softball that were all really frilly, and they would like hit the ball, like touch it, and it would roll like 3 feet, like when you bunt a ball. And then people would make a whole base before anybody would pick up the ball. And then I was like really good, and they were mad at me because I would pick up the ball and I would like get them out. And then coach is like, why don't you slow down a little bit and let them make more bases? And I'm like, they're the other team. We're supposed to be winning. You weren't supposed to be competitive if you were a girl. You weren't supposed to be athletic if you were a girl. And I was just like, this is confusing. So then I found out from my teacher that they had this new law in Washington State that said girls could be on the boys' baseball team. And I was like, I'm going to do it. And I was only in the 6th grade. I joined the boys' baseball team. It was fun. But um, the uniforms they made you wear didn't fit me. So that part wasn't fun. But the funnest thing was we got to go to the snack shack and get snacks afterwards. And so I did my little feminist manifesto, became a girl on the boys' baseball team, and then our team took state. My dad was so proud. He took pictures. You know, I got a whole bunch of guys. I was um, I was in the outfield, and I always caught the ball and got people out because I was a really good catch. But that was it. I did one season, and I was like, I don't really see what the big deal is. I don't think this is fun. And baseball is so boring. It takes so long, like all these innings, and you only have like 2 or 3 points. So I lost interest. I was interested in everything, so I tried different things. Mm, mm. Oh, baseball. In 6th grade, my boys baseball team took the state champions. I don't even remember what our name was or anything, but I do remember those silly uniforms. 100% polyester. And you're out there on the bases in the summer. It's hot and you're sweating. That was kind of uncomfortable. Nah. Mm, yep. Mm. Then she says Jeannie was the Caitlin Clark in her time. I don't know who Caitlin Clark is. Oh, amen. You're right. Respect is the key to life. I used to use a jackhammer. That's hard work. Oh my gosh, Joe Edwards. Thing about the jackhammer is when you're anywhere near it, my dad let me try it once. Bad idea. For 2 weeks, I swear, I felt like my body was going like this, and your ears and everything just were like, what's that called? Um, Vibrates, you know? It was crazy. I used it for like 2 minutes, and for like 2 weeks, I could just think about it and feel it in my body. It was very disrupting to the nervous system. I have a lot of respect for men that use a jackhammer or women who use a jackhammer. And then she says, true, Jeannie, I hate it, but I don't know what you hate. Demolition, I did asbestos removal. Oh, yeah. I did some asbestos removal. We had a house we bought that let's see, my daughter was like 3. And in Washington State, there's a lot of houses with the popcorn ceiling. It's like they take some kind of spray foam and they paint over it. And so I found out that it was going to be like $50,000 to have that ceiling removed. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's no way. So I got a little suit I put on, and I put my hair up in a shower cap, and put on a organic vapor mask with the cartridges and gloves and the suit. And I got a bug sprayer, you know, the kind that they put like insecticide in, that you pump and then you spray. And I sprayed the ceilings. I wore goggles, and I took my husband's barbecue scraper. It's this long handled scraper, but the big, to do like big hamburgers. And I scraped that popcorn ceiling down onto the rug. And then they go, what are you going to do next? The contractor's like watching me. I went over with the knife and cut the carpet, rolled it up in sections, and took it to the dump. Didn't have to pay 50 grand to do that. It was just me, 2 days labor. But I didn't let my daughter be there when we did that. He said he worked with a crew at Jackhammer, and we never did anything like that. Nowadays, that's a change. You say any kind of sexual talk, you can get hard charges filed against you. Yeah, you can. People go away for a long time nowadays. Yep, the devil's everywhere. He's trying to rule the world. So she says you click on the same and scroll down, then click moderator and standard moderator. Click on the same. I'm gonna cry. Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm not gonna cry because last night I cried, and when I was done with the chat, I went in and looked at my eyes, and I had eyeshadow all under my eyes. I looked like a little baby raccoon. He says I can fix that. If you ever saw the movie Holes, you'd understand. Remember when you sent me the text and I asked you to help me with how to live stream, and you said, I can fix that. I love you so much. I know you know what I mean. It's very sweet. Holes always makes me cry. I'm gonna have to write that down to watch Holes again. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. If you haven't seen it, you gotta see it. Holes. It's a good movie. The book is amazing too. I can fix that. Yeah, I bet you could. I have to go now. God bless you all. I hope you all have a blessed and fruitful day. I love you all. I love you too. Bye. I think that maybe I missed saying goodbye to you. I'm glad you guys said bye. Jeannie, God bless you, and God bless your mother. 82, that's amazing. Somebody acts like they're better than somebody else with the same degrees. You can take it like that sometimes, or somebody's just cool that has the same degrees as yourself. That's what that means. Oh my goodness, he's being an idiot. Jeannie, all my comments are here. You can check. I didn't do anything to him. That's something he needs to learn, moral education. Yeah, it's not okay. I read some of his comments just now, and they're not okay. And see, he's erasing the comments before I can get to him, but Don't worry, I'm going to kick some butt soon here. Oh, Joe Edwards, thank you. May God bless you too. You hit their name and block them. He already blocked most of the people here, so that's he do is rude comments. Only Jeannie and Juanita can see those comments. Oh, and Peeps, you got to see Peeps. Did you see Peeps, Joe Edwards? And I don't know if, I hope that IGT Lucy saw Peeps. He says, hi, Peeps. Yep, Joe Edwards, it hurts, but we can't change his personality. He says, I understand that. Oh, he says, thank you, Winsome Cat. Hey, Jeannie just figured out an acronym. Jeannie just figured out an acronym. Jeannie just figured out an acronym. Let's all get excited. The joke is, Blue's Clues, they go, we just got a letter. We just got a letter. So Jeannie just figured out the letters. I just said thank you to TY. I figured it out in my brain. Winsome Cat, God bless you. I'm so glad when Jeannie got her stream going. Jeannie's the gift in my life. Oh, you're so sweet. Yep, here in Maryland, they don't play around when it comes to sex crimes. Yep. But we got to get it together here in Baltimore because the kids are taking guns to school and all they do is smack them on their hands. Kids are carjacking, hitting people. My best friend, Daryl, when I got here, my best friend Daryl, we had a cookout at his house. And a couple weeks later, these kids tried to steal his nephew's car. They did, and they shot my best friend Daryl. Oh my goodness. Oh, Joe Edward, I didn't know that. I am so sorry. That's terrible. Oh Lord. Dear God, bless and protect Joe Edwards and keep him safe. And keep Daryl safe. I hope Daryl's okay. That's terrible. And then Winsome Cat says, my condolences. I've been through a lot since I got back from California to Maryland. My niece died. She was 35 last February. My little sister died January 26th. My Aunt Cindy died. It will be 2 weeks tomorrow. That's really hard. So I've been going through a lot in the last 2 weeks. Jeannie has been there for me. Oh, that is so terrible. I'm sorry. Gosh, you know, I had a time like that in my life where my grandma died, my aunt died, my other aunt died, my boyfriend that I was engaged to died. It was like my cat died, my dog died. Sounds terrible, but everybody that I loved was dying. It was so hard. And you just have to remember that, you know, if they love the Lord, they're going to be with the Lord. But still, they all loved the Lord, but it was still really hard. It's really hard. Yeah. Oh, Joe Edwards, I'm sorry for your losses. And he says, my sister Debbie was a tomboy. Yeah, I think people get upset if you say tomboys now. Doesn't mean what it used to mean, but it was just a little time when I was like in the 5th and 6th grade, you know. They called me a tomboy because I like to climb trees. And we have these trees here in Washington State. They're like 300 feet tall. And right outside my yard, there was a cedar tree. And it had such a big circumference that it would fill up a whole living room easily. Great big round branches, you know, boughs. And they came down to the ground and I just climbed right up it one day. And I was like 15 feet from the top because the top was just like this little spindly thing. And I would just sit there, and it was like the perfect place, and I could see the whole neighborhood. I could see my school, I could see the market, I could see the gas station and all the houses. And it was over by Ingram High School in Seattle. I could see Ingram High School, and I would sit there. I would go climb up that tree, and after a while, I would like make my lunch and put it in my backpack and put a book in my backpack, bring my Bible and climb that tree, and then sit in the tree and eat my lunch and read my Bible or have my backpack. And I did that for like 2 years. We lived in that house. And nobody would ever find me. Nobody knew where I was. And then my sister told where I was. And then I got into all this trouble for climbing the tree. And my dad said, "Why are you bothering her? She comes from lumberjack stock." So my dad said, because his whole family, all the boys were lumberjacks. And he goes, "Say after me, I'm a lumberjack." And I didn't know that it was a Monty Python reference. So my dad said, "You just go ahead and climb the trees if you want to." And I wore jeans because it was the 70s and people wore jeans, and they had these shirts called rugby shirts. And I wanted a rugby shirt so bad. And my dad bought me a rugby shirt, and it was striped, big bold stripes, red and blue, and he had a white collar. And I wore the rugby shirt and the jeans, or a t-shirt and the jeans, and I would climb that tree. And as an adult, I decided I was going to go back to that house, and I drove back there with my husband to show him that tree, and I looked at how tall that tree was. Couldn't believe that I could climb that tree. And I said to him, they cut what, I don't know what they call it, but when there's a tree and they cut the branches that are low to the ground, they cut them off. So now if I stood there with my hand all the way up the highest branch, but it used to be that I knew that tree so well that I could even climb it in the dark. And once there was a problem in my family and the police had to come, and I ran away and climbed up that tree and stayed in the tree hiding. And I could climb it at dark. I knew the tree by heart because I came up a certain branch and I knew the feel of it. But when we went back as an adult and I looked at that tree, I just could not believe like that I was in the 6th grade and 7th grade and I would climb that tree, go that high. And it was kind of scary because I was a mom and I thought, ooh, I don't think I would let my kids climb that high up in a tree. But I wasn't overprotective or anything. It was just, I realized, wow, I was really brave. That was like a big tree. It was really high. Then he says, Caitlin Clark, female basketball player in the NBA. I looked at the wrong. I thought you said baseball, but they said baseball. My sister played all kinds of sports, female and male sports. Um, Jeannie, I know in Sister Needles chat, you know about me. Yeah, I never told you about my best friend dying and everything going on. I'm so glad you got your chat going. I've been with you from the beginning. IGTG, Jeannie. Bless you all. Take care. Got to go. Bye, sweetheart. Bye, dear one. I love you. I hope you have a good day. And I'm thinking a bit about you. And I sent you an email. I hope you get it. I love you. Bye, Winsome Cat. Giving you hugs. And I hope I didn't say anything stupid talking about the jokes and the messages when I didn't even know what they were. Jeez Louise, that was silly. I love you. Bye. I hope I have get to the messages in time to say goodbye to her. This thing happens to my glasses where my makeup runs off on them and then I can't see out of my glasses. It's kind of silly. Well, I'm so happy that everybody was here. I better stop and say goodbye. I've got to, um, I'm going to pray for you all. I'll be praying. And I guess we're going to have to work out a whole bunch of these details. I'll have a phone call with Lucy, and he'll be able to walk me through how to do some of the stuff on the computer that I need to know how to do. But I love you. I'm so glad you could be here with us. I hope you have a good day, rest of your day. Mm. Mm. What is the LMAO? Oh, I forget what that is. Oh yeah, that's laughing. Mm. I'm gonna um I'm gonna say, let's see, let's read one more scripture if I can reach it. I'm on the edge over here. How about if I just look at my verses and say some verses, because I'm kind of on the edge holding the camera. It's hard to hold the camera and the, oh, you told me what that was. I didn't know what that was. That's funny. Well, let's think of a verse we could say. Oh, here's a beautiful name of God that we'll do. The Most High God, El Elon, the Most High God, sovereign over all. And blessed be God Most High, who has helped you conquer your enemies. El Leon, that's Genesis 14:20, the Most High God, who's sovereign over all. God is so good. That's funny. Yeah. Will you all have sweet dreams if you're going to sleep, and a lovely day if your day is starting. I love you, and I'm so glad we could be together. And I look forward to seeing you tonight, this evening. I'm trying to figure out the times when I stream. I'm still working on all that. Still working on all the details, and I appreciate all your patience. So let's pray, okay, before we go. Dear Lord, please surround and protect us. Thank you for your love for us. Thank you for this community we're building. Thank you that we could be together. I ask that you'd bless everyone who's been in this stream today. I ask that you bless everyone. You bless Joe Edwards, bless Winsome Cat, bless Lucy, bless Juanita, bless Glam Willow, bless Hero Zach, bless Aisha. Dear Lord God, be with us all and help us figure out all the details. We just ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. You have sweet dreams or a happy day, okay? And I love you. I'm so glad you could join me. Thank you so much. I hope you have a fabulous rest of your day. And I'll see you later. Maybe I'll see you tonight, huh? Okay. Bye-bye. I gotta push all my buttons. Bye-bye. Sweet dreams. I love you. I'm gonna say it's almost 4 o'clock there. Oh, it's almost 4 o'clock where I live. Yeah. Yeah, it's like 12:55 here. So I kind of went over. But that's okay. You have a happy rest of your day, okay? Bye.